What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Issei became a villain and had the blacklight virus. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now, let's get into part 3. Greek Dungeon, Olympus, 8:30 p.m. Hades was seated chained in the dungeon, which was to prevent his escape. He was described to be a tall and handsome man with a specially designed eye patch on his right eye and long, stylish silver hair that spikes up at various spots on his head. He's shown with a leaf-like pattern tattooed across his forehead, a spike choker necklace lined, and a bead-like earring on his left ear with many smaller piercings. His attire is shown to be quite formal and extravagant, with a collar that spans all the way to his upper chest, and badges decorated on the left and right side of his coat. Finally, he wears long white jeans and a pair of shoes filled with square patterns. This was Hades, Persephone's husband, father of Melano and Macaria, adoptive father of Issei. Hades could only clench his fists in anger. It has been almost a week since he has been kept here. He didn't blame Issei, and he cursed Zeus for capturing him and even harming his daughters. Otherwise, he would have not let Zeus get away with this. That damned bastard. Hades had no idea where Issei was and believed Zeus only wanted to get back at him for his past actions. He was worried on what is going to happen to his wife and daughters. He could only hope that his adoptive son is fine. He believed that Issei had ways to avoid death in many ways, but he was worried that these bastards will get to him. Worse, many of his allies will fall in trouble, especially those that had a vendetta against the supernatural in the human world. Suddenly 2 footsteps were heard as Hades looked up, fury being present in his eyes and gaze, as the doors to his prison opened up and 2 minor gods of the Greek pantheon came inside. "What do you want?" Hades asked, his tone dripping with disdain. The 2 minor gods were unaffected by his hatred and spoke. "It's time for your trial, Hades." One of them spoke, as the other added. "I hope you come quietly this time." Hades didn't say anything and got up. If it wasn't for these seals he would have easily destroyed Olympus and made an example of his so-called brothers. The 2 men escorted Hades to the trial room as the god of death wondered on what is going to happen to him. He could only see nothing but the endless halls of his trial room. Eventually he reached the courtroom where he would be judged for his sins and actions. Unbeknownst to them, he is getting an early parole. Opening start. Issei looked down, wearing his hoodie. His eyes witnessed the endless hell as he jumped into it. A series of images showing the blacklight virus as he holds his head in pain. Before he gets up and walks forward. Appearances of his friends and family are shown. Valerie is looking down in sadness as she turns around and scowls to see Azazel. He forwards his hand as Valerie turns it away. Azazel gets angry, but Issei soon appears and grins as Azazel backs away with fear. Valerie turns around and smiled as she embraces him. She is joined by Athena, Artemis and a silver-haired woman as he glares at Azazel. He backs away as he clenches his fists. Issei calms down his girls before he commands Azazel to leave, who does so out of fear. The scene changes to Issei, in disguise, as he watches over the factions like a predator. He smirks seeing Cerziches and the other leaders dealing with several figures. He soon leaps in as he starts charging at the leaders and confronts them. Issei was now in his laboratory as Clara hovers beside him. He is joined by Team Slashdog and his adoptive parents as he researches a cure. He glances towards Ingvild as he vows to help her recover. Hypnos and Morpheus both assist him as Airmid and Diane Seat help him find a cure. The scene changes to Issei committing raids, attacking several companies. Liana and several elven girls look at the raids they committed as Issei and Liana high-five each other. James Heller looks at a portrait of himself and his family as he looks forward, anger in his eyes. Issei and the rest of the directors watch an ongoing project that would combat the supernatural, smiles present in their faces. The scene changes to Artemis and Athena, who are surrounded by the Greek gods. Athena throws her emblem as she and Artemis leave Olympus along with their followers. Zeus can be seen clenching his fists in anger as he vows to defeat Issei. Issei is watching his anger with a smile on his face as he is enjoying seeing the despair. Issei is seen beside his friends as they all smile at each other before Issei looks in the camera. His eyes start to glow in red as he looks down on several figures belonging to the Haidu clan. They all have looks of anger as the group leaps upon them, clashing against them to wipe them out for good. He is joined by BLACKWATCH and Silverleaf Sentinels, all of whom join to deal with their enemies. The final scene shows Issei looking at his lab as he walks away from it. The lights of the lab goes off as Issei exits from the lab with a smile on his face. Opening end. Hades was seen in the courtroom, all chained. The jury consisted of Greek scholars and judges over the ages. They were presided over by King Minos, who spoke with an apologetic tone. "Lord Hades, I am sorry for what Lord Zeus did to you, but it is my duty." Hades shook his head and spoke. No, Minos, it's not your fault. Your duty is to judge the souls, and I guess this includes even gods like me as well. Minos didn't want to do this to someone he deemed as his god, but he had no choice. Additionally, he was the only being that treated Hades with the respect he deserves. Taking a deep breath, Minos had spoken. Let's begin the case of Hades, the god of the underworld and death. I would ask you all to settle down for the case. The jury and other guests settled down. Hades had a feeling that the trial was rigged. It wouldn't surprise him that his so-called little brother would do such a thing. He then spoke. Lord Hades, for your actions against the Greek pantheon, you have been charged with treason. You were found working with the KUOH brigade. The attempt on Daihaidou's life. Working with that traitor Issei Haidou and assisting him in his actions against the factions. Hades didn't deny any of it, this was all the truth, he did all of that, and while he did regret working with the KUOH brigade, the others, he didn't have any regrets. Do you deny or accept any charges against you? Minos asked, his tone although serious, it had pain in it. He didn't want to do it to Hades, but he had no choice. It was a job he had to fulfill. None, I have nothing to deny. I accept my actions and deeds that I have committed against the factions. And even if I did deny, I am pretty sure there is tons of proof stacked against me, right? Hades asked, to which the jury started to speak amongst themselves on how they should punish the god. Minos only gave a nod to the god of death as one of the jury members spoke in Minos's ear as he soon slammed the gavel on the board and spoke. Lord Hades, for the crimes committed against you, your charges will be. Minos was unable to complete when the doors suddenly exploded as he looked at the attacker. The attacker was none other than Issei, in his disguise, as Minos spoke with a demanding tone. Who are you? And what are you doing disrupting the court's proceedings? Issei knew Minos and understood that the man was roped into all of this. He soon spoke with his voice modulated and with a mocking tone. Where are my manners? My name is Dr. Alexander J. Mercer, Your Honor. The gods in the room soon got their weapons ready. Hades wondered on who this man was, sensing a familiar connection to him. He soon gave a glance and destroyed the restraints on the man. What are you doing? Hades asked with a surprised tone, as Issei spoke in the same tone. Getting you out of here. Cover your nose. Hades wondered what was going to happen, however he did as he was told. Issei soon turned to the attacking gods and threw some of the grenades that released a very potent gas. The gas was a sulfurine gas in high doses, which had gods slaying magic, allowing them to breach the Greek gods' immune system. Soon they all started to feel drowsy and start dropping like flies. Before Hades could get affected by the gas, Issei motioned him to come outside as the god of death to come outside. Hades complied and the two rushed outside. Issei took a glance at the minor gods present that were trying to fight the effects of the gas. He knew that he couldn't kill them yet. Since his priority was to get Hades to safety and then he can deal with those fools at a later date. His targets were someone else today. Once they were outside, Hades asked. Why are you even helping me? Soon enough, a magic portal opened up and revealed a huge airship which belonged to BLACKWATCH. It descended down right near Issei and Hades as soon Persephone stepped outside with Issei speaking. There's your answer. Persephone immediately rushed to Hades and hugged him. Hades returned the hug. He was joined along with two people. The first was Melano, she was Hades' daughter and was described to be a beautiful black-haired girl with green eyes. She wore casual clothing which was comprised of black dress and jeans. She wore black shoes and hoop earrings. The second was Macaria, Melano's younger sister and Hades' second daughter. She had auburn hair and teal eyes. She had worn a green tank top and track jeans. Like her sister, she had worn golden hoop earrings. Father. The two girls also rushed to Hades, causing him to almost fall to the ground. Hades calmed his family down, returning the hug and assuring them that everything is alright. Issei smiling underneath his mask. He would have his reunion later on. Melano and Macaria were devastated when Hades was taken away. They had no clue where their adoptive little brother was, and their injuries courtesy of Ares and Hermes made them unable to move for a while. They were fearing the worst on what is going to happen to their father, and when an opportunity came to rescue him, they did not hesitate to take this as their chance. Using a BLACKWATCH aircraft, they immediately headed to Olympus and were asked to wait, as Issei went and rescued Hades from the clutches and saving him from his situation. Hades soon split up from his family and spoke. I am fine everyone, despite Zeus's best efforts, he was unable to do much to me. Hades spoke with an assuring smile, as the three women nodded, as Hades asked his daughters. Are the two of you fine? Yeah, we are fine, father. Their blades didn't harm any vital organs, so we are still fine. Macaria added in response. He wanted to find Issei's location, which we weren't aware at the time. Our own people did this to us, just cause we are close to Issei. Macaria spoke with anger in her tone. Hades gritted his teeth in anger remembering the incident. He vowed to make Zeus pay for harming his wife and daughters. Issei was also angry underneath his mask. He was definitely going to make Zeus suffer before killing him for good. However, before anything could happen, Issei sensed several entities approaching as Issei spoke quickly. Head inside, I sense some gods approaching. The four were worried as Persephone asked. Are you sure? Issei nodded and spoke. Yes, now go. I will take care of them. The three girls went inside, knowing who Mercer is. They all headed inside the craft as it started to take off. Issei soon looked at the minor gods that had surrounded him. His hands changing into two fists as he spoke. Show me what you assholes have got. Issei soon started to generate lightning from his hands and unleash a devastating storm which staggered everyone behind, forcing them to take cover. He soon unleashed his 12 wings and started to fly off. His hands changed into whips as he started to use them as a sweeper ability to force them off the ground. His whips already destroying the nearby ground and barriers with ease. He soon coated them with holy lightning which causes them to be electrocuted. Aya. Many scream in pain as Issei sees this as an opportunity, turning his hands into huge blades. He then spoke. I will call you Blade. Really creative name there, bestie. Drake commented sarcastically as Issei ignored him and dashed forward and with a quick slash. Slash. Many heads of the gods fell down like they were nothing. The others were either terrified or fearful as they started to escape using their magic circle. Oh, you are not going anywhere. Issei sprinted forward with all his speed and rushed towards the gods as he raised his hand blades and slash. Head of a god fell off. He leaped in air to avoid a spear strike as he soon moved forward and slash. Another head of a god fell off as Issei leaped in the air and with a quick motion of his blades. Slash. Slash. Two more heads fell off as Issei smirked sadistically underneath his mask. He was about to move next to the fearful minor gods and goddesses present, but soon a blast of magic energy was aimed at him. Issei dodged it with ease as the blast destroyed the pillar completely in an explosion. He turned to see his attackers and Issei gritted his teeth in anger, knowing who exactly it was. It was none other than Ares and Hermes. Ares seemed to be having black hair and red eyes. He wore traditional Greek armor and traditional Greek clothing underneath his armor, which consisted of a toga, shorts and a helmet, which had the symbol of Olympus on. He was a muscular man, whose body would put even the strongest and bulkiest of bodybuilders to shame. Hermes, on the other hand, seemed to have a lankier body as opposed to his half-brother. He had white hair and emerald green eyes. He wore a toga like his brother and seemed to wear a longer robe. He also wore some sort of boots, which Issei recognized to be extremely speedy boots that substantially increases the user's speed. Issei looked at them with anger, knowing what they did to not only his adoptive sisters, but also to himself. He remembered what had happened to them. Flashback begins. Issei was in the prison in one of the devil's prisons. This was a temporary holding cell. He was gritting his teeth remembering on how he was caught. He was moving across KUOH trying to get stuff for Ingvild's treatment. Soon he looked up to see visitors, as it was revealed to be Zeus and his two sons Ares and Hermes. Issei looked at them and spoke with a slight mocking tone. Well, what do we have here? The cheater god and two sons, one born from another mother. Issei made a jab towards Hermes' parentage, which made the three angry. Zeus was the angriest, as Hermes responded by socking Issei's face. The punch was strong enough to push Issei's head sideways, but it didn't affect him. You should know your place, you foolish human. Issei, the disgraceful fool, thinking he can oppose us gods, who are supposed to be the top of the divine order. Issei couldn't help but laugh his ass off upon hearing Hermes' words. He couldn't believe that Hermes said that. Gods being the top of the order? What bullshit. Then why are there dragons, other beings and even humans that have bested and outplayed them time after time? Why do dragon gods exist? Issei exclaimed with total mockery. He then continued. I never knew that you were the god of jokes, Hermes. The three gods were getting angry as Hermes was ready to torment him. Issei then decided to finally make him snap by speaking mockingly. To catch a fly from the ass of Zeus is not worth my time. Hermes was ready to torment him, but Zeus stopped him. He was also angry at the fact that the boy showed no respect to them. They were gods for crying out loud and they deserved respect in every manner. I am only going to ask you once, where is the boosted gear? Issei could only shake his head and speak. I told you once and I am telling you again, no matter how hard you try, you will never get the gear. Zeus was seething in rage. His daughters were completely against this imprisonment of Issei. They protested along with minor gods like Hypnos, Thanatos and Morpheus who were all against this, but their complaints were voided and ignored. Hermes, Ares. Go ahead, torment the information from this brat. The two gods sinisterly smirked as they constantly tormented Issei with punches, kicks, headbutts and even tackles. After a few minutes, Issei was on the ground, he seemingly passed out from all the attacks. Zeus could only see the anger as he kicked his corpse before speaking. Nothing again, let's go, we are wasting our time with this disgrace. He should have been killed by his so-called family the day he was born. The two gods nodded as the trio left the room. Issei woke up and was seething in rage. He vowed to make the two arrogant gods along with Zeus pay for their crimes, and he was going to make it painful. Flashback ends. When I absorbed the blacklight virus, the pain made me remember my painful life, my very existence that made many torment and look down upon me. Issei thought with anger, before smirking sadistically underneath his mask. And I am going to enjoy venting it out on the both of you. Issei thought with anger, as the two gods looked at Issei, ready for a combat. Ares pointed his spear towards Issei and commanded. Alexander J. Mercer, if you don't want things to get ugly, surrender yourself and kneel for forgiveness. Ares' tone had arrogance in it. Issei rolled his eyes upon hearing this, he was going to enjoy tormenting the two and making them remember that he was a monster that will destroy Olympus. No, and besides, why would I surrender to the dogs of that spoiled brat of a king? Issei spoke with slight mocking tone, angering the two gods. Hermes had an angry expression, while Ares can be seen clenching his spear with anger. He then spoke. Dogs huh? Let me show you our fangs then. Issei grinned underneath his mask as he spoke. I wouldn't have it any other way. Issei leaped in the air and generated multiple falling wings to stay afloat as Hermes used buildings and leaped to get him. Issei knew that his speed was because of the unique boots he wore, which he designed to apparently deliver messages faster, since he was the god of messages. He soon unleashed a punch towards Issei's face, who only waited for him to get close. Issei knew that many gods would underestimate him since in their eyes, Mercer was just a mere human. The fatal mistake that would haunt many of them. Issei blocked his punch, much to his shock. Hermes then spoke with a tone of surprise. How? Hermes asked, surprised, to which Issei responded. Fuck you. That's how. Issei soon unleashed holy lightning. Hermes started to scream in pain. Ares looks in horror as he shouts. Ares? Issei looked amused and spoke. God Slayer or not, you can still feel pain if struck by the elements. Now let's see when I change the magic to God Slayer. Issei's hand started to glow, and the screams of Hermes increases even more. Acting quickly, Ares charged at him with his spear, but Issei used Hermes as his shield, forcing him to back away. Ares got angry by this and shouted. You filthy coward. Issei internally rolled his eyes, Ares is nothing but a hypocrite for saying that. He knew what this bastard had done, not only did he harm him when he had no boosted gear or the virus, but also went after Hades and captured him in a cowardly manner, by using his own daughters that is. Hermes tried to release himself from Issei's grip, but he was unable to. He then spoke in response. Impossible, you shouldn't be strong enough to overpower a god. Issei smirked underneath his mask. He then spoke. History has proven otherwise, Hermes. And today will be no different. Issei then approached him and spoke with a low tone. So how does it feel to be on the receiving end of a torture? Like on how the two of you tormented me when I was in prison. Hermes took a minute and became wide-eyed on who really was in front of him. He then spoke with horror and disbelief. No. It can't be. Hermes spoke with fear as Issei opened his mouth, revealing his teeth as he spoke. This one is for what you did to me, my adoptive sisters and many others. Issei dug onto him, chomping and biting onto the god who was screaming in pain. He tried to escape or reveal his name, but Issei surrounded himself with black biomass which covered the two into a ball. This made Hermes unable for him to speak anything. Ares could only watch with horror and fear. He tried to break the ball but was unable to do so since his attack bounced off. He constantly did so to save his half-brother but couldn't do anything. Soon the ball dropped off, revealing Issei standing on the remains of Hermes. Only his clothes remained, however his boots were worn by Issei, who had worn his mask back again. What did you do to Hermes? Ares shouted in horror and anger as Issei spoke. Are you an idiot? Take a look at his dress and guess what happened. Ares looked at his clothes and gritted his teeth in anger as he shouted with anger and fury. Bastard. But before he could do anything, Issei used the speed of Hermes which he had gained from consuming Hermes and unleashed a quick barrage of punches. The final attack sent him flying. Issei dashed off quickly, since he was now wearing his boots, his speed increased even more as he continued onto his barrage. He constantly kicked and punched the god who could do little to defend himself. Issei enjoyed punching and kicking the god every time. Soon enough, a punch disarmed his spear. He tried to reach it, but Issei kicked it to the side, which caused him to be shocked and horrified. Why so shocked, Ares? I am not the first to disarm you, a human was the first, however. Issei spoke while revealing his prototype powers, his body shape-shifting into several weapons. He then continued. I am not human, not anymore at least. Ares remained stunned as he backed away with fear. He then asked. What are you? Ares asked with fear. Issei then walked forward, he then spoke. The one that would devour the gods, and now it is your turn. Issei's hand soon shapeshifted and converted into a ball as he covered Ares and himself in a similar manner to Ares as Issei walked forward and spoke. Now you know how does it feel when you tried to torture me to get information on Drake. Issei exclaimed with anger in his voice as Ares became wide-eyed realizing who it was that was in front of him. He then exclaimed. No, you cannot be that disgrace. Issei spoke with a dark grin unmasking himself and revealing his identity, much to Ares' horror and terror. I am, and it's payback time for what you did to my sisters. You will pay for every single injury you inflicted on them. Issei's mouth soon started to water and change as it happened with Brachial. He soon dug into Ares, who kept screaming in pain. He begged Issei for mercy, even willing to grovel in front of both Melano and Macaria for what he did. But Issei didn't listen, as he kept chomping on him, and until then, there was nothing left. Issei soon stopped consuming him, as he suddenly. Be a dump. Issei held his chest however he didn't feel any pain, instead he felt his body transforming as a surge of power entered into his body. However this was not the first time this had happened. The first time was when he consumed Brachial, and this was the same thing that happened. In other words, his body is adjusting to the divine flesh that he had consumed, making him even more stronger than before. Soon the feeling ended, as Issei's body glowed with the divine aura which once belonged to Hermes and Ares, as the ball soon fell down. Issei picked up the spear and looked around. He looked at the gods and goddesses who were too fearful to make a move. Issei had already killed 2 Olympians without any effort. Issei smirked as he walked towards where the aircraft. He soon leaped near the door, which he motioned to open. The others could only watch as Issei went inside and the aircraft flew off into an unknown land. They had to inform Zeus on what had happened here. Scene change. Inside the aircraft Maryland, Washington DC, 12 a.m. Issei sat inside the aircraft as Hades spoke. So may I know who you are? Before Issei could answer, Persephone approached him and spoke. Darling, you still haven't realized it. What? Hades asked, he then spoke. I feel like I know Alexander J. Mercer, you are not who you really seem, right? Persephone gave a smile and spoke. Think on who Alexander can be, darling. Hades thought for a moment before widening his eyes and speaking with a tone of surprise. Issei. Issei removed his mask and showed his pale eyes and spoke. I am surprised it took you so long to recognize me, Dad. Hades looked at him and smiled as he closed his eyes and spoke happily. I guess, although why did you not tell us that you are alive and well? It wasn't easy especially when you have a target on your back. Plus, I am still alive and well, so it is not a problem there. Persephone gave a glare to Issei causing him to shudder in fear. Soon the 2 sisters approached him and Melano was the one that spoke. Oh, it was no problem, unless you consider that we were worried sick for you, since you just vanished from both the earth and the supernatural world. Melano spoke with a sweet smile that made him shudder. Macaria also added. Yeah, we didn't know that you were alive at all, we presumed the worst when you just vanished. I hope you don't do this again, right Ice? Macaria also spoke with a sweet smile, which made Issei sweat due to the immense aura both the sisters were releasing. He remembered that the 2 almost pummeled him due to how much Issei worried them, and Issei knew how much worried Hades and his family were for him. This was the first family that actually cared and loved him, treated them like their very own, and Issei was aware of this. He didn't want them to be targets if he were to return to them, since for all he knew they could find out about them. Issei spoke with fear and sadness. Why yeah, but girls, you know if they find out about our relationship, they will do anything in their power to use you guys against me, right? The 4 couldn't deny this, however they still came after the family since they had information about them. Persephone voiced this out. Regardless, they still came. Still can't believe that they would do this to their own family. But Issei, you shouldn't be too protective of us, Issei was about to respond, but Persephone cuts him and speaks. We are gods, we can defend ourselves, we appreciate you being protective of us. But we will be fine, there are ways we can prevent our home from being invaded, right Hades? Persephone spoke the last part in a more serious tone, as Hades nodded. The first part was to isolate his realm from Olympus, which can be done on Hades' approval. He never did it before since this would ruin Olympus, and some fallen souls may have difficulties to travel between the realms, but that was now Zeus's problem, not his. The second part would be to create a powerful barrier to prevent any infiltrations. However, stronger god-class spells would be problematic, but this can be sensed and dealt with. This will hold them from the realm for a while. Hades then spoke. Yes Perse, I am planning to do just that, only select individuals from the supernatural will be allowed access, the barrier will prevent any of my former pantheon to have any connection to it. Persephone nodded as Hades continued. Usually, I wouldn't take this route, but Zeus forced my hand. He will regret harming his daughters. Hades's tone had anger in it. He hated Zeus for his nature at this point. He wanted him to suffer, but he was aware that it would endanger his family. Seeing his anger, Issei spoke. It's already done. What do you mean? Hades asked in response, as Issei soon released some aura which belonged to Ares and showed the boots that once Hermes had worn, making Hades realize what had happened. So you made your choice. You took the black light. Issei nodded and spoke. Yes, I did. It was a gamble, since I was going to die either way. The wounds on my body were too severe, and the black light would have killed me and replaced me. I am only alive due to my sheer willpower. Issei explained, showing his blacklight infection. When Persephone, Melano and Macaria came to know of this, they were shocked and horrified that things had to go this far. They knew how dangerous the blacklight virus is and what it could have done to Issei, but seeing him survive was just a miracle on its own, and he was able to keep his own identity and self. Hades was stunned. He gritted his teeth in anger, knowing how much they must have tortured and tormented Issei just to get to Drake. The virus saved his life by merging with his current DNA, allowing them to become a singular entity. He vowed to make Zeus pay, but for now, him losing his sons was enough for today. Since Hades and his family wanted Zeus to suffer, death is mercy for that man. This includes a torturous death as well. Issei reverted his hand back to normal as the BLACKWATCH pilot spoke. We are here, Chairman. Yes, Issei was considered the chairman and the de facto leader of the BLACKWATCH, since it was because of him the organization became far more prevalent. Hades and his family looked outside to see a full futuristic military base. The pilot soon got a transmission from one of the soldiers from BLACKWATCH spoke. BLACKWATCH Airship N7, may I have your clearance codes? The pilot nodded and sent the codes to them. The soldier checked the code and spoke with a smile. You are ready to land, pilot, and send my regards to the chairman. The transmission ended and the plane soon landed. The doors opened as Issei spoke while raising his hands. Everyone, may I present to you, BLACKWATCH? The four gods looked in surprise as Hades asked. So this is the organization that is going to combat the factions? Issei nodded and spoke. Yes, there are many individuals that desire to protect humanity from the supernatural or have past grudges against them. And we all will combat against the supernatural. Issei spoke in response as they all nodded, knowing the injustices that they had to go through. Issei then spoke. We should catch up. I believe one of the rooms will be free for us to discuss on what we should do next. Hades looked at Issei and spoke with a smile. I don't mind, plus we can spend some family time. Hope they don't mind. Issei nodded and spoke. They don't. Issei and his family went inside to have a discussion on what needs to be done next. There are a lot of things that will be discussed now. Scene change. Olympus, 1 a.m. While Issei and company were discussing, a lot of things had happened. The Greek gods mourned the deaths of Ares and Hermes, both of whom were mercilessly killed by Alexander J. Mercer. What's worse is that Alex released Hades and escaped with him. Witness reports also stated that Persephone and Hades' daughters were also present assisting Mercer in his actions. As a result, this angered Zeus and Hera the most, seeing them as nothing but traitors to the Greek pantheon. They vowed to make Mercer pay for his actions. They couldn't go after Hades and his family for now. But they can go after them later on. Little do they know, that wasn't going to happen. That Mercer. That rotten bastard. Zeus growled in response as he commanded his soldiers and other gods. Locate him at all costs and bring him in alive. I will make him pay for what he did to my sons. The soldiers looked surprised with the gods as one of them spoke. What about Issei? Zeus angrily shouted. I don't care about that brat. Mercer is first, and he will be the one to suffer death by my hand. Zeus declared as the Olympians were made to change priorities to go after Alexander J. Mercer instead of Issei. Zeus vowed to torture Mercer even more than Issei. He hated Mercer even more than Issei and wanted him to suffer for all eternity. Scene break. 3 days later. Olympus Meeting Hall, Olympus, 10:30 a.m. 3 days have passed since the incident at Hades' trial. Zeus had gathered all the faction leaders, including the newer ones like Shiva, who was described to be a middle school boy with blue skin. He has limitless bottomless eyes and has superiority which made many lower beings fear him. So I believe you know what happened to Ares and Hermes, right? The others nodded as Shiva asked quickly in response. We know this Alexander J. Mercer killed those two gods, but where are the others? Like, shouldn't Artemis and Athena be present here as well? Shiva asked Zeus, to which a groan of frustration and sadness was heard, with him speaking in response. They still love that brat Issei. And they have cut all ties with us ever since we killed him. Shiva remembered the information what he was told about Issei. He wondered on who this man was. Regardless, his priority was to know about Alex. Like many gods, Shiva has pride in him. He has the pride of being a god, which can be translated to some level of callousness, since he was called the destroyer god. This pride was present in many gods, thinking that they can get away with anything. Eventually, result in their downfall. I see. Shiva spoke with a normal tone, but he was internally amused since Athena was Zeus's favorite daughter, and it must have stung him when she chose Issei over him. Either way, we are here to discuss on Alexander J. Mercer. He has first killed Barakiel and then 2 gods. Xerxes spoke, as he could sense Zeus getting angry. Xerxes spoke in response. Sorry Lord Zeus. Zeus took a deep breath and shook his head as Xerxes continued. So any ideas on how should we track him? He is powerful enough to slaughter 2 gods. Shiva shook his head and speaks. No, Ares and Hermes got killed by their own arrogance and underestimating their opponent. Sorry Zeus, but I will be blunt with you. Shiva spoke, as he knew that this would definitely anger Zeus, which he was, but he had to hear this. Shiva then continued. Them underestimating Mercer got them killed by him. I am still thinking on how he was able to kill 2 gods, even if they underestimated him, but we need to find a way to deal with him. Shiva's words were agreed by everyone, minus Zeus, who was slightly angry at how Shiva was seeing the situation. However, he also relented since they did underestimate him in their arrogance, which got them killed. Even then, how does that explain that he knows God's slaying magic and lightning magic? Hera asked with anger in her tone, to which Azazel responded. I guess, he has some contacts that have taught him such magic. We need to locate those contacts and systematically eliminate them. That is our only option. Azazel's words were agreed with everyone present. They had to locate those contacts that have taught Mercer magic that can harm them. Yet many were underestimating Mercer, since locating him would be easier than his contacts. Since there weren't any contacts, it was just one person targeting certain gods, and that person was Issei. Could that person be Issei? Yusaka spoke with a tone of horror, as many widened their eyes, with Zeus speaking in response. Impossible. There is no way that brat could be helping Mercer. Azazel shook his head and spoke. This is a possibility. They all turned to Azazel, as he continued. The brat has some anger and hatred towards us. He almost killed our pillar Dai, and there is no telling that he is not supporting Mercer, since he is the only one that has a grudge against us. The people present were terrified. It did not help that his notes and voice recordings of Issei were starting to instill seeds of doubts in the girls that were present. They wondered on which girls are whores amongst them. Many were angry that Issei was the one that was helping Dai, with Zeus vowing to locate Mercer or Issei at all costs. Unbeknownst to them, a small crow was watching them. It had jet red eyes and was watching everything unfold. The crow continued to watch, as Zeus exclaimed. Then we must hunt down that brat at all costs. Shiva shook his head and responded. No, we will do no such thing. Many were surprised by this, as Ilmenhold asked. Why Shivjai? Because Mercer is the threat, even if there is a probability of Issei helping Mercer. If we deal with Mercer as soon as possible, Issei would be unable to do anything against us. And if he is working against us, we can use Mercer's memories to locate him and deal with him as needed. Shiva's words seemingly were agreed by the rest, as Yusaka spoke. Then I would suggest we create as many defenses as possible. Mercer can attack us at any time, and we need to be prepared. Yusaka spoke with seriousness, as they all agreed to set up their defenses that would assist them in their fight against Mercer. He has already taken down Barakiel and 2 gods. They were realizing that Mercer was not to be messed with. Indeed, Issei is our second priority for now. Our first priority is to deal with Alexander J. Mercer and any of us allies. Xerxes spoke, as he turned to Zeus and spoke. This includes your brother and his family as well. Zeus shook his head and spoke. He is not my brother in any manner. He is working with that damn terrorist, just like last time when he worked with the Cows Brigade. Even his family are not exempt from this. Zeus's voice had anger in it. He knew that Persephone and her daughters are also traitors for asking Mercer to release Hades from his trial. Their indirect actions also caused the deaths of Ares and Hermes, and they are equally to blame for their deaths. Indeed, they are not our family anymore and have been declared rogue. Hera spoke with equal disdain as the rest of the Olympians seemingly agreed with this, while one remained in doubt about this. But what about the ones imprisoned in his realm and all the dead souls? You do remember that Hades has cut off all ties with Olympus, right, leaving us to our own tools? Shemhazai asked, to which Zeus could be seen gritting his teeth. He managed to create a barrier that would prevent anyone but those that he and his family chooses to enter. This also included gods and other supernatural beings. Zeus and the Olympians weren't happy with what Hades had done. They remembered that some beings that had been affiliated in the Alliance of Hell were still imprisoned there like Nyx, while others were sealed away in different locations. This was on the request of Hades, while many others were killed thanks to Dai's ruthless tactics and demands. Obviously he couldn't kill them alone and needed people that were allied with them to help him kill them, but he apparently led the charge. Don't worry, we will deal with them later. Shiva spoke as he continued. Like I said, our priority is Mercer and Mercer only, nothing more, nothing less. Zeus looked at him, remembering him to be one of the few gods that he could trust, as he spoke. If you say so, Shiva. Well then, it's decided, we will prepare against the attacks from Mercer. Hades and his family along with Issei can be dealt with at a later date. Michael spoke, concluding the meeting, as they all also agreed that they had to end the meeting by now. The group soon left, bidding farewell to the others. Shiva was present for one major reason. He knew Mercer had to be stopped. A vision showed him that Mercer was a threat to everyone in the supernatural world. Even pantheons that didn't or weren't part of the alliance were a threat to him. The crow flew off when it was done with its task. Once it was outside of Olympus, its appearance changed to a more mechanical one. It flew to a nearby tree where Issei was standing. "Good job." Issei spoke as he checked the recording of the meeting and after a while smirked and spoke. "Interesting, so they are amping up their defenses. No matter, I have ways on dealing with them." Issei knew that they were still underestimating Mercer as Drake asked. "So partner, what are you going to do now?" Issei smirked and responded. "It is time for Mercer and Issei to play a game with the factions. Let's see who dies next and who lives." Issei spoke with a smirk as Drake wondered on what Issei's plans were. He could enter into his memories and see what is going on. But he decided to let Issei show him on what game he is going to play. "Let's see if you factions can survive the attack of not Mercer, but Issei." Issei spoke while teleporting back to a different location. He had to meet some other people before heading back to the laboratory. Scene change. Athena Art Apartment Complex, Greece, 1 p.m. Issei looked at the complex. It seems to be like a decent building complex. He knew who used to live there. He decided to head further in the complex. This is where they have been living all this while. Issei mused in response as he registered himself as a guest. He made sure to cloak himself in the gear long before entering Greece, since he not only wanted to surprise them, but also to prevent anyone else from getting to know their location and not let the factions come to their place. He headed to the 7th floor as he entered the lift and spoke. "Athena Art, huh? You certainly know how to hide in plain sight, don't you, Athena?" Issei couldn't help but internally chuckle. It was surprising that Zeus and his Olympians couldn't figure out that they used to live here. Issei soon went inside and looked at 703 apartment number and decided to ring the bell. Soon enough, a beautiful woman with white hair and blue eyes opened the door. She spoke with a surprised tone. "Yes. Wait." The woman became wide-eyed when she saw who it was on the front door as Issei spoke. "Hey Artie." Artemis didn't hesitate and pulled Issei in, who exclaimed. "Whoa." Artemis closed the door and gave a slap to Issei as she exclaimed. "Do you even realize how worried sick we were for you?" She immediately healed Issei and hugged him as she spoke. "Don't you ever do that again. Or else." Issei gulped and responded. "Right." A purple-haired woman with green eyes soon came outside while speaking. "Artie, what happened?" Artemis and Issei split up as the woman looked in shock before tearing up and gritting her teeth in sadness. She summoned her staff and was ready to aim at a magic blast towards Issei's privates, who exclaimed in fear. "Athena, no, don't do this." Athena grumbled and exclaimed. "You foolish idiot, do you even realize that how worried sick we were for you? When Zeus and our so-called family bragged out on how they captured, tortured and almost killed. Did you even consider coming to us? You were gone for weeks, you moron." Athena almost shouted, tears streaming down from her eyes. Issei lost his fear and became sad. He could see even Artemis was devastated too. He then spoke. "It wasn't easy. You know. I was being hunted and located, and think about what would have happened had I returned to any of you. I believe you know what happened when our relationship was discovered, right?" Athena lost some of her anger, and the magic blast generated was going away. Issei then continued. "I was beaten, tortured for Drake's location, which I fortunately didn't give. Your father, Zeus, was the worst when it came to his actions. He actively tormented me for turning his 2 daughters against him. Eventually my only escape was when the explosion happened, where I was able to critically injure their pillar, and I had to stay hidden." Athena lost her anger and placed her staff away, as she could only look away, grumbling. Even Artemis seemed to be angered by how her so-called father had treated Issei. "That bastard. I am glad we left the place, Athena. He wanted you to get engaged to that pathetic piece of a human being. I don't understand what those girls see in him. He tried to see me in a perverse manner." Athena nodded, remembering on her father wanted her to be engaged with Daihaidou. She also knew on how aggressive Artemis is towards the opposite sex because of a past trauma with a certain giant, causing her to hate all men and see them as nothing but trash. It reduced thanks to Issei entering in her life, and she started to not see all men as trash and hate them. and it was reducing even more since she started to live as a normal citizen in an apartment. Yeah, I am glad I left before father could do something to us. He wanted me to get engaged to that pathetic piece of shit of a dragon. I just can't understand that I don't want to marry someone whom I barely knew and who only sees me as a pawn for power and a piece of meat. Athena spoke with hatred, her words dripping with venom. Issei could see the hatred in her expression. She detested Dai's very existence, who was corrupting her father, or that was what she thought at first. Now she knows that Zeus was showing his true colors when he harmed Issei just cause they loved each other. She cut off all ties with that man and refused to return to Olympus since their happiness and choices weren't accepted, much to their anger and dissatisfaction. Athena. Issei spoke with sadness as he continued. You know they are aware that I am alive and they will be doing anything in their power to hunt me down. However, there is someone that is trying to get off their attention from me. The girls nodded in understanding, aware who is talking about. Yeah, we know Mercer, and we also know it was you that attacked the companies belonging to the supernatural and the one that killed Hermes and Ares. Athena responded, to which Issei was surprised as he asked. Are you not mad I killed them? They are your. Artemis cuts him off, speaking with a serious tone. No, and don't you dare call them our brothers, they are nothing but outsiders to us. Issei nodded and spoke. Noted, but don't you feel a little sadness for them? No, none of us do, we know you had a good reason of killing them. Your adoptive father was kidnapped and we all saw his state, not to mention, we heard what he did to Melano and Macaria. They got what was coming for them. Artemis spoke with disgust. She had a bond with the two daughters of Hades, and when Persephone informed them about what happened and asked for their help, they hated them even more and had no empathy for them. I see. He turned to Athena and spoke. You too. Yes, even if I once loved him, I have nothing but disgust for him now. I guess I was blind in his true nature. Athena spoke with a sad smile, as Issei knew that this conversation was not going in the right direction. He knew what he had to do. Come on girls, I have returned and this is not what I had in mind when we reunited. The girls looked at him and spoke. Plus, I returned back, even if I had to consume blacklight virus. The two girls became horrified knowing what must have happened, especially Artemis, since as she asked. Are you really Issei? Or a virus imitating someone I love? Issei looked at her, he could sense the anger in her tone, knowing full well that he told them about the blacklight virus. He could see Artemis's eyes watering, and he looked at Athena, who was shaking in anger. Artemis would never have a relationship with anyone but Issei, since she views the virus as an impostor that is imitating someone it killed for its own survival. I am Issei. You are not the first person that doubted me for having the virus. If you don't believe me, here. Issei summoned his boosted gear, which did surprise them, as it showed a projection of his blood type. It was merged, and they noticed this to be true, as Issei explained. SparkNote's version. Mine and the virus's DNA merged into one. Since I refused to let the virus take over and replace me, it went for its next best option to merge into one singular entity. So I am still Issei, just evolved beyond a dragon god, with the unique power of consuming my enemies, allowing me to gain the physical power, and with my current biology their magical power as well. Athena and Artemis were surprised by this revelation, as Athena asked with tears in her eyes. That means, you really are Issei. Not someone that the virus is mimicking. Issei nodded and spoke with a smile. Yes, my dear goddess, and besides, even if the virus did replace me, its only initial instinct would be to survive, and when my memories and personality would be consumed by it, it would replace the virus's initial thoughts, and mine would take over the virus, kind of like a hive mind. But I refuse to let the virus take over me, and once I am done with the supernatural, I will cure myself of the virus and keep its original powers. After all, I created the virus and I can destroy it as well. Issei spoke, as Athena didn't hesitate and embraced him. This was really her Issei, not a virus replacing him. Artemis also dogged piled on him and embraced him as well. Issei returned their hugs, as he calmed the girls, assuring them that he really has returned. Scene change. After a few minutes, the three settled down for lunch, with Athena bringing in some traditional Greek dishes. The first being is a moussaka, and potato-based dish that includes ground meat. The second was a souvlaki, a fast food-based dish with pita bread and several other items like French fries. The third was a pastitsio, is a Greek baked pasta dish with ground meat and bechamel sauce. Artemis was surprised by this, as she asked with a tone of surprise. Why did you bring so many, Athena? I had a gut feeling that something good may happen, but I never expected that it would be you who showed up. Regardless, I am glad I made this much food. Hope you enjoy some Greek food, Ice. Athena spoke with a smile, as the girls took each side of Issei's position in the table. He was about to eat his dish when Athena asked sadly. So that means? None of us can be intimate with you till you find a way to prevent the spread of the virus. Issei could hear the sadness in her voice as he spoke. Well, in my free time, I have been creating some medicine that would halt the spread of the virus. It is temporary and only works for 5 hours. The girls widened their eyes as Issei responded. Since the girls really want to be intimate with me, I decided to develop a temporary inhibitor which would let me have some moments with you. For the permanent cure, it will take some time, but I plan on doing so for the virus, which would eliminate the spreading feature of the virus, eventually causing the virus which is inside my body to die off, leaving only what remains of the virus, which is my prototype powers. The girls were even more surprised, but Athena pointed this out. That certain virus can stay inside your body for years. Hell, just recently there have been ancient viruses that are imprisoned inside the ice of certain glaciers, and these have been imprisoned for centuries, millennia or even more. Issei noted this, aware of the recently discovered zombie viruses that have been discovered by human scientists. His red light virus was based on one of these viruses, since it had limited knowledge and no known cure for it. Yes, but I made sure that blacklight's shelf life is only 2 weeks. I am aware that if I made it any longer, I would have a hard time controlling its lifespan and spread, and even reduce its effectiveness. So there was no point in making the lifespan that high. Issei explained as Athena nodded in understanding. Artemis, who was silent, had spoken. That means there are viruses that are still frozen and can affect the world. Issei nodded in response. You are right, Artemis. Insect and Ermid predicted that many of the supernatural companies that are operating as human companies will cause a chain reaction that would cause these viruses to spread, unknowingly or knowingly, in the next 100 or 200 years, perhaps even earlier. The ones that will suffer will be the human population, and who knows, the supernatural will use this opportunity to strengthen their numbers. Artemis and Athena became surprised as Artemis spoke with a surprised tone. I doubt this is true. Global warming is something that is affecting everyone. Issei was about to respond, however Athena responds to Artemis with slight worry. Athena is a goddess that protects humanity, but seeing Issei's points, this was something that had to be addressed. No, Artie, Issei makes some very valid points. We don't know that the supernatural intends to toy with humanity in that manner. Some of us have ways to convert humans into our own kind. I believe you are familiar with the ambrosia, right? Artemis nodded in understanding. She knew where this was going as she continued. And then we have the evil pieces for devils, the brave saint system for angels, to name a few. Majority of the supernatural have lost their care for humanity ever since several humans stopped worshipping them. Not to mention, gods and angels are dependent on humans to get stronger, since their prayers make them stronger. So I won't be surprised that there aren't gods and goddesses that are arrogant to do so. Athena spoke with a grim tone, as Artemis couldn't help but nod. Unlike many of the devils and other supernatural beings, most of her huntresses were given a choice to join, and they knew exactly what they were getting into. Her only flaw was that she hated men and relationships, but that was a problem of the past. I see. So what are you planning to do? Artemis asked Issei, to which he responded. Just recently Shiva has made his joining official. He is seeing Mercer as a threat and is going to do anything in his power to stop Mercer. I have doubts on the god, but if he turns out like the rest of the gods present, we will need to deal with him accordingly. Issei spoke with a serious tone as he shook his head and spoke. Guys, we are getting off topic. Let's just enjoy ourselves with this delicious food that Athena had made. Issei's words were nodded by Athena, who had given a smile to him, while Artemis looked in slight jealousy and didn't want to lose to her sister. Issei was starting to munch on his food when Athena tapped on Issei as she spoke gently. Say ah. Issei was surprised as he saw Athena having a fork containing a piece of pistachio as Issei opened his mouth and Athena fed him. Artemis grunted in jealousy as she immediately did the same for her dish, which was the souvlaki, as she put the pita bread and the meat in one fork and tapped Issei's shoulder and exclaimed with slight jealousy. Take from me too. Issei had to back away since Artemis was pointing to his mouth as he spoke with slight confusion. Why yeah. Issei also took a bite as Artemis fed him. Athena spoke with a smirk. Well Artie, I never knew that you would have been fighting for a man, knowing your hatred of them. Artemis became flustered as her cheeks started to redden up. She then exclaimed. Shut it. Athena started to laugh at Artemis, making her even more embarrassed as she soon added. Please Artemis, if I told you this a few months ago, I am pretty sure you would have mocked me or gotten angry. I never thought you would fall for a man that I liked. Artemis didn't say anything as steam was coming out from her head. Issei acted quickly and cooled his body as he pulled her in for a hug. This just made Artemis completely beet red with embarrassment as she then looked up and muttered. Issei rubbed her head, calming her down as she made noises that only a girl in love would do so. However, he soon sensed an intense aura coming from behind as he gulped in fear, knowing exactly who it was. Athena was glaring at him, jealousy evident in her eyes. Issei knew that if he didn't act quickly, he may end up getting castrated. Sure, he can regenerate his parts, but the pain would still be present. He didn't want to risk it, and Issei knew that angering a woman, especially his woman, is a death sentence with extra steps. He soon grabbed her by the head and pulled her right next to Artemis as he hugged both the girls, with their heads resting on his chest. Issei rubbed their heads as he spoke. There, you know I love the both of you, right? Then why the two of you have to fight? Just know that I will always be there for you, right? Athena lost her angered look and became beet red, just like Artemis, as she and Artemis nodded. They were both calmed down by Issei as he kept rubbing the two girls. Soon their looks of embarrassment changed to that of smiles, knowing that Issei will be there for them, no matter what happens. They soon split up and eat their dinner as they discuss on their daily lives. They know that Issei has plans on dealing with each faction, aside from that they were surprised that Issei had purchased an entire house for himself. Wait, for real? You purchased a new house? Issei smirked to what Artemis asked, to which he responded. Yes, I did. I brought a beachside property. Costed a fortune, but I was able to use the supernatural money for something useful. If anything, I doubt their companies will be all that affected. But if they are, well and good. Issei spoke in a carefree tone, as Athena and Artemis couldn't help but chuckle on what the factions are going through now. Not to mention, the money I stole can not only be used for BLACKWATCH, but it can also be for my own personal needs, and I can just steal even more money whenever needed. I literally stole trillions from the supernatural. Issei spoke with a bragging tone, as Artemis shook her head in amusement as she spoke. I can imagine what they are thinking, they must be cursing Mercer for their losses. Artemis spoke with a mocking tone, as Athena added. Jokes aside, Issei, just don't get too cocky, you must be careful on what you plan next. Athena warned him as Issei shook his head and responded with a smirk. Hey, worry not, I have plans for everyone. Since tomorrow I plan on doing something big. Issei spoke with a smirk, with Athena looking towards Issei in anticipation, as she asked. What are you going to do? Issei shook his head and spoke. Not yet, first I need to visit a certain Leviathan, from what I hear, she must have woken up by now. The girls nodded, as they finished their lunch. The girls were about to change, but Issei spoke. Ain't no need to change, we will make a quick visit and come back home. The duo nodded as Issei immediately teleported them to the laboratory, where they were visiting the Leviathan girl that was supposed to have woken up. Scene change. Issei's laboratory, Russia, 11:30 p.m. In the laboratory in Russia, Ermid was watching Ingvild's vitals as she had opened up her eyes. She was described to be a beautiful foreign girl who appears to be in her late teens with a whimsical aura. She has long purple hair and orange eyes. She wears a white dress typical of female noble devils that exposes much of her large breasts with high slits and long sleeves. She also wears a black miniskirt. How are you doing? Ingvild. Ingvild looked at Ermid and responded. I am fine, I remember myself being kidnapped by Nyx and Issei rescuing me, but I soon fell asleep. Despite my gear awakening. Ingvild spoke the last part in surprise, she was barely awake for a few months. When she suffered the disease yet again. She was promised that she would one day wake up courtesy of Issei, and he kept his word. She was happy that he did and was eternally grateful for him. As soon someone teleported in, Ermid and Ingvild turned to see Issei. Artemis and Athena show up as they both smiled seeing on who it is. Ah, Issei, look who has woken up. Ermid spoke with happiness as Issei walked towards her and spoke. Thank you Ermid, I really owe you one. Ermid responded with a smile and spoke. Just doing my job, let me know if you need any other assistance. Issei nodded as he turned to Ingvild, he then asked. So Ingvild, how are you doing? Ingvild nodded and spoke. I feel better Issei, if it wasn't for you I would have never woken up. Or worse, you would have ended up in the factions or as my brother's sex toy. There is no way I am letting someone like you fall into his hands. Issei thought with seriousness, he made a vow to himself to protect her, since they can use her sacred gear for their own agenda and ruin her life for the sake of the factions. He was not going to let that happen. Anyways, how about you try and walk around? Issei asked, to which Ingvild nodded. As she got up and got out of the bed, she tried to walk a few steps. But she soon fell, but Issei rushed to her and exclaimed. Careful. Issei helped her breaking her fall, as she looked at him and gave a smile, she then spoke with a tone of gratitude. Thank you. Issei could feel the jealous stares of both Athena and Artemis and was internally sweating praying that he would survive this. He then helped her for a while till she was able to walk on her own. So where do you plan on making her stay? Artemis asked, to which Issei spoke. I was thinking of my place in California, she would love the beaches in that place and I have 2 empty rooms. So she can settle there and the factions wouldn't even find her there. Ingvild was confused on why the factions aren't supposed to find her here. She looked at Issei who motioned that he will explain later. Regardless, she was happy with Issei's choice. Artemis and Athena understood why Issei was going to do this. She cannot stay cooped up in the lab forever and she needs some fresh air. Although, they were jealous of her staying with Issei. Aramid, thank you for everything, I will call you if there is something needed. Aramid nodded as Athena looked at her and mentally thanked her as she understood that she may be called later on, whenever needed. Scene change. Issei's house, California Beach, US, 7 p.m. Ingvild was looking outside the window in happiness. She really enjoyed the beach view that was shown to her. She turned to Issei and spoke. This is amazing. I am glad you could like it, the only condition is that you need to stay indoors and only head outdoors when I am around, since you are unfamiliar with the locality, until you get familiar with them, you will have to maintain this condition, hope you don't mind. Ingvild shook her head and responded. No, I don't mind. I understand the situation, plus there would be someone that would capture me again, so I don't want to risk it. Issei nodded as he left Ingvild to enjoy the viewing. He soon met up with Artemis and Athena who were marveling around the house, as Artemis spoke. That's quite amazing, you certainly know how to choose your houses. Issei nodded and spoke. Yep, and we can certainly enjoy the beachside view and go on beach parties if needed. The girls nodded, wondering any bickiness that Issei is going to like. Issei turned around and looked to see Ingvild marveling on the beachside view. He walked and closed the door, setting up a small soundproof barrier so that he can also plan and Ingvild can enjoy the view uninterrupted. He looked at Athena and Artemis and asked. Can the two of you do me a favor for tomorrow? The female goddesses looked at each other and Artemis asked. What is it? Issei then spoke. Tomorrow my goal will be KUOH Academy, I will give you the devices to prevent the factions from escaping or calling anyone to help. They will disrupt teleportation spells and communication spells. Artemis, I want you to use your spell to hide those devices so that they aren't found. Will you do that? Artemis only gave a smile and spoke. Piece of cake, leave it to me. Issei nodded as he continued. Once you are done, take Athena to a place that no one can notice. Athena, this is where you will come in, I will give you something. And tomorrow, let's just say that something horrible is going to happen to the factions and Team DXD. Issei told Athena of the plan as she understood what she had to do and gave a smile. Alright, I can easily do it. Athena spoke as she continued. You really are going to shake the foundation of the supernatural world with this one, aren't you, Issei? Indeed, since my next attack is going to be. Issei speaks after a pause. KUOH Academy. KUOH Academy, KUOH, 6:30 a.m. Issei was wearing a red hoodie as he looked at the academy that caused him so much pain. He could be seen clenching his fists in anger to the point of drawing blood. He really hated the students present here. Oh, how I want to watch this place burn. Issei muttered to himself as he decided to open a can of Diet Coke which he consumed within just a few seconds. Time to get started. Issei gave a glance towards a figure who was beside him. This was none other than James Heller as he asked. Do you think this is going to work? Issei nodded and spoke. You underestimate the power of the internet, Heller. We are going to use that as a starting point to show the world that the supernatural exist and we will show them for what they really are. James shook his head and responded. Do you think this would work? Issei shook his head and spoke. Not exactly, there are many atheists and other people that would try and debunk these videos, all you need to do is make them popular enough so that they would notice. James seemed unsure of this plan as he voiced his doubts. So you're telling me that we are only going to make the videos popular? I don't know, Issei, this doesn't seem like a good idea if you ask me. Issei shook his head and responded. No, James, be patient, it takes time to turn humans against the supernatural. They still worship them as gods and other sacred beings. This will be our first step to show that the supernatural exist, but they are not exactly as the stories depict them to be, they are much worse. Worry now, James, we are only sowing the seeds, we need to give it time to bloom. James nodded, seeing that they are only setting the stage. He needed to be patient if he had to destroy those devils and fallen angel that ruined his life. He knew Issei made some valid points, people still worship them as gods and cherish them. He needed to be patient on his revenge, since he may never get it if he is impatient. However, he still has some doubts. Speaking of which, Artemis did cast a spell on you to be in stealth, didn't she? James nodded, surprised to see a goddess on their side, especially a goddess that had a reputation for hating the opposite sex. He then responded. Yes, she did. I am surprised that you were able to bring her to your side. Issei only shook his head and spoke. It's a long story, but I believe we should be focusing on our current situation. I will explain our list of allies that are working with us in the supernatural world. Issei soon turns to KUOH and speaks with a dark grin. But now, I believe it is showtime. Issei gave a glance to a hidden location and gave the signal before moving to KUOH Academy. KUOH Academy, KUOH Town, 8 a.m. The students, teachers and other staff members along with the college students were called out. They had claimed that someone had brought them out for an announcement. "Wait, why have all of us been brought here?" Riaz asked as she looked to see everyone present, including Dai, who had recovered from the wounds that Issei had given him. She was surprised to see even members of the high school part of KUOH Academy being called here. "I have no idea, Riaz, I myself am surprised." Azazel responded as a hooded figure in red hoodie approached them and spoke. "That would be me, I am the one that called you all here." Many were surprised as Mitsuda asked. "Who you are then? Interrupting classes like this?" The red hooded figure only started to laugh as Motohama responded. "What's so funny?" The figure stopped laughing as he continued. "How can you forget your friend? Motohama. The same person whom you blackmailed with Dai for." Motohama thought for a moment before becoming surprised knowing who exactly it is, and he was not the only one sweating. Mitsuda and Dai were also doing the same, knowing who exactly was underneath the hoodie. "Who is he, Dai-kun?" Asia asked, to which the hooded figure responded. "How about I show myself to you, my sweet Asia?" Asia looked at the figure and became pale by what she was hearing. There were two people that called her that, first was Dai, and second was his disgusting older brother. The hooded figure removed his hoodie revealing to KUOH Academy on who exactly he is, which shocked everyone at first. Issei had more of his older appearance intact when he was condemned to Tartarus. This was to make sure that no one would annoy him in US, since he plans on making things viral. Many were angered by his existence, especially the supernatural present. Valerie was also surprised, but her surprise soon changed to happiness. He had come for her. Issei sensed this anger amongst his former colleagues and so-called friends and smirked as he exclaimed with mad joy. "Good morning, KUOH Academy and the supernatural factions. I believe I am here for some score settling, especially with some people present. Now getting that out of the way, I believe we should begin." Issei grinned sadistically as before anyone could respond he dashed towards Mitsuda and Motohama and slammed them to each other. The first concussion dazed them as the boys could only look at Issei. Let's see how it feels to be on the receiving end of the bullying. The boys could only in fear as Issei kept slamming them, eventually causing massive bleeding. They were crying for mercy and begging for a second chance, but Issei didn't care. He was going to make an example of a certain bunch first before turning to the supernatural. He soon noticed the kendo club and unleashed a ground slam which sent them flying. They had looks of fear as he grabbed the kendo captain Murayama and unleashed a dragon shot that completely evaporated her. He soon noticed Caddis and aimed a brutal elbow kick which gave a concussion on her head. She was sent flying as Issei started to run after her and slam her in the stomach which sent her flying to the ground with a thud. She was crying in pain due to the blows. She was bleeding from several locations and was terrified of what Issei plans on doing. He quickly looked at the rest and dashed away and deal with the rest as he unleashed a series of blows onto them, making them scream in pain as they soon fell down like flies, critically injured. Issei then spoke mockingly. "HMPH. How weak." Issei was about to move to the next person, but a magic blast of destruction stops him. He turned his attention to Riaz who had attacked him as she announced. "Stop right there." Azazel growled in response, doubling down on it. "You have some nerve of coming here and attacking the students, you bastard." Azazel shouted in anger as Issei only laughed in response. You have seen nothing, allow me to show you what I plan on doing. Let me tell you, this is just the beginning. Do it." Issei shouted the last part as suddenly the dimensions changed around KUOH Academy, which shocked everyone present. The supernatural present were pale on what Issei intends to do as Yunshiro responded. "What is going on?" Before anyone could explain, Issei spoke up. "Well, my old friend, I thought of something really interesting. I wondered how would it be if none of you are able to contact your allies or go home for today. After all, the show is just getting started." Issei spoke as Sona, Azazel, Riaz and many others were secretly using magic circles to contact or teleport, but it failed. It was like a barrier that prevented them from escaping. They looked at Issei with anger as Sona shouted. "Let us go, you bastard." Issei only shook his head and spoke. "Oh, I don't think so, where is the fun in that, Citri devil?" Sona was giving a murderess to Issei as Riaz shouted in response, being the spoiled brat that she is. "Open the barriers this instant." Issei only raised his tongue in response. "No way." Many were having angered looks at the sheer disrespect, especially Riaz. Issei soon scanned his enemies and decided to engage his first victim. Many were expecting them to go after Dai as the girls got into a formation to protect Dai, which earned a scowl from Issei, but also Valerie, the latter shaking her head in disappointment. He blitzed forward and went after Gasper. Much to everyone's shock, he knew that Gasper's sacred gear can completely immobilize him, so to not give him any time to react. He immediately grabbed the damper by slammed him to his knee, which caused him to cough up, but he did not stop, he kept slamming him over and over again. Diahaha. Gasper screamed in agony from the blow. Issei looked at the damper, he remembered him being horribly influenced by his so-called brother, whom he despised more than anyone else. He remembered his words to him. Flashback. Issei was coming back from the store, he had brought in Gasper's favorite game, remembering he was a fan of the Tekken series. He soon encountered Gasper and called out to him. Gasper? Gasper turned around and suddenly became saddened as he spoke nervously. What do you want? Issei. Issei brought out a game as he showed to him. Gasper only responded. I already have this game. Issei became surprised by this as he looked at the copy of the same game. He then spoke. Dai Nai has already brought this for me. But Issei tried to respond, but Riaz and Dai came inside and spoke. Of course you would try and take Dai-kun's idea and take it as yours. Riaz spoke with anger and disgust in her tone as Dai responded. Brother, you know full well that you shouldn't have taken my idea and gave something different. Issei was speechless, he tried to explain, but Gasper had spoken showing on who he really would believe. Sorry Issei, but you should have really chosen a different game. Gasper gently kept the game down. Dai spoke something in Gasper's ear, who nodded as he kicked the game to the ground and destroyed it, while Issei could only watch in horror. The duo left, as Dai could shake his head in amusement, looking at his pathetic older brother. Gasper was quite easy to turn against him. He walked away as Issei could only look at his game with sadness. It took him his entire savings to buy, and he had to remain hungry for a few days, only having what meals that were cooked for him by his so-called mother, which was barely anything. Flashback ends. Issei looked at Gasper with hatred as he tried to open his eyes with tears falling from them due to pain. He used his sacred gear, only for Issei to scratch his eyes, causing him to scream in pain while crying. The others tried to dash towards him to rescue them, only for Issei to throw a flash grenade, which illuminated the path. Valerie noticed this and teleported away from the area of effect to a safe location. The grenade was that of holy magic, which made many of the devils scream in agony as the holy light seeped into their body. Gasper himself was in pain, as when the illumination died down, Issei grabbed Gasper by the neck and spoke. You discarded and destroyed my gift, the same thing that took me days of starvation to get, you are going to regret ever being born, you pathetic half-breed. Gasper could be heard crying. Issei soon started trashing him around, landing several blows to his gut, head and legs. Those that weren't affected by the holy light's properties were watching Issei beat up Gasper over and over again. Azazel, Penemu and Irina tried to save him, but they had to help the others affected by the holy light. Many of the devils were injured, as Azazel noticed Valerie was absent, wondering where she went. Issei dropped Gasper. Once he was done trashing the damper, he spoke to his ear. So Gasper, how does it feel for Valerie to hate you? Gasper's body twitched his body, the blind and beaten up damper couldn't even do anything but cry. He realized Valerie rejecting him was Issei's doing. He threw the damper as he landed a kick, sending him flying to a tree, knocking him out cold. That actually felt good. I can see why performing vengeance can be really therapeutic. Anyone that says it doesn't is an idiot. Issei spoke as he turned to his next victim. He acted on the Citri peerage and wanted to deal with them. He knew some quick kicks and blows would be enough. But first, the next phase of his master plan. He soon brought out another grenade as many started to cover their eyes, realizing that it is a holy grenade. However, it was far from it, as upon detonating, a special mist was released into the air, which forcefully brought out many of the traits of the supernatural, much to the shock and horror of everyone present. Issei quickly popped a pill as he watched the chaos unfold, with one of them spoke. Riaz Wani-sama, what are those? Riaz looked around and turned to her back and saw her devil wings its full glory. She became pale upon this and tried to put it back, but was unable to do so. However, she was not the only one. Most of the Citri and Gremory devils had their devil wings out. They were all desperately trying to put it back, but were unable to do so. Even Azazel and Penemu had their fallen angel wings out, Irina had her angel wings out, Elmenhold and Milika had her vampiric traits in her full display, Loop's werewolf fur with his devil traits, and Kunu had her 9 fox tails out in the display. Benia was absent, as she no longer was a student of KUOH Academy. And no, this is just cosplay. Riaz tried to downplay the situation, as the others seemed to agree in the supernatural. The students didn't believe this to be true, since the teachers also seemed to be in this category, including Roswis, Azazel and Penemu. Issei only responded mockingly. Really Gremory? Is that the best excuse you can come up with? Riaz and the others glared at Issei, as Azazel shouted. What the hell? What have you done? Issei only shook his head and responded. Me? I exposed your true self. The grenade that I released was not an ordinary one, it had a special chemical compound which relaxes the muscles near your wings or any supernatural part in the open. Since you contract your muscles to hide your supernatural part, this forces the opposite to happen. I believe you know what this means, right? Azazel and the others became horrified as he shouted. Everyone, cover your noses. Issei only shook his head and spoke. Sorry Crow, it is too late for doing anything. Well, you presumed the grenade to be that of holy light, the compound is in your body system, there is nothing you can do about it. Issei cackled in response, as many wanted to beat up Issei for exposing them, while those not from the supernatural backed away in fear, they did not want them near them, due to not knowing what they are. What are you going to gain from doing this? Sona exclaimed with anger, as Issei spoke. Well, I thought it would be interesting to gain some payback, since you tormented me and ruined my life. It is my turn to do the same. As you can see, your own friends and colleagues no longer trust you and fear you, Sona Citri. Sona widened her eyes and looked at the students who were either nervous or fearful of them. Sona Kaichu, is this true? One of the students asked, as she continued. Are you all devils? And Azazel sensei, you are a fallen angel, like from the Bible. Azazel couldn't respond looking at the Christian student that had responded to the question. Issei then spoke. Indeed, they all are like the devils and fallen angels, and would you look at that we even have werewolves, vampires, nine-tailed foxes and other beings. Take a look. The students were looking at the supernatural group who couldn't even meet the gazes of the students, they were cursing Issei internally for exposing their identities and ruining their lives. But I am far from done, let me tell you why the devils are here in your school. Issei spoke, as many looked in curiosity from the human world. While, Riaz and Sona knew exactly where this conversation was going to go and were afraid. He already turned the population from KUOH Academy against them, and it was only going to get worse. Azazel and the other staff were glaring at Issei knowing what he plans on doing, as Issei continued. You see, some of the students that joined the student council and the occult research club, didn't anyone find it funny that their joining was awfully weird, especially the student council, since members can only be invited by voting. Well, Orc is invite only, has it not occurred to any of you? Azazel acted quickly, as he had to silence Issei before any more damage could be done to their reputation in the human world. He dashed forward with his spears and was ready to knock him out, but Issei acted quickly. He leaped in the air and quickly entered into his balance breaker. Much of the onlookers were looking at Issei with shock as he gracefully dodged Azazel's spear thrusts, as he used his hands to block them. His prototype physiology allowed him to become much more powerful than he already was. He was able to dodge and block spears with his bare hands, without letting them harm his hands. Issei soon leaped in the air and fired 2 dragon shots, which Azazel blocked and leaped in the air. He knew that he couldn't use his downfall dragon spear since that was with Asia, but before he could do anything, Issei grabbed his hands quickly and used enough force to make Azazel open his hands, forcing his spears out of his hands as they dropped to the ground. Drake, apply more force in my hands. Drake understood and the gear announced. Boost. 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 Transfer. Azazel tried to kick him, but Issei kept dodging his kicks by moving to the side. He seemed to be dancing around the battlefield as he soon applied pressure to his hands and increased the strength. He started to crush the former Governor General's hands and then… Snap. Aya. Azazel shouted in pain. Issei smirked seeing his pain, but he was far from done. He wanted to make him an example of him for trying to steal his mates. He was going to make sure he does not even think about stealing his mates if he wants to live and not suffer. Azazel, I heard that you tried to forcefully engage Dai with Valerie, right? Azazel looked at Issei as he continued. He could sense the anger in his eyes. He was about to speak when suddenly he was being bounded. The attacker was revealed to be Saji, which causes him to drop Azazel. Issei glared at Saji, who was smirking with enjoyment. Issei struggled to escape as he could sense his powers being drained. Now Penemu? Azazel shouted as Penemu and Roswis gave a glance to each other as she exclaimed. Roswis? Roswis responded. Roger that. The two unleashed a powerful sacred gear seal that would completely seal him in a prison. This was based on Roswis's seal for Trahixa, which she had written a report on. Issei kept gritted his teeth in pain since it was affecting his sacred gear as well. Many sighed in relief from the sense this would seal Issei away for a while. Oof. Good riddance. Azazel spoke, his hands are close to gone, as he could see his mechanical hand was broken. He knew this would take a chore to repair. Good thing is that we don't have to locate him, he came to us, like the moron he is supposed to be. Akeno spoke with delight, she was definitely going to torture him for the information that he had kept from the factions. She was going to have fun with him. That's fine, we will get what we owe from him, his sacred gear will go back to Dai, who rightfully owns it. We will make sure of that. Azazel declared as Penemu responded. Yes, Daikun deserves the boosted gear, the power of the sacred gear always belonged to the factions. No more, no less. He can only protect everyone. Penemu declared, however little does she know that it was turning the KUOH students even more worried, since they could see that the supernatural only sees them as pawns for their own agendas. They feared the fact that if they had sacred gears or not, since they could be used as pawns. But first, we need to erase their memories, we can't let them know about us. Ross was suggested as they all agreed to this. The students only backed away with some running away with fear. No, stay away from us. You're all monsters. We don't want to lose our memories. The supernatural were horrified on viewing this. Many wanted to make Issei suffer for what he had done. This would have never happened, since many are now misunderstanding them, they are hiding from them for their sake. Valerie was only watching the scene with anger. She was starting to see Issei's point of view and saw how the factions only saw them as pawns. She wanted to help but someone came next to her. Soon enough, Artemis came from outside the view. She was now wearing a white shirt and a jeans. She was carrying a black bag. Artemis gave a smile, surprised to see her return. She then spoke. I know you want to help, but be patient. Valerie was surprised as she asked. But Issei. Do you really believe that seal is going to stop him? That seal is far weaker than the one that Issei used to seal Trihiksa. Be patient, he is only getting started. Artemis spoke with a smirk as she and Valerie watched the seal starting to stagger. Artemis only looked at her and continued. I told you so. He wants to put them in their places, plus everything is being recorded. That is why Issei has his appearance different as opposed to his current appearance. Artemis was waiting for this for a very long time. It's a shame that no one from the Greek pantheon was here, but she would enjoy this for a while. Valerie was surprised by this as Artemis pointed to a tree where a camera was set up. Valerie had an idea on what Issei plans on doing. He was definitely going to enjoy this. Back with the supernatural, they were trying to calm the fleeing students by activating a powerful memory wipe spell that would erase all of their current memories. However, all of a sudden, the seal was starting to glow. What the hell? This is impossible, the seal is strong enough to seal Trihiksa. Penemu shouted as she noticed what was happening. Roswis was also horrified along with the others as suddenly the seal exploded in a glow of green light. Everyone covered their eyes in what they were noticing. THS seal was gone, with Issei's figure being shown, who was in a way different armor. His armor was much larger and had two swords with it. He was radiating a very powerful aura, which even made Artemis on the edge, seeing on how strong Issei has become. His armor was a mixture of red and black, with the latter being more prevalent. There were several gem cores on his body, which were pinkish red in color. Dark matter god. The aura was immense, as it immediately made some of the weaker-willed students pass out with the aura. Azazel and many others are on the edge, with many becoming fearful since the seal was next to unbreakable, with it being used on Trihiksa and working. Little do they know that Ai's working on the seal was weaker than Issei's, since his magic was not compactable in it. Supernatural factions. Drake declared from his gems as he continued. You have made my host really angry by your words and actions, and he has reached his breaking point, and now you all will suffer for trying to take his friends and mates away from him. Many were starting to become terrified at this point, especially the supernatural pantheons. Issei acted quickly, not saying anything, removed his sword. He turned his attention to Azazel as he grabbed him and took him in the air. He was grabbing the struggling fallen angel by the throat. He knew that Saji would try to use his abilities to stop Issei. He could see him entering into his balance breaker. Oh no you don't. Issei declared as he soon generated several missile launchers towards him as he shouted. Arc bombardment. Issei unleashed a barrage of black dragon shots aimed at Jinshiro, who screamed in pain as he took the entire bombardment towards him. Jinshiro was on the ground, crying in pain. His clothes were in tatters and he was bleeding, battered and bruised, and he was unable to wake up. Asia rushed to him to heal him, but his wounds were taking time to heal. The others knew that Issei would just rain bombardments upon them if needed, and they wouldn't even have time to defend themselves. Issei knew this would take time, as he soon turned to the struggling Fallen who barely could even move his hands, he could only flail helplessly. Now where was I? Yeah, you tried to take Valerie and make her engage to die, right? You damned pathetic crow. Azazel was fearful and helpless, he was like a prey to his anger. Issei remembered on how he refused and rejected to make a sword for him just to defend himself, and he was doing everything in his power to ruin him. That was not something he was going to let slide. Let me tell you one thing, Valerie Lucifer is my mate, not Ai's. But you didn't stop there, did you? You even went after Rind, didn't you? You bastard, even she was mine. Azazel spoke while struggling to get some air. What do you mean by Rind? Who even is she? Azazel didn't retort on the first part since he was afraid of what Issei will do to him if he said that Valerie belonged to die. Issei only spoke with anger. The woman you have been trying to flirt with, remember? Azazel became wide-eyed, he never knew that the woman belonged to Issei. He soon brought out his sword with his free hand and spoke with an evil grin underneath his helmet. This will make sure you never try and flirt any of my women or try and take them away from me. You will earn the price of trying to take a dragon's mate. Issei brought out his sword to Azazel's privates who could only look in terror and fear. No, please Issei, I promise you that I will never go after them. Azazel exclaimed with fear, begging for mercy, but Issei was not having any of it. He raised his sword and slice. Azazel made a blood-curdling scream, filled with agony and pain. Issei had chopped off his dick and balls as it was covered in the cloth that was his pants. He soon flicked his sword as his privates fell to the ground. Many cringed seeing this, especially the male population that held their privates in fear seeing what Issei had done to his former mentor. Issei looked at Azazel, who was crying tears of agony. He only came closer and spoke. Consider this, your punishment. Goodbye Azazel. Issei threw Azazel to the ground who was weeping helplessly. Issei soon descended to the ground and brought out his second sword which he put away. He soon looked at his prey as he tried to approach Azazel and kicked him to Asia. He knew that blood loss would kill him and that was mercy for the crow, something he did not want to happen. Azazel's death will be done by Rind and she will be the one to kill him. Might as well heal him. Don't want your sensei to die, right? Asia nodded and rushed to him to heal him up, abandoning Saji who still needed some treatment. He couldn't even fight at full efficiency. Many were on guard on what Issei was going to do next. Well, since I was rudely interrupted by Azazel right there, I was going to explain on why the devils and other supernatural factions are even here. Issei explained as Penemu wanted to stop him, but Issei had his barrage shots ready and even cannons if needed. They had to stay unless they were going to get injured and think of a different way to deal with him. It's because they wanted to recruit you all for their own purposes and wars. Take a look at the student council, they are all former humans that have sold their humanity to these supernatural factions. They all have human relatives, yet they all sold themselves to make the supernatural stronger. Issei declared as they all looked at the devils that were present. Riaz and Sona couldn't make eye contact as one of the students asked. Is this true? Sona Wani-sama, Riaz Wani-sama. They couldn't respond. The reincarnated devils also remained silent as Issei spoke. See, they don't deny it. They only want you humans to strengthen themselves. They don't care about you, you saw it yourself, didn't you? When they wanted to erase their memories. The students and other faculty couldn't deny it, they wanted to stay away from the supernatural. However, Issei didn't care on what they thought. These humans were lost causes since they listened to the supernatural and would have joined with them. Plus, KUOH Academy was on his list of targets. Since many of them had connections and friendships with the supernatural or divine pantheons to be precise. Now then, let's continue with the show, shall we? Issei dashed forward in a streak of black and red light and turned to Penemu as he spoke. Penemu, or should I say Benemune? Penemu flinched upon hearing her real name. It was someone that had called her before she dated Daihaidu. This was the original name given to her by the biblical god. I heard quite the interesting story. Heard you were betrayed by the man who bragged that he did the deed with an angel. In response, you killed that man in an alleyway, whose only mistake was to brag to his friends. Penemu gritted her teeth and threw a spear at Issei, who only sliced it half, as he continued. However, you started to fall, since you committed the sin of wrath. God decided to curse you for your sins and made you into a fallen angel, which is when you shed your name to Penemu from Benemune, isn't that right? Penemu finally snapped as she shouted. You bastard. Penemu shouted with anger, as she unleashed a barrage of light spears which Issei kept slicing apart with his twin swords, as Penemu kept unleashing several light spears at him, who only kept on slicing them. Eventually Penemu ran out of light spears. Issei saw this opportunity and blitzed towards her, releasing a streak of red and black light. He soon closed the gap between the two as Penemu tried to use another light spear, but Issei was quicker as he stabbed her in the stomach, making her cough up. She dropped the spear as she spoke with terror, losing her anger. How? If you haven't figured it out, then you are a bigger idiot than I thought. Then again, I shouldn't expect much from someone that was fooled by my idiot of a brother. Penemu coughed up even more when Issei inserted the sword inside her gut. He remembered that she didn't bother talking much to Issei due to what Dai had spoken about him. He soon noticed Penemu's free hand ready to stab him with a spear which she created with all of her strength. However, Issei was quick and with a quick slice. Slash. Penemu's hand came off as she screamed in pain when it was registered in her brain. Aya. Penemu looked at her dismembered hand as she looked at Issei. In her eyes he was nothing short of a monster that was ready for some revenge. She was terrified and fearful of him, sweating on what he plans to do next. She looked to see Issei raising his sword to destroy her other hand, but he leaped to avoid a magical barrage courtesy of Roswas. He knew that he had to defeat her quickly. Issei lost his swords and dashed forward as he kept dodging Roswas's attacks, who was struggling to keep Issei at a distance. Once Issei was closer, Issei only responded by giving a brutal punch that sent her flying, destroying several trees. Roswas crashed even across some rooms, knocking her out cold. Issei looked at her and spoke. Even though you betrayed me, Gondal didn't want to see you suffer. However, Issei closed the gap towards Kaneko, who acted immediately by punching him, but her attack was blocked by Issei, who continued. For you, Kaneko-chan, Kuroka gave me the permission to deal with you as I see fit. She is really disappointed in you. Kaneko tried to struggle to get her hand free as she spoke with horror. How can a damned perverted disgrace become this strong? Issei only looked at her coldly and started to crush her hand, making her grit her teeth in pain before crying in pain. He soon grabbed her by the leg and kept ragdolling her to the ground, slamming her with every blow. She was getting brutally beaten by each and every slam to the ground, her clothes were tattered, and she was bleeding from her head to her limbs and toes, even her breasts were seen. Kaneko was weeping in pain, looking at her former victim with total fear and terror. Issei looked at her expression and smirked, enjoying them suffering. Issei could sense another magic presence being aimed at him. He turned to see the Citri peerage, including Sona minus Yanshiro Saji being the ones that attacked him. Bright colors of magic circles were seen opposing to the side of the Issei. It stirred up the air in the battlefield, and dust was swirling due to the immense magnitude of the magic power from the combined effort of the Citri peerage excluding Yanshiro Saji. In the meantime, Ria's and what remains of her peerage along with Dai's peerage were healing the fallen allies. Beads of sweat can be seen in their foreheads due to using healing magic, which takes a lot of mana. However, they couldn't get to Kaneko to safety and could only hope that Issei would release Kaneko after the attack. Take this, you monster. Sona shouted as Issei looked to see several elemental magical blasts aimed at them. He only closed his eyes and generated 2 turrets from the behind. He then fired a blast of reddish-black energy as the boosted gear announced. Boost X20. Issei could feel the immense strain of the power that he had accumulated inside of his body. He soon fired the blast of concentrated reddish-black energy towards the attacking elemental blasts as a clash of magic was triggered, unleashing a blast of aura that pushed everyone behind. The Citri peerage minus Yanshiro were pushing their limits, some almost staggering due to the sheer magnitude of the attack. Come on, keep pushing, we cannot let our comrades suffer by this monster's hands. Sona announced as the girls kept on pushing forward. They even used their sacred gears to protect themselves, with Tsubaki and Momo using the gears to protect their peerage in case their attacks were unable to take down Issei. Issei only decided to push even further, his anger and hatred boiling his own sense of willpower and determination. He wanted these girls to suffer for the amount of injustices that he had to go through. He remembered on how these girls wanted him out of school, so they would punish him harshly for even the smallest of crimes. He wanted them to suffer every minute. He also wanted them to suffer for what they did to Benia. The poor girl was kicked out for defending Issei from Sona's peerage after when she saw the truth about Haidu and supported Issei, despite her peerage for being against him. He felt guilt and anger for what happened to the girl, since her upbeat and outgoing nature was replaced by sadness. Eventually, she was helped by Issei along with his friends, and she decided to live with her father Orcus later on and live her life peacefully. She was not interested in revenge and wanted to live her life in peace in Hades' realm. He made a battle cry which reverberated across every field, which pushed the beam of elemental magic, courtesy of the Citri peerage, back. This caused the girls to start losing their strength, as Sona and Tsubaki could only see in horror, but before they could react, the beam struck them down, causing a massive explosion that shattered even their barriers, like it was nothing but glass. The explosion caused a massive dust storm as from out of it, several bodies were sent flying. These were the bodies of the Citri peerage, all of whom were having burnt up bodies and tattered clothes, some were even bleeding, including Sona and Tsubaki. Riaz, who was watching this, shouted with horror. Sona. All the girls had cries of pain in their eyes. Issei lost his cannons and flew towards 2 people in particular, Sona and Tsubaki. He was not done with them yet. He grabbed Tsubaki by the hair and spoke softly. So Tsubaki, I have heard that you have been visiting my brother recently. Tsubaki looked at him in fear and terror, tears streaming down from his eyes as he continued. You really are a disgrace to your clan, Tsubaki. I am glad they disowned your pathetic ass. Issei spoke, making the heterochromatic girl tear up even more. He soon stabbed her in the stomach, causing her to cough up blood as she soon started to lose her consciousness and fall to the ground. He soon turned his attention to Sona and slammed her to the ground. She tried to get up but couldn't due to the strength. Issei then crouched to her and spoke. So Sona, how does it feel to be on the receiving end of a punishment? Issei started crushing her skull as she started to cry in pain. Issei enjoyed tormenting the former student council president. Many of her council were internally begging for Issei to spare her, as he could see the despair-filled expressions of the people present. Tears were falling from her eyes, as he knew that the others were getting healed, so he couldn't have fun with her. He quickly kick-stomped her, which made her too into the ground. She soon was passed out cold from the blows and concussions. Issei soon turned his attention to the next person in line. Artemis and Valerie were watching everything unfold. They knew Issei detested the people in front of him to a very high extent. "So Valerie, what do you think?" Artemis asked. She looked at Valerie, who was surprised by how well planned and thought out the attack was. He lured them out, using a small magic spell, thinking that he was an important school official, and he proceeded to beat every single supernatural that had looked down or tormented him. It is amazing, he thought this through. He took advantage of their anger, hatred and pride, and turned it into fear. Valerie spoke with amazement. She really enjoyed Azazel getting castrated and hoped her mother also viewed this. She basked in the pain of all those that looked down on Issei and tormented them. "Indeed, although I am excited for what is going to happen to Zeus, only he remains." Artemis spoke with slight anger. She wondered what Issei plans for Zeus and the rest of the Olympians, since she knew that she would have been engaged to die at all costs. Athena was watching from the camera. She was wearing a sleeveless purple dress and white slacks. She also wore purple earrings. Her job was to handle the camera and find the perfect angle to record everything in the battlefield, and Issei knew that she would handle it well. Athena noted the angle of the camera and she was able to record everything perfectly. James Heller, who was near her, asked, "Do you think this would turn humanity against the supernatural?" Athena looked at him and responded, "No Heller, it wouldn't. But it would certainly cause the supernatural to be exposed out in the open. All you need to do is make sure this video becomes the most trending video on the internet. Upload it to all platforms and use bot views to make sure it becomes popular, and once the algorithm picks up on this video, it will be everywhere." Issei knows full well that humanity's faith in these supernatural beings and those that don't believe in their existence will be present. It is too strong. James could only look down, clenching his fists in anger, knowing the goddess of wisdom is correct. Even Issei knows this to be true, and they had to play their cards very carefully. But it is not unbreakable, Heller. Faith can be broken, sure it will be devastating, but it will be more better if humanity knows the truth of their gods. They will turn on the very same people that used them for their own goals, in the name of protection. We need to only start the first seeds of doubt and distrust. Many will want to deny the truth, but eventually they will see the truth and turn against their gods. Athena soon narrows her gaze and speaks with total seriousness. After that, a war is going to begin, a war that will change everything. Not only in the human world but also in the supernatural world. Are you ready for this change, James Heller? James flinched upon hearing this. He could feel the gaze of the goddess of wisdom drilling into his very soul. A gulp of nervousness could be heard as a lump of bile was swallowed by the general of the American army. Taking a deep breath, James Heller responded, "I am ready. I have lost my family to the supernatural fallen angels and devils who wanted to bring my son to the devils. I tried to get justice, but what can a simple human being do against devils who are stated to be stronger than mere humans?" James spoke the last part with sadness as Athena spoke. "This means you underestimate yourself, Heller." James looked at the goddess with surprise as she continued. "If you really believe that, then you have already lost. Just because you are human doesn't mean you are weak. I have encountered several cases where a human had defeated a supernatural being. Even without a sacred gear or any magic. All you need to do is have the needed willpower, and that's it. You humans can achieve the impossible." James looked at Athena with a surprised tone, leaving him speechless. Athena went back on recording the whole video needed. James only watched what she was doing before turning to the battlefield where the fight continued. Back with Issei, he was surrounded by several bats, as he knew these were courtesy of Elmenhold and Milica, as they started to bite onto Issei's armor, intending to drain blood from his body so that he could be knocked out, but were unable to do anything. Damn him and his armor. Elmenhold cursed from her multiple bats, almost akin to a hive mind, as Issei sliced apart. However, it felt like he was slashing in the air as Milica taunted him. "You will never try and harm us with those swords, you pathetic human." Issei couldn't help but internally smirked as Elmenhold doubled down. "We will break through your armor and suck your blood dry. We will convert you into a low-class vampire or a zombie and make you suffer for what you did to our friends." Issei only growled in response. He is going to really this. He activated a barrier that would isolate and bring all the bats in one location along with Issei. He then took a deep breath and fired some flames that incinerated all the bats, causing the two vampires to scream in pain. Many could only turn their gazes away by how Issei was torturing the two vampires, who could only be burned, as they tried to use magic circles to escape, but Issei only increased the intensity of the flames, as their screams became louder due to the sheer agony they were feeling. Soon the barrier was released, showing an unaffected Issei and Unloved and Milika, whose bodies were charred brown due to the flames, their clothing was gone to their flames, and they were crying in pain. Issei walked to Unloved, remembering more of her words, and started to stomp on her ribsage, making her cough up blood. You thought of turning me into a zombie or a vampire, you thought of my fate without even beating me, how amusing. Issei stomped Unloved's ribsage again, making her cough up blood. Many were crying seeing Unloved suffer, especially Milika, who spoke with despair and horror. "LL lady," Unloved. She was barely able to make her words due to her burns and immense wounds. She watched as Issei kept stomping on her chest as she coughed out blood every time. Stomp. 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 Now Unloved, how does it feel to be on the receiving end of the torment and insults? Unloved could only respond by crying, as she soon passed out by constant stomping. Issei scoffed, seeing on how pathetic the vampires really are. He soon turned his attention to KUOH next. She had flames ready to defend herself, but knew it wouldn't stop him. She hated her uncle figure and wanted to make him suffer at first, but now she was on the receiving end of the harassment. Issei remembered on how he was treated when he had rescued her mother from the hero faction. Flashback. Issei had just rescued Yusaka from KUOH, who had a brutal eye injury. Once this is all over, as he cursed Issei before he left. "Hi do Issei, remember this, our next battle will be legendary, you better be prepared." KUOH had teleported away with the rest of his hero faction. Yusaka, the fox girl, was unconscious. Issei soon acted quickly and placed his hand on her chest, transferring some of his life energy into her body. Since his body was mostly human, long before his death by the hands of Daiharu, he knew that she will be fine without any severe changes. However, just as she was about to wake up, Dai came alongside KUOH with the second-year students, which comprised of Rei, Asia, Irina, Zenobia and their teachers Roswis and Azazel. "Hey, get away from her, you damn disgrace." Azazel shouted as Issei couldn't let go yet, his transference was not done yet, anything would severe the disruption and could lead to her death. Which he knew that these idiots are going to blame on him. "I can't. This will kill her," Azazel shouted in response. "Let go of her." Azazel yanked Issei off, which severed the connection, as Roswis came and restrained him before he could say something reckless. She then spoke. "You stay here." All the while Dai was smirking, seeing that he had turned even KUOH against him. The girls were glaring angrily at him. Yusaka soon had woken up and spoke. "What happened?" KUOH spoke something that would completely shock the boy, thus starting to turn him against the Yokai Queen and faction in general. "Mother, it was Dai Nai that saved you from the hero faction. He was the one that defeated KUOH, while Issei over her only wanted to take credit for rescuing you. Dai Nai even stated that he is only interested in your voluptuous body, he is nothing but a creep and a rotten bastard." Issei was shocked and horrified. Dai's influence on her made Issei really disgusted by the fact that he would have gone this far. Just to go after a woman was basically akin to a single mother or worse widow, whom he theorized on why she was having no husband, which was either her mate left her, or he ended up dying. Yusaka, who heard this, was beyond livid, who walked to the Issei, who was already in a daze, and slap. Issei was slapped real hard on the face. There was a red slap mark on his left cheek. Yusaka's words were the thing that put the final nail in the coffin. "You are just like my former husband, nothing but a disgusting man. You should be ashamed of yourself taking credit of your loving and caring brother. You are a disgrace to everyone around, you should go to Yomi for your actions. You are nothing but a rotten plague of this planet." Issei couldn't meet her gaze, as a tear fell from his face. Yusaka soon shouted again. "Show yourself again. And I will make sure you are burned alive. Do everyone a favor and don't show your face to us." Issei couldn't say anything and just cry. He was regretting throwing himself to save this fox widow, risking his life to make sure she remains alive. I walked close to him and muttered with happiness. "Thank you for giving me to her brother." The group left Issei as the shackles were broken. Issei could only blame himself for actually helping them again. He refused to ever help these ungrateful people, leaving them to their own fates. Flashback ends. He took a glance at Roswis, who was knocked out cold, her nose was broken, and her armor and clothes were in tatters. If it wasn't for Gonda literally throwing herself to Issei and apologizing for what her granddaughter did, he would have done something far worse. Unlike Kuroka, who was considering to disown her sister for her actions. He turned to KUOH, the child who was badly influenced by his so-called brother. He wanted to make her pay for what she had done. However, suddenly a show he watched came into his mind and he had a very sinister idea. "Well KUOH, let's have some uncle-niece bonding." Issei spoke with a mocking tone, as KUOH couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger, Her tails were swirling with her fury, with foxfire was getting formed in her hands. "You're no uncle of mine," KUOH shouted with fury as Issei spoke while feigning sadness. "Aw, you aren't going to acknowledge me as your uncle. Now that's hurtful, KUOH-chan." KUOH in response threw the foxfire, which barely did anything to Issei. Issei was about to dash forward, but someone asked a question from the audience. "Is Dai going to marry KUOH's mother?" A groan could be heard from Issei and spoke. "Yes, Captain Obvious, he is going after older women too, who don't have husbands as well, let that sink in, he is nothing but a flirty playboy." Issei spoke mockingly, as Dai could only get angry and look at him helplessly. He couldn't say a word or do anything, since Issei was only going to go after him if he tried provoking him. Several of the students either had looks of envy or little disgust, since some presumed that it was not appropriate to go after such older women. KUOH and the girls that loved him only glared at Issei with a murderous look. They wanted to torment Issei, but they were helpless and powerless against him. Issei turned to see Azazel close to getting fully healed courtesy of Asia and Ravel. He knew that he had to eliminate her before she ends up healing someone that would have been a problem. "So KUOH, tell me something." Issei dashed forward as KUOH lost her murderous look and backed away with fear as he asked, "Have you watched the show Invincible?" "And no." KUOH answered in fear as Issei shook his head and spoke. "Well, let me show you what happens in that show." Issei tackled KUOH and lifted her in the air and started to choke her, who started to struggle. Using his sword, he immediately chopped off some of her tails, causing the girl to make a blood-curdling scream as tears were falling from her eyes. He then threw her to the ground. The speed was fast enough to feel a shooting star fell on it as upon impact. Thud. KUOH was on the ground groaning in pain, but Issei was far from done. He soon sat on his knees on top of KUOH and started to punch the girl in her face. Every blow causing a shockwave. Bam. KUOH's face started to bleed from the blow as she cried. Issei then spoke. "You know, if you did die from that attack, I wonder how your mommy would react." Bam. Bam. "She would weep on your demise and try to hunt me down for what I did." Bam. Bam. "But eventually you are forgotten thanks to my brother pumping enough semen into her stomach." Issei spoke mockingly after landing 2 more punches. KUOH's teeth fell off from the blows. Bam. Bam. Issei landed 2 more blows, causing her face to start getting swollen. "After all, what 17 more years, your mother can always start again, she makes another kid." Bam. 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 Issei landed 4 blows, breaking even more of her teeth. KUOH can barely speak at this point and was crying. Issei then spoke. "You get replaced by a run courtesy of my brother." Bam. 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 Issei landed 8 more blows, causing her face to burst into pieces, blood, guts, and teeth flying out. Once he was done, Issei's breath was higher than usual, and he looked at his handiwork. KUOH's face was completely ruined and horribly disfigured. Her face was swollen, almost covering one of her eye. Her teeth was broken, with her jaws showing several missing teeth. She was bleeding from her face completely and was crying from the immense pain and words that Issei spoke to her. He got up and quickly turned to Asia and Ravel, as he first decided to deal with the ones they were healing, that being Jinshiro and Azazel, as his hand suddenly summoned a sniper rifle powered with magic as he exclaimed. "Dark Matter Strike." Issei unleashed 2 powerful energy blasts faster than the speed of a bullet that pierced the abdomen, causing a football-sized hole in their bodies. Jinshiro coughed up, along with Azazel, as they both fell to the ground, fighting for their lives. Azazel-sensei, Saji. The ones that were standing screamed in horror as Issei dashed forward and attacked Jinshiro as he spoke. "You don't deserve Vitra." Issei used a device to forcefully take away all of Vitra's sacred gears, while Jinshiro can only watch helplessly. He planned on giving it to someone from his organization. Vitra wanted to speak, but Drake informed him telepathically that they can discuss later. However, the poison dragon was grateful for being released from the host. Good riddance. Issei watched as Jinshiro was starting to bleed to death. Issei looked at Ravel, who was healing Jinshiro up. She backed away with fear while speaking. "And no, stay away from Emmy." Issei dashed forward and punched Ravel in the gut, making her cough up. He then spoke. "You may regeneration Ravel, and despite its restrictions such as mental trauma. But you can still feel pain." Issei soon kept punching her over and over again, causing her to cough up at every blow. She was terrified on what Issei plans on doing. Issei, on the other hand, was enjoying what he was witnessing. "You, Phoenix Clan, may be one of the world's best punching bag." Issei kept socking her over and over again, as Ravel could only take the blows, unable to do much. Her regeneration only healing her up at every blow. Ravel was barely standing, as Issei followed it up with an uppercut which sent her flying. He soon gathered holy magic in his legs and kicked Ravel in the chest so hard that she coughed up blood. She was sent flying several tries and landed in a location next to Roswas, knocking her out cold. He turned his attention to Asia, who was trying to heal whoever she can. He knew Fafnir would cause complications, so he has a sealing spell ready for him. He came prepared for everyone present in the school and studied their moves, knowing their weaknesses and exploiting it to the very end. Asia was ready to sprint, however Issei grabbed her and threw her onto a tree. He used enough force to not break the tree. He then brought out 3 nails dipped in holy water and crucified her hands and left leg, causing her to screech in pain. Issei threw the 4th one, completely crucifying the nun. He knew that Fafnir would come out soon enough, as the gem inside the downfall dragon spear that Azazel gave to Asia almost a year back had started to glow. Issei knew that Fafnir would come out. He knew what he had to do. "Oh no, you don't." Issei's hands glowed in dark color, which showed Drake's signature, as he commanded. "Dark matter seal." Issei unleashed a seal that completely silenced the gem. It stopped glowing, as Fafnir underneath it was unable to come out and assist Asia. He was not going to let anyone interrupt him. Fafnir was struggling to come out and help Asia. The dragon struggled to do anything to help its host. Issei completely sealed Fafnir inside the gear, preventing his escape. Asia looked in horror and shouted, "No, Fafnir." Asia had tears in her eyes. Issei was ready to incinerate her when he sensed 2 attacks coming from behind. He looked to see Zenobia and Kiba had attacked him. Summoning his 2 swords, he blocked their attacks before disarming them with a brutal swing. He knew that their knight pieces would increase their speed and reaction speed, so he had to act quickly. Stabbing the ground, he channeled holy magic, creating a holy eruption of magic, causing them to scream in pain. Issei removes the swords, looking at the handiwork. He could see Zenobia and Kiba on the ground, groaning in pain. They put their heads up to see Issei walking towards them. They tried to crawl out, but Issei stabbed them in their stomachs, making them scream in pain. Aya. The 2 could make blood-curdling cries of pain. The others in the Grimoire, Peerage and Ray, wanted to help but knew that Issei could use them as shields. "Zenobia. Kiba." Asia shouted in horror, as Issei then spoke. "It's funny on how the 2 of the fastest people in the Grimoire Peerage can be taken down in such a manner. I still remember on how you looked down on me, since my only flaw is that I had no power. Your comrades that had died for you made a mistake saving your sorry ass. If anyone else would have replaced you, it would be better." Issei spoke with a mocking tone, making Kiba cry even more. He had hit him right at his sensitive spot, since some wounds don't get healed, no matter how much you try. Issei struck him in those wounds. "As for you, Zenobia, I am pretty sure your first thoughts about being with Dai was to gain his seed such that you can produce a powerful child, without having concerns on what this would have entailed for everyone involved in the deed. You really are a trash woman, and I am glad I am not with a power prostitute like you." Issei's words held total disdain for Zenobia, venom dripping from his tone. Zenobia was devastated, as she did what Issei had told her. She had a feeling that Dai would never love her now, since Issei had ruined her image in that manner. "Now then." Issei turned to Asia, removing his 2 swords, as he spoke. "Do you remember the fateful day where you almost died by Rainer's hands for your sacred gear?" Asia was shivering in fear. She couldn't even respond to Issei, who only shook his head, seeing on how spineless she is. He then spoke. "She called you a witch. And Asia-chan, let me tell you what happens to witches like you, especially during an era like the Middle Ages." Issei started to breathe flames as she screamed in pain. Her flesh was being burnt alive, and it was melting from her body. Despite her sacred gear healing her to counter the flames, it was only prolonging her suffering. The flames Issei used was special, since he did not want to kill Asia, but suffer. The pain was enough to make her suffer, overpowering her sacred gear, but not enough to kill her. Issei wanted to make his former adoptive sister suffer in agony, since killing her was mercy. Issei walked away grinning happily, seeing another of them suffer. He soon turned to Irina, who had her light magic and Hodaclear ready for her former childhood friend. Issei remembered some more memories and was angered by how she had treated him. Flashback. ISSEI 5 years and IRINA 5 years were playing in the park. This was a time before Dai had manipulated her against him. Once they were done playing, Irina's parents had called her back home, with Tauji exclaiming, "Irina, it is time to go, our flight will be missed." Irina realized this and started to walk away from him as she speaks. "Issei, I need to leave, my flight to England will get missed." Issei seemed to be saddened by this. He then speaks. "But Irina-chan. I don't want you to go." Irina shook her head and spoke. "Sorry Issei, I have to go, but we promise, we will meet again soon." Irina pointed her pinky finger as Issei nodded and responded. "Promise?" Issei brought out his pinky finger as Irina nodded and closed her pinky finger and responded. "Yes, promise." Issei watched Irina leave as he looked at her sadly. Being with her was the only good thing he had before he returned to his miserable home life. Once again, he was alone in the park. A few years later, Issei looked to Irina, who was approaching his house, as Issei wondered on who she is at first, but Dai exclaimed. Irina Shido. Issei was surprised. This was his childhood friend, as Dai and Irina hugged him. Issei was surprised. He knew that Dai and Irina never met each other, at least to his knowledge. Irina, do you recognize me? Irina looked at him and actually recognized him. However, before anything could happen, Dai spoke like a gentleman. How about you come inside? Mom and Ray would be happy seeing you here. Right. Irina spoke as she continued. Issei, we will catch up later. Issei could only nod. He turned to her, watching her leave yet again. Unknown to Issei, Dai had a sinister grin on his face. This would result in his childhood friend turning against him, something that would haunt Issei and eventually the supernatural world for a very long time. Issei soon went inside, unaware that a conversation would change Irina's thoughts of him. A few weeks later. Despite ignoring him for a long time, Issei decided to have the courage to confess to her. He then spoke. Irina. Irina turned her gaze and scowled in response, as she spoke with anger. What do you want? Issei flinched and spoke. I wanted to let you know that I like you. And I want to go out with you. Irina only looked surprised. In her eyes, the audacity that he had to confess to her in such a manner. Especially after she knew on what kind of a person Issei really is. Irina soon lost her surprised look as hair covered her face and spoke. Do you really believe that I would love someone like you? Issei looked in horror as Irina kicked him in the stomach, making him cough up. Her enhanced strength due to being a reincarnated angel made it even more damaging for Issei. He staggered behind and held his gut in pain. Irina laughed at his misery and spoke mockingly. Oh, how pathetic you are. I can't believe that I was once your friend. You are nothing but a pathetic disgrace. Well, let me tell you, I was meeting Dai behind your back and I actually see him as a better friend than you ever will be, and now we are already lovers. Issei looked at her with tears and spoke. But I thought we were friends. Irina rolled her eyes and spoke. We were friends, you moron. I literally said Dai was a better friend than you. I would never have a relationship with someone as pathetic as you. Irina walked away, leaving Issei in tears, as he thought that maybe Irina cared for him. But that was not the truth, and even she was just like the others. Flashback ends. Issei looked at his childhood friend apathetically and spoke. So Irina, what do you think? You still think I am a weakling? Irina gritted her teeth in fury. She hated what Issei had done to her two friends and crippled the later. She wanted to respond, but something else caught her eye. Issei turned his gaze to Durandal, who suddenly started to levitate, almost reaching the height of Issei, surprising the prototype. He then spoke. You want me to wield you? Issei was not expecting this. Durandal choosing him as a new partner was indeed surprising him to no ends. He then spoke. An unknown variable, a surprise, not what I was expecting, but I will take the sword. Issei lost his two swords and held the Durandal, as it soon accepted him as its new wielder. Issei twirled his sword gracefully and spoke. Fits in my hand perfectly. Issei looked at the horrified expressions of everyone present. Zenobia was the most affected, crying tears of terror, seeing that it was Issei that now wielded the sword that she was supposed to hold. The worst part is that unlike her, Issei was not even struggling to wield the blade. Irina was backing away in terror as Issei smirked and spoke. Seeing your fear puts a smile on my face. Issei blitzed forward as Irina tried to block the blade, however Issei was quick as he sliced off her hand that was wielding her blade, causing her to screech in pain. Aya. Issei only looked at her apathetically and spoke. I still remember the words that you said to me, let me show you what a disgrace can do. Irina looked at him with fear and anger. She knew that he was not the same person that she had looked down upon anymore. She was on guard, knowing that she cannot take him lightly. However, that hardly changed the outcome of the fight. Issei looked at her wings and grinned darkly. He soon twisted her body and grabbed them and spoke. You don't deserve the wings of an angel, Irina Shido. Issei increased the strength of his hands as Irina begged with fear, knowing what Issei was going to do. Then no Issei, please I am sorry for how I treated you. Don't do. Irina was unable to complete when. Rip. Aya. Irina screamed in pain and agony as Issei relished her pain. He soon added flames to her wound, causing her to scream even more in pain and agony. Aya. Irina was crying due to the pain and defilement that Issei put her through. She was now completely humiliated and destroyed. Issei burned her wings in front of her eyes and spoke with a smile. See Irina, I am not so evil to leave your wounds bleeding, except I cauterized your wounds to make sure you don't bleed to death. After all, your suffering is my enjoyment and your screams are music to my ears. Irina was weeping in agony and humiliation as Issei kicked her out. Issei looked at Asia and saw the tree she was standing on was burnt and tears were falling from her already tear-stained face. Issei knew she was alive and if she died, well, that is not his problem anymore. He soon looked at the only 4 that remained, that being Rei Haidu, Dai Haidu, Akeno Himejima and Ria's Gremory. Ah, just the 5 of us, like I had planned. The 4 were terrified of Issei, as Rias asked with fear. What do you plan on doing with us? Issei spoke in response. Well, I am glad you asked, since you 4 have treated me the best amongst all these people, it would be fair if I gave you something in return as well. Issei looked at the fear-filled expressions of the girls, even Akeno was terrified of him, something that Issei noticed. He looked at her and spoke. Let's start with you, Akeno Himejima, the fallen orphan. Issei spoke mockingly as Akeno could be seen tearing up and gritting her teeth in anger. He then continued. I saw your father's death, Akeno. Akeno lost her anger a bit as she asked. What do you mean? I mean, I saw how Mercer killed your dear old daddy. When I was cornered by your father and his fallen angels. He came and rescued me, I saw him deal with those fallen angels one by one and eventually killed Barakiel, and let me tell you, his death was anything but pretty. Issei lied to Akeno, but his words and tone were positioned in such a manner that they couldn't deny it to be true. Akeno started to cry upon hearing this, as Rias shouted. Then why did you not save him? 1. I was powerless to save him, since no boosted gear, and 2. Why should I save that pathetic crow? He looked down upon me just like the others. Mercer asked me on whether he should be spared, but I decided to let him die, for my own survival. Issei spoke the last part mockingly, as many of the supernatural were horrified. Akeno was the angriest as she raised her hands with lightning, as she shouted. Die. You damned disgrace. Akeno screamed with the top of her lungs, as Issei only dashed in front of her, and with a quick slice of his blade. Slice. Slice. Issei chopped off her hands, as she looked in shock. The pain soon registered in her brain and she screamed in pain. The lightning soon disappeared and Issei dashed behind and spoke. You always hated your fallen wings, right? Allow me to help you with that. Issei raised his ex-durandal and sliced off any and all of her wings that were that of fallen angels. Akeno made a blood-curdling scream due to the immense pain. Aya. Tears were falling from Akeno's eyes as Issei was about to lay the final blow, but a projection spear struck him. Turning to the attacker, Issei saw that it was Rei that attacked him. He did not want to deal with her just yet. He stabbed Akeno in the gut, making her cough up blood. Not only could she do nothing for her friends, but also was powerless against someone that was weak. Issei had a grin of satisfaction. The torture was enough for today. Issei removed his blade and turned to Rias, who was shivering in fear. Rias then exclaimed. I say, if you harm me, and my brother would do anything in his power to hunt you down. Issei stopped for a moment, as Rias smirked knowing that her brother would have tormented him if he harmed her. But now know you're. Rias was about to make him submit when Issei closed the gap and brutally stabbed her in the chest, making her cough up blood. Her smirk was lost and she looked at Issei in terror, only to see him looking at her. She had fear in her eyes, and Issei spoke. Oh, I am going to enjoy seeing the grief and despair in your siskin of a brother's eyes when he sees the state of his sister. Rias was suddenly engulfed in flames, causing her to screech in pain. What's worse is that these flames were slightly powerful than the ones that he used against Asia. He held the blade in that state intending to repeat her suffering, as he wanted her to suffer the most since she assisted Dai in releasing the rumors. However, another projection spear had struck him which annoyed him. Turning around he saw the attacker Rei, his former younger sister. That's enough, Issei. Rei exclaimed, as Issei growled in response. Rei. Issei removed his sword from Rias and let the flames die off, revealing a very charred Rias, who had all her clothes burnt, revealing herself to everyone. He started to walk forward as spears were being struck in his face. He knew that his so-called younger sister was skilled in the art of Senjutsu, the art of using spear, and used magic to reinforce her attacks. Issei knew on how to deal with her, but first he wanted to break her arrogance. He started to speed up, eventually sprinting to her as the spears increased even more. Rei was starting to get afraid at this point. Eventually Issei was only a few inches away from her as Rei tried to stab him and his privates, but Issei only grabbed it and headbutted her, causing her to groan. He soon brought out his sword and stabbed her in the gut, making her cough up. He soon kicked her in the air and waited for her to drop down as he continuously started to punch her in the gut, each blow unleashing several shockwaves across the field. Rei coughed up every time the blow was being struck. He gave a kick that sent her flying, knocking her out cold. She landed next to Roswis and Ravel, making her the third person to be knocked out in the same location. Issei looked to see no one walk forward and save the supernatural, and only Dai was present. He noticed Kiam is absent and wondered where she went. Not that he had a grudge against her, since she was one of the few that didn't bother or harm him in any manner. Speaking of Dai, he had almost wet his pants in fear. He was terrified, as Issei had slaughtered everyone, bringing them to the verge of death. Issei walked to him and spoke. Worry not, Dai, I am not going to touch you in any manner. Dai was still terrified knowing Issei can torture him in other ways. He knew Issei was enjoying this as Issei spoke. I am going to only snap my fingers. Here. Issei brought out his fingers and snap. Dai screamed in pain as the flames and wounds that had just been healed had reappeared again. Issei then explained. You see, the flames I used, Drake's flames, they were weaker, right? That was intentional. You wanna know why? Issei asked to Dai, who couldn't respond as he was screaming in pain. Issei then continued. Those flames are cursed flames. They will keep triggered and stopped on my command and only I can heal those flames. Enjoy this, Dai Haidu. Dai kept screaming in agony as Crom didn't say anything and let Dai suffer. Issei deactivated his armor and was about to walk away when someone asked a question. Why? Why do all of this? Issei turned to see Penemu having tears in her eyes as she shouted in anger and continued. It wasn't enough for you to steal others' achievements and hide the boosted gear from us, now you attack us in KUOH, exposing us in front of the students. Why did you do all of this? Because I saw it today with my very own eyes. The supernatural only looks down on humanity and sees them as tools for their own survival, goals and benefit. They don't care about them and only use them and discard them whenever they see as fit. Today's attack was an intention to expose the supernatural for its actions, and I believe I have succeeded well. Issei spoke with a grin as the supernatural that is still conscious to grit their teeth in anger. Valerie and Artemis had satisfied expressions, the former even more on seeing those that hated Issei suffer. Artemis gave a pill to Valerie and spoke. Have this. This should allow you to move down without showing your devil wings to everyone. Valerie nodded and consumed the pill and leaped down to Issei as she placed her hands on him and kissed him on the cheek. Azazel watched this with anger in his eyes, but he was helpless and powerless to do anything. His daughter hates him and he could only curse Issei for what he had done. Not to mention, Issei would do something horrific if he ever tries to go after Valerie or Rind. He was terrified of his former student and feared him immensely. The job, Ice. Issei returned the smile to her and the duo turned to the others as Valerie continued. Oh, and Azazel, there is something I need to tell you. Valerie released her hands off Issei and pointed up in the tree as she spoke mockingly. Smile for the camera, you are being recorded. The supernatural was pale by seeing the camera that was recording the fight, knowing that Issei has a recording of the fight. They gritted their teeth in helplessness on knowing what is going to happen next. Let's go, Valerie, we are done here. Issei gave a glance to the camera and gave a nod as it soon disappeared, the dimensions returned to normal as Issei teleported away in a magic circle. Azazel could only slam the ground and exclaimed in frustration and helplessness. Damn him. Azazel's vision started to blur as he feared on what is going to happen to him. Penemu rushed to him while exclaiming. Azazel-sama. Penemu was horrified by what she was witnessing. She had to call the leaders on what happened since this meant that they had to deal with Issei, who was also a threat now. Scene change. In an unnamed cafe, California, USA, 12:30 p.m. Valerie was present amongst Athena and Artemis, the former hugging the devil heiress as she asked. How have you been, Valerie? And how is your mother and grand aunt? Valerie nodded in response and spoke. They have been fine. I just hope mom sees this. Athena nodded as James Heller, who was working on a laptop, had uploaded the videos and activated the view bots on the video. This allowed him to use the algorithms in sites like YouTube and TikTok, for instance, to make the video the most popular. Alright, it is done. James spoke as Issei spoke with a tone of gratitude. Thank you, James, now just watch on how the internet spreads this video and everyone starts to turn against them. James nodded as he carried the laptop, he then spoke with a smirk. I can't wait to see those fuckers suffer. James spoke seriously as Issei nodded, he was about to leave when Athena told him. Remember what I said, James? James again gave a nod and left the room as Issei asked. What did you tell him? Athena gave a smile and spoke. This gave him some motivation on fighting against this war. He should believe in humanity and what they are capable of. Issei and the others seemed to nod as he yawned and spoke. We should probably have some coffee and food, I am starving, the workout I did against those idiots really left me hungry. Athena nodded and responded. Couldn't have agreed anymore, handling the camera was no easy feat. Artemis and Valerie also agreed. Valerie was happy that she no longer needs to go back to that pathetic school. The group enjoyed having some well-deserved rest as the factions would have a lot to clear up if they want to survive and hide themselves. Issei looked at the sky, he was far from done with KUOH, once he was done, that place will no longer exist. It has been a few weeks since Issei's assault, needless to say the video was popular enough to reach every location where the internet existed, and seeing its popularity, many decided to click on and watch the truth. This shocked many people at what they were watching, both the human and the supernatural. Let's start with the human race. The humans are those that believed were in minority, not everyone believed the existence of the supernatural. Those that did believe started to hate them completely, seeing on how they viewed the supernatural, and wondered if other pantheons and gods also had similar thoughts about them. There were those that were terrified of the supernatural, as many were despair-ridden on how they are going to combat people that can easily destroy them like it is paper. However, seeing Issei's video showed that they can still be combated and defeated. There was small amount hope in their eyes. Those that were atheists and didn't want to believe that the supernatural exists were paled by what they were seeing. They were starting to question their very thoughts and mince it by what they were witnessing. There were also theory channels that were debunking the things that were present in the video, but with police and media reports confirming the damage and injuries that have happened, they are having a tough time proving their views. And then, there were those that were devout followers of religion and those from religious organizations who hated the contents in the videos, demanding the video to be taken down. But with the people that were starting to hate the supernatural, it was an all-out war, and with the main video circulating, there were many shots and other videos that also spread and became viral, causing the religious humans to get even infuriated with what was happening. However, the video also started to instill seeds of doubt in them when they saw on how the supernatural was acting. They wondered if their pantheons and gods saw them as pawns and tools. This was something that Issei predicted. Faith was strong but not unbreakable. Same could be said for those that attacked the humans in KUOH Academy. Their parents wanted Issei arrested for his actions. However, despite the authorities' best efforts, nothing could have happened. Murayama was the worst amongst the injured as she needed life support to survive. It was even a miracle for her survival. Now we get to the supernatural, and if one thinks the human world was chaotic, the supernatural was far worse. Citri Hospital, Underworld, 9:30 AM. Upon Penemu's call, everyone was taken to the hospital and news of what Issei did, coupled with a video spread like wildfire in the supernatural, with many wanting to take it down immediately. Many in the supernatural branded Issei a monster for what he's done. They were calling for his arrest. They also wanted his sacred gear taken away from him, terrified of what he is capable of. Truth be told, the supernatural faction leaders agreed to this, but they had to deal with their current problems. Those that had loved ones were in the hospital, watching as their loved ones getting operated. Those like Seraphol Leviathan and Serzich's Lucifer were watching their sisters getting operated in the intensive care unit ICU, seeing the brutal damage done to their body. They were put under induced coma so that their intense wounds could get treated. Both the older siblings were beyond livid, seeing on what Issei had done to their sisters. Not only did he bring them to such a state, he wanted to make them suffer agonizing deaths. Their thoughts were snapped out when Ajuka called out to them. Serzich's snapped out of his thoughts as he asked. Yes. I have some bad news on Riaz and Sona. Their wounds are too severe. They will have to be in a comatose state for a week at most, and after that we are going to need a lot of physical and mental therapy for what Issei did to them, including the immense amount of Phoenix tears that will be needed for their ongoing surgeries and other injuries. Serzich's clenched his fists to the point of bleeding. If he finds Issei, he was going to rip him apart, as Seraphol spoke with anger. I am going to destroy Issei for what he did to Sotan. Ajuka shook his head and spoke. But that is not even the worst part. I believe you are familiar with the video that was spread online, right? Grumbles were heard from the siblings, remembering the video. Despite their best efforts of removing it, someone else managed to upload the video again. It would take months of clearing it up to remove the video completely. Yeah, what of it, Ajuka? Serzich's exclaimed with anger. They hated what Issei had done, as he tarnished the reputation of the supernatural completely. It has reached almost everywhere in the human world. Those that have seen the internet know what the supernatural is, everyone knows of our existence, and those that believed are now afraid of what we are going to do. Humans have now started to realize that supernatural beings exist amongst them. This was a well thought out plan courtesy of Issei, and it was meant to expose us in the spotlight. He knew that attacking KUOH Academy and performing his attack to expose us would work, and many, especially in KUOH, are afraid of us. Not to mention, places like US and other countries that have low supernatural activity also are no seeing our kind and may retaliate since Issei made us look in a bad light. Serzich's was gritting his teeth in fury. He despised Issei for what he had done. He wanted to send a bunch of devils to hunt him down and bring him here to them. But he couldn't do so for 3 reasons. The first being is that they had to minwipe the entire world, which would take some time since they had to delete the videos and then erase their memories. The second thing was that Issei was strong enough to break the seal that was used to seal away Trahixa, something that made Serzich's really afraid of him, despite having hatred towards Issei. And the third and final thing was that they had to look after their loved ones and factions, since Issei's attack had caused a lot of uproar, so they had to find a way to deal with their current problems, while at the same time find a way to deal with Issei and MERCER at the same time. Ajuka, call the other leaders, we need to discuss our next plan of action. Serzic spoke seriously as he continued. We need to deal with Issei and MERCER, the former while not actively hunting us down threatens our standing in the human world. He needs to be dealt with. Ajuka nodded in understanding as he responded. Not yet, we should wait, some like Yusaka and Shemhazai are still watching their loved ones get operated. Serzic noted this, he remembered Yusaka's horrified and devastated expression when she saw the video. He remembered her rushing to her daughter and seeing that her condition. She was crying for days remembering the brutal state of her daughter. And speaking of Yusaka. She was in the ICU room watching as Kunu was basically fighting for her life. She gritted her teeth, releasing her tails which were swirling with flames, remembering on who was responsible for this. She cursed Issei with all of her heart and wanted nothing but to see his death. That accursed bastard. Yusaka growled with hatred as she was beyond furious. Her attendant came inside and spoke. Yusaka-sama, this is a hospital, Kunu-sama may get injured if you accidentally harm her in your anger. Yusaka lost her anger and realized this as tears fell from her eyes. They were doing everything in their power to keep her alive and safe. Her disfigured face and torn off tails were too haunting for even doctors to look at. Issei really made an example of her. I promise you Kunu, I will make the one who is responsible for your state pay with blood. Issei will beg for mercy once I am done with him. Yusaka spoke with anger as she turned her gaze to the attendant and asked. Aside from calming me down, what are you here for? The faction leaders have called you for a meeting, it is to decide on what needs to be done next. Yusaka nodded, she wanted to have her own words due to what Issei had done and would do anything in her power to get to Issei. Her emotions are letting her cloud her mind, a fatal mistake that would haunt her as time passes by. In the meantime, a woman was passing by a medical room. She was a beautiful woman around her 20s and has slender with large breasts. She has long white silver hair, slightly tinged blue and purple eyes. She wears a blue officer's uniform with a skirt and black stockings. This was Gondal, Roswis's grandmother. This is the place. Gondal spoke with a sigh, she needed to make some things clear and reveal some more things to her. It was public information that Vali, Rise and Athena are in a relationship with Issei, and many were treating them like pariahs. She was also planning to do the same to her granddaughter, since she was going to make her relationship with Issei official. She looked to see Roswis, one of the few people that weren't in intensive care unit. She was angered by her brutal loss at the hands of Issei. Gondal could see her tear-stained face as she could be grabbing her bedsheets in anger. Knocking on the door, which gained the ex-Valkyrie's attention, Gondal spoke. Are you free right now? Roswis spoke with a tone of surprise as she asked. Grandmother? Gondal nodded in response and spoke. Yes, it is me, Roswis. So what are you here for? You never accepted Dai as your future grandson-in-law. A frustrated sigh could be heard from Gondal's mouth as she walked forward and responded. I have my reasons, my gut was telling me that I couldn't trust that boy. Besides, I saw today's fight, and him not helping you was another reason why I would never trust that boy. Gondal spoke with total seriousness, she knew Issei was the true hero, but no matter how much she would have told, they were blinded by that brat's lies. She didn't want to let Roswis be with Dai, but with pressure from Auden and the other faction leaders, she had no choice. He was outmatched, Issei used the school to his advantage. Gondal could only shake her head at her granddaughter's foolishness and spoke. Even then, he should have come and rescued you. I am not going to accept him, but I respect your choices. You are a grown lady Roswis, not a child anymore, you need to understand that your choices and actions have consequences, you are an adult, you have to understand that. Roswis was agape by this, as responded. I never thought I would have heard this from you. But Issei attacking us, that is on him. That damned bastard shouldn't have attacked us. Gondal raised her eyebrow and shook her head, speaking. Did you leave him in peace? Roswis looked surprised as Gondal continued. You all celebrated his demise like as if a tyrant has fallen, when all he wanted was to live his life in peace. You should be grateful that he didn't send you to the ICU like he did for the others. Roswis was surprised by this, she wondered on why she was not in the ICU, and aside from her, only Penemu and Ravel had been the first to been released from the ICU, but Roswis, she never was in the ICU. You're surprised, I actually begged Issei so that he does not send you to the ICU. If you are here, it is because of him. Roswis was even more surprised as she asked. Wait, you met Issei? One of the best things to happen in my life. I met that boy when he asked me for help against Trahixa. I know you wouldn't believe me so it would be pointless to tell you why he asked for my help against Trahixa. Plus, I have no regrets meeting him ever. Roswis was surprised, the tone of her grandmother showed her that she was really liking Issei. The ex-Valkyrie paled at the thought of Issei becoming Gondal's lover. She hated Issei and would become even more horrified at the thought of Issei becoming his love interest. Grandmother? Don't tell me. Roswa spoke with horror, as Gondal only gave a blushing smile and removed her blue blazer and pulled the sleeve of her left hand, revealing the mark of the Red Dragon Emperor. Although it was a drunken mistake, it was a mistake that I didn't mind happening. Now I am the mate of the KUOH, and I knew Issei wouldn't die since marks fade away when a dragon dies. Roswa became even more horrified, her fears were coming true. She didn't want Issei to mark her grandmother as her mate, she voiced it out. And no granny, that boy isn't good enough for you, he is nothing but a. Roswa was unable to complete when. THWACK. Roswa was slapped on the cheek by a very angry Gondal, who spoke. Complete that sentence Roswa and see what happens. Roswa was unable to speak, as she had tears in her eyes, she then continued. Do you even realize on how hard was it for Issei to not put you in the ICU like he did with the others? I saw the video and he was itching to teach you the same lesson that he did with your former master Riaz Gremory and current master Dai Haidu. I was the main reason why he did not do it, he knew that I would be saddened, and I feel ashamed at myself that I am responsible for the way you have become. Had I not sent you to Auden, you would have never met that brat and become this way. Gondal's angered words made Roswa cry even more, she was clenching the sheets of her hospital bed. Gondal could only shake her head at this as she continued. You shouldn't have any right to force me in my choices with men when you don't even want to listen to me. Gondal turned her back and headed outside, but not before speaking. Change yourself Roswa, before it becomes too late for you to change. Gondal left the room leaving Roswa to weep even more. She internally cursed Issei with all of her heart for turning her own grandmother against her. Once outside, Gondal gave a heavy sigh and was actually saddened by what she was seeing. Her granddaughter had changed to such an extent, not realizing that Dai never actually loved or cared for her. She knew this by the fact that he never actually came and saved her, even when they were dating, since if he did have that emotion, he would have come and saved or protected her. You know, whatever you say to her, she is not going to change, right? She is too blinded by that bastard's words. Gondal turned around to see KUOH. However, she was not wearing her usual kimono, except she was wearing a black sundress and leggings, all the way down and wearing heels. Her tails were swaying left and right, showing that she was not hiding her Nekomata form. Surprised to see you here, KUOH. I presumed you would still be in hiding. KUOH shook her head and responded. No, I did pay a visit to Shirin, but I guess she is still stuck in the ICU. KUOH gave a glance towards KONEKO Shirin, who was still getting operated from the blows that Issei had given her. She had approved of Issei going brutal unlike Gondal, since she knew her sister had it coming, given how he treated him. I should have taken her with me, that Gremory bitch wouldn't have been able to manipulate her. I knew Dai was trouble, and I am still stunned by how Lady Asaka fails to see the true side of that bastard. KUOH clenched her fists in anger, to the point she was close to bleeding. She detested Dai the most for changing her sister for the worst. Sure, she had to do some questionable things for survival, but at least she wished for Dai to die by the time of the gathering all the way back in the Younger Devil's Gathering. Gondal could relate to this, she knew Roswa was going through the same thing that Kaneko was going through. KUOH looked at her and asked. Let me guess your girl also doesn't see what she did wrong. Yeah, it's a shame, and I know for a fact that Roswa is going to tell about my relationship with Issei. Gondal spoke with a sad smile, KUOH became concerned as she was about to voice out, but Gondal spoke cutting her off. I know what you are going to say, but I already plan on resigning from the Valkyrie training if they do kick me out. I am retired anyway, so Auden can't control me either way. KUOH was surprised, and she was aware that Athena and Artemis had also left their current posts due to Zeus, and because of them getting hooked up with Dai if they stayed for much longer. Well, I guess that is good for you, do you plan on any alternate source of income? KUOH asked with a smile, as Gondal nodded and spoke. I have applied for a job in several companies and have gotten selected, even then, I have saved enough for a few years without a job. Gondal spoke in response, she had already prepared for the worst case scenario in an event that things do turn out problematic for them. Scene change. Issei's house, California Beach, US, 6 p.m. Issei was seated out in the balcony of his house, he was having a Diet Coke in his house, as he spoke. So I wonder what is going on in the supernatural. Valerie really helped me a lot on gathering intel for Hades' state and the current situation of the supernatural, letting me to gather more intel and preparing against my enemies. Issei spoke with a smile, as Drake spoke from the boosted gear in response. Partner, you should be careful on your next move, Valerie warned you that the factions are mobilizing their forces against you as well. You need to be very careful on what your next move is. Since you could divert attention to you instead of Mercer, this could spell disaster for all your plans. Drake warned his host, as Issei noted this to be true. For some time attention would be driven to him, this was a foreseen consequence of what he had done in KUOH Town. I am aware, Drake, that is why I plan to lay low for now. Maybe a few days till this shitstorm dies and things become a little peaceful and quiet. I have even informed the BLACKWATCH to do the same, since I don't want to get them in trouble yet. We still need some more time to create soldiers that can combat gods and other supernatural beings. Testing is still going on. Issei explained to Drake, remembering Project Genesis, which would allow humans to gain strength and other speeds that would contend with the supernatural with ease. I agree, this will soon blow into a war that will decide the fate of the planet and society in general. I fear on the human lives that the supernatural will go after, just to fix their egos. Issei noted this, war will always cost lives, but this war will result in a better future for Issei and his loved ones. However, just as he was about to respond, Ingvild called out to him. Issei. Issei turned his gaze to see Ingvild as he asked. Ingvild, what brings you here? I want to travel around the beach, are you free right now? Issei shrugged and responded. Sure, why not? Let's head out. Ingvild beamed in happiness and nodded. The duo then headed out in the beach. Issei watched as Ingvild prepared herself to leave the house, and Issei also decided to join her, maybe relax for a bit. Scene change. Gremory Mansion, Underworld, 11:30 am. The leaders had all gathered in the Gremory Mansion. Serziches was the first to speak. I am glad you all could make it. In such a short amount of time. Shemhazai was the next to speak in response. Yes, I believe what Issei has done needs to be talked about. It was hard to recover from the shock of what had happened. Penemu, Roswis and Ravel were the only ones out of the ICU, the others are still receiving life-threatening treatment. Shemhazai spoke, as grumbles can be heard from Yasaka, Serziches and Serafal, remembering the victims that Issei had gone for. Serafal then spoke after a while. Worse, the people are in upheaval, they want Issei captured and tried for his actions. But once again, he has gone into hiding and won't come out. Serafal's tone had anger in it. If she didn't hate Issei before, she now despised him. She wanted him frozen solid for his actions against them. That means, we are going after him, right? I want him to suffer. Yasaka spoke with anger and hatred in her tone. She really wanted him dead after what he did to Kunu. Serziches was in agreement for this. The other leaders also wanted to deal with Issei too, since he was just going to cause even more problems for them. However, one spoke up in response. No, we won't go after Issei. They all turned to Shiva, who spoke in deep thought. The god knew that going after Issei is foolish and dumb, knowing that there are bigger problems that need to be prioritized upon. This immediately caused an uproar in the factions, as Yasaka was the first to speak. But that vermin destroyed my daughter, you saw the video right? He almost killed her and she would have died had we not taken her to the hospital, she is suffering because of him. Yasaka exclaimed in anger, as Serziches added in response. Yes, he needs to be dealt with. He will only cause even more problems for the factions. Serzich's words were filled with hatred and anger. He wanted Issei to suffer for what he did to his little sister. I agree, because of him my daughters have turned against me. That brat will pay for turning them against Olympus. Zeus exclaimed with anger. He now wanted to get his hands on Issei even more. Shiva was barely affected, he knew that going after Issei would be even more problematic. He not only exposed them to the world, but going after him will ruin any and all possible order that was set up eons ago by the gods to maintain their world. My word still stands, we won't go to locate Issei. The kid knows that if we do go against him, our credibility will worsen. He is cunning enough to set up cameras and find a way to expose us. We need to get rid of the videos. It's circulating everywhere and find a way to create a spell that will wipe the memories of all those people that have seen the video. Shiva spoke with a no-nonsense argument. Many wanted to retort to this yet again, but Shiva responded. No, we are not going after him. You all are leaders of a faction, they come first over your loved ones. I agree with your sentiments completely, given what Issei did to them, especially with the fact that one of them was a child. Shiva glanced at Yasaka, causing her to have a mixture of anger and despair, before turning her gaze away from the destroyer god. He then spoke. But we need to change priorities. MERCER is not attacking us for now, but that doesn't mean we make Issei our first priority. That is going to be to clear up our actions. We need to keep the supernatural world hidden from the human world. What Issei did is going to only result in disaster for us. Shiva spoke seriously, as the leaders understood this to be true. They had to clear up the mess that Issei had made in the supernatural, and even MERCER hasn't been attacking for the past few days, meaning that they used the time to their advantage and clear up the mess that Issei had created. Attempts have been made to do so, but so far it has all ended in failure, since another video would just pop up at random, meaning they had to deal with many videos at once. That would take some time and then, they needed to erase their presence and any memories that the video has caused. Scene change. California Beach US, 8 p.m. Issei was walking across the beach, which was surprisingly empty, given that the beaches are popular even in winter. Although, most travel to countries like India or Australia during the winters due to more warmer temperatures. He suddenly started to hear singing, which caught him off guard. It felt like a siren was luring him into a trap. If it wasn't for his evolved genetic makeup, he would have been in a trance. Turning to the source of the music, he looked to see Ingvild, who was dressed in a wide off-the-shoulder dress with a black ruffle trim along the neckline and hemline. She is wearing long, white gloves that extend past her elbows. She started to sing a very familiar song, something that Issei recognized. Ingvild stopped singing as she turned around to see Issei in a trace. The purple-haired diva, upon seeing this, became embarrassed. She then spoke while stuttering. I love to sing. Issei spoke like he was in a complete trance. That was the best singing I have ever heard in my life. I have never heard this level of singing like that before. Its tone was almost like falling into a trance and falling in a deep charm. It was almost like a melody I have never heard before. Ingvild was even more red as she became flustered due to the compliment Issei gave her. She turned her gaze away, unable to meet his very own gaze. Issei realized this and responded. "Oh, I am sorry, it is just that your song was that alluring." Ingvild shook her head and responded. "And no, it's fine. You are the first to compliment me like this." Issei nodded, however this made him concerned. He sensed whether there was someone that was recording him in any manner. Human presences were easy to locate compared to supernatural that was hiding from their presences. "Is something wrong?" Issei shook his head and spoke. "Nothing much, you should lower your singing whenever you can. If people find out about you, then..." Ingvild cuts him off by speaking. "The supernatural will come after me for the sacred gear, that is what you want to say, right?" Issei was surprised, and seeing his surprised expression, Ingvild spoke. "You are not the first to say this. My father was the first to warn me about them. He knew what kind of government the devils and factions had become, and was even reluctant on sending me to Grigori for my treatment, knowing about what they have also become. And I guess, he was right about them coming after me." Ingvild spoke down in sadness. Issei was surprised that someone as prideful as a Leviathan would actually care for someone, but is nevertheless happy about it. "So where is your father?" Ingvild looked down and spoke. "He is no more, Issei." "Oh, I am sorry. I never knew." Ingvild shook her head and spoke with a sad smile. "It's alright, I am actually moved on from his passing. Shame that I had suffered this sickness for such a long time. Hey, how about you join me here, in the rocks? The breeze is coming pretty good over here." Ingvild invited Issei to the rocks as she scooted over some distance to let Issei also sit. He joined Ingvild, sitting next to her, as they enjoyed the breeze together. Scene change. Bremery Mansion, Underworld, 12:30 p.m. "I believe you know what this means, right?" Shiva asked, to which the other leaders reluctantly agreed to the request. They had no choice but to deal with the videos, thus resulting in Issei becoming their third priority. Many wanted to deal with the first two as soon as possible before going for the third one. However, all of a sudden, a magic circle appears. It was brown in color, and it seemingly belonged to the Haidu clan. Two people had arrived in the location. "Hope we are not too late." The first person was a man in his 30s. He was described to be a brown-haired individual with a serious expression. He had brown eyes and wore formal clothing which comprised of a brown waistcoat, a brown blazer, a white shirt and matching brown pants. He also wore brown shoes as well. This was Guru Haidu, Dai and Ika's father and former father of Issei and Mary. The second individual was a woman in her 30s. She was described to be a woman of black hair. She had jet yellowish brown eyes. She had a gentle expression. Like Guru, she wore formal clothing which comprised of a brown dress skirt, with the skirt seeming more of pants. She wore a matching women's hat which had a white rose on it. She also wore long heels. This was Miki Haidu, Dai and Ika's mother and former mother of Issei and Mary. "No, you are not, Mr. and Mrs. Haidu." Serziches spoke with a smile. Guru nodded as two chairs were brought forward, allowing the couple to sit down. "I am glad the two of you could make it." Serziches continued as Guru spoke. "Yeah, couldn't help it by the fact that Alexander J. Mercer had attacked us as well, so we were trying to recover our losses." Guru spoke with anger in his tone. Mickey also had a scowl, remembering on how bad things were with their clan due to Alex attacking them in the clan and killing their members. However, Guru and Mickey couldn't reveal that Alex had stolen some sensitive files relating to weaknesses of supernatural beings, otherwise this would cause them to fall into deep hot water. "I am sorry for your losses." Yusaka spoke with genuine sadness, remembering Mercer's attack on the Haidu clan, as well as recent attacks with the Fallen and Greek factions. "It's alright, so what are we discussing about?" Mickey asked, to which Yusaka spoke. "Your bastard son's attack upon KUOH Academy. He has almost killed many of the supernatural and humans alike. Not to mention, he has exposed us completely out in the public. Miki and Goru knew exactly where this conversation was going, as Goru spoke. Isaka-sama, let me make one thing clear, I know this may sound a bit arrogant given my tone and situation. But Issei is no longer part of the Haidu clan and hasn't been a part ever since his expulsion for hiding his potential and sacred gear from us. Furthermore, he attacked the current heir Dai Haidu and Rei Haidu. Right now, his threat level is being gauged. If it is higher than a certain threshold, then we will hunt him down, directly. Goru spoke with total coldness and seriousness. Miki also had no empathy for her former son, with Yusaka nodding in understanding, they have no empathy for their own son. She could at least deal with him as soon as possible. Well, it's not like you fuckers even had some care for me to begin with. Everyone was caught off guard by the voice. They knew whose voice that was, as it was revealed to be Issei Haidu. He was wearing his usual clothing, but his eyes were brown instead of pale gray, and his hairstyle was also matching the same as it was yesterday. Issei had an condescending smirk as he walked towards the faction leaders. All of whom had varying thoughts and expression on their faces. Those like Zeus, Surziches, Serafo, Yusaka, Goru and Miki were beyond livid seeing him here. While those like Shemazai, Michael and Gabriel were angered seeing him here. Others like Aden, Ajuka and Shiva wondered on what his intentions are, he wouldn't just show up here for no reason. Valerie was confused, her master never informed her about his arrival. It wasn't enough for you to harm Riatan and destroy our reputation, you have the balls to show up here. Issei turned to Surziches who had spoken angrily as he responded. Blah. 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 All you do is yap about your dear little sister, no wonder she is such a spoiled brat, sorry spoiled whore. Issei spoke mockingly as Surziches gritted his teeth in response, he was about to use his power of destruction, but Ajuka stopped him. He shook his head, knowing that Issei is only taunting him. Shiva then asked. Why are you even here? To taunt us? Issei shook his head and responded. Not at all, it is you guys that have the urge to kill me, not the other way around. I want to live my life in peace, but here you guys want to hunt me for my sacred gear which you will never get. Issei responded with a shrug and with slight mockingness. Shiva tried to read his mind but couldn't get anything from him, which shocked the destroyer god. Michael then responded. It's because the sacred gear belongs to the… Issei cuts him off and speaks with a sneer. I don't think so. Drake's power doesn't belong to the factions, nor does it belong to your deceased biblical god. The guy couldn't even handle getting jumped by 2 heavenly class dragons and needed to work with his sworn enemies to get the job done. Pathetic if you ask me, and even with the excuse of sealing Trihixa, a better seal was created such that a repeat of this doesn't happen again. Issei mocked the biblical god as the angels and the fallen angels were angered by the blatant disrespect Issei showed. He looked at them and sensed their anger, smirking in response as it angered them even further. How dare you respect father like this? You will. Issei cuts her off and speaks. Blah. 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 People were right when they say the devil was also once an angel. You guys share so much similarities, I can see your arrogance right in front of my eyes. There is barely any difference between Lucifer and Michael. Same goes for Gabriel, who thought that it was a bad idea to not use her powers of reading hearts on the person she loves and others to make her judgments, a moron if you ask me. The only difference I see is that you pigeons love to preach God in performing your actions. Gabriel could only grit her teeth and start tearing up on hearing this. Michael glared towards Issei in pure spite. He is nothing like Lucifer as he voiced it out. I am nothing like him. Issei only shrugged and spoke. Whatever makes you sleep at night, Mickey. Issei spoke mockingly, causing a scowl to grow on an angel's face. It was taking everything for the seraph to not lose it right away. You speak boldly for a mere human, even if you defeated Azazel and the others, you still are no match for a god. I will not tolerate disrespect from a human with a sacred gear. Issei turned to Zeus and spoke while shaking his head. Empty threats, Zeus. I faced death itself and emerged victorious. What makes you think you can intimidate me? Issei spoke mockingly, as the god of thunder's fury ignited like lightning and black clouds, he was ready to shock him. You insolent wretch. I'll show you what it means to face a true god. His voice thundered through the chamber, shaking the very walls. Issei only laughed at his face and responded. True god? Really? Issei's words made the Olympian king even more angry, as he continued. You are just a spoiled brat taking the throne of a king that you really don't deserve. Cause without Hades and Poseidon, you would have never defeated Kronos, and let me remind you, Hades is far stronger than you in every manner. You bastard, I will show the power of a true god. Zeus unleashed a blast of lightning, as Issei only stood there. The lightning phased through his body. Many were shocked and horrified at what they were seeing as Issei spoke. Oh man, guess the jig's up. Issei spoke while feigning sadness, revealing himself to be a hologram, he then shrugged and spoke. It was nice seeing you all get so worked up thinking that the real me was here. Regardless, I actually enjoyed being with those that are fighting for their lives." The other faction leaders were surprised and angered by what Issei had said. Shiva understood why he was unable to read Issei's mind, since it was a mere hologram. Issei glanced at Shiva, aware that the destroyer god was mind-reading him. He had contingencies against Shiva as well, if he ever became a problem. Mickey then spoke with a taunting tone. "Heh. Guess you are a coward from not showing yourself here, you disgrace." Issei only looked at her and responded. "So are you. After all, you're the wife who is married to this power-hungry moron of a husband, so keep quiet and continue sitting in the cuck chair you're so used to, Mickey Haidu." Mickey was gritting her teeth in anger as she was about to trash Issei, but knew that he wasn't even here. Boru was also getting irritated of Issei's attitude, who probably didn't care less about what his so-called father thought of him. The chambers of the leaders had varying degrees of shock and surprise at what Issei called his own former mother as. "Speaking of which, Yasaka, how is your daughter doing? Is she alive?" It was now Yasaka's turn to grit her teeth in anger. Issei then walked towards her as he spoke. "I hope she is. It would be a shame if your dear old daughter left you after your husband did." Issei whispered the last part in her ear as Yasaka was trying her best to not cry by biting her lips. "I should probably congratulate him. He probably must have made the best choice to leave you and your kid. He didn't want to deal with your stupidity after all." Yasaka was endlessly weeping. She remembered the hurtful words Issei had told her daughter and wanted to tell her that Issei was wrong, but she was long in a comatose. Here, Issei was nothing but doubling down and downright humiliating them in every manner. "How could you be this cruel? Can't you see the consequences of what you have done?" Issei turned around and looked at Serafal, who had spoken with anger in her tone. He shook her head at her hypocrisy, seeing that she had treated him in the same way due to him being a pervert and actively turning anyone that had joined the alliance against him. He even remembered these bastards celebrating his demise, like as if a great tyrant had perished. That was what Gondel, La Folia and the others had informed him. "Do I look like I give a flying fuck? And don't even get me started on you, Serafal, like this fox whore right there." Issei pointed to Yasaka, who could only give a look of anger as her cheeks were tear-stained. Serafal was only getting angrier as time passes by. Issei then continued. "You play the magical girl, yet you will never change your true self. You are a siskin who fantasizes on fucking her sister and coddling her like you are some messed up long-lost lover of hers. You pretend like you care for her, when in reality, you are just a messed up woman in her head, thinking you can take your sister's virginity. Makes me sick thinking about having a sister like you, and I am glad that you are not my sister." Serafal bit her lip and was releasing coldness into the air. She was really livid at how Issei was treating her. But she couldn't do anything since 1. Issei was not here to begin with, and 2. There was nothing she could do to retort him. Issei then dropped the bombshell on her, causing her to remain silent. "I wonder what Sona thinks of you. I would say that I pity her, but I would be lying if that were true." Issei spoke mockingly as Serafal was shivering at what Issei had spoken to her. He had inflicted even more doubts on the Leviathan's mind. Mickey had again spoken up. "Such bravado, wow Issei. I must say there is no limit for you to disgrace us even more. I wish I had never given birth to you." Issei only looked at her with a cold look and responded. "Didn't I ask you to keep quiet? You are not putting anything meaningful to this conversation, you disgrace to the Kishinami family." Issei spoke with a dismissive tone. Their hatred was mutual, and it was no secret the two hated each other for a long time. Mickey could only bite her lip remembering on how her family was opposed to their relationship. She was flustered at how her own son was humiliating and disgracing her in front of everyone. She was also releasing her aura with anger, however Issei was unaffected. He then doubled down. "Oh look, I am so scared." Issei spoke mockingly as Mickey was getting even more flustered as he continued. "It's no wonder your dear mommy and daddy didn't want to do anything with the two of you." Mickey could only turn her gaze away in silence, with Goru speaking. "You damned bastard, I will." "Shut it, you dumbus," Issei exclaimed, silencing the old man as he continued. "You will never reach Juzo's level no matter how hard you train. You can never have something that he did. The only thing you have is your endless hunger for power, which will only end in your downfall." Goru was gritting his teeth in fury and clenching his fists in anger, to the point of bleeding. Issei was enjoying seeing the angered expression of his parents. He then looked at the factions who were in a mess as he continued. "I will probably take my leave. Oh, and by the way, I watched Barakiel die in front of me killed by MERCER, and I have no regrets or sadness seeing that asswhip die." Issei's hologram disappeared as the leaders along with the others guests excluding Shiva and Aden were furious at how Issei treated them. Serziches then cursed from the top of his breath. "That damned rotten bastard. I won't stop till I kill him once I deal with MERCER and those damned videos." Scene change. California Beach, US, 10 p.m. Issei was looking amused at what had happened in the faction meeting. He couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment, knowing only one person in the meeting actually had a brain, and that was Shiva. The others were as brain dead as they came. However, he knew that Shiva can be a major roadblock to his plans, and he had to make plans on dealing with him. He looked at his watch and spoke. "Oh, it's time." "Ingvild." Issei shook Ingvild only to see her deep asleep. He was so engrossed in the meeting with the factions that he didn't notice that she had long fallen asleep. It was a good thing that the meeting was telepathic, as he wasn't sure whether he wanted her to join BLACKWATCH or their war against the factions. He wanted her to live her own life, since he knew that she wanted to be a singer, or a diva to be precise. He sighed and smiled as he carried her on her back all the way to his house. Ingvild slept soundly on his back as he opened the door to the house and headed to her room, where he gently placed her on the bed. He then put the bedsheet on her and let her sleep. However, suddenly his mobile phone rang as he picked it up and spoke. "Yes. Chairman, are you free right now?" The soldier spoke on the other side belonging to BLACKWATCH as he spoke. "Yes, I am. Why did you call me?" The soldier responded. "There is a guest that wants to meet you. She claims to be a Yuki-onna. She claims that she needs your help." Issei was surprised by this. His surprise soon changed to worry as he wondered on how did a Yuki-onna from the Yakai faction came to know of the BLACKWATCH. He had to investigate this as soon as possible, else it could pose disaster for all of his plans. He puts a magic spell to protect his house and wears a coat and leaves the house. He immediately teleports to Maryland to meet up with this Yuki-onna, wondering what she wanted with him. BLACKWATCH Headquarters, Maryland, Washington, D.C., U.S., 10:30 p.m. Issei was inside the BLACKWATCH headquarters, where he had met up with the soldier and Peter Randall, as Peter spoke. "It's good that you were able to make it. That Yuki-onna has been begging for an audience with you for a very long time." "How long?" Peter thought for a moment and responded. 2 hours, that is what our soldiers have informed us." "And why did you not inform me this earlier?" Peter didn't have an answer at first, as he soon responded. "We weren't sure if she could be trusted or not, that is why we asked her to wait in the interrogation room. Additionally, I wasn't sure that if you were free. You should have at least dropped a text, Peter. I would have spared some time from this." Peter nodded. He knew what Issei was trying to say. He wasn't sure if Issei would respond, but he should have dropped a text in his phone. Issei saw his expression and sighed. "Just inform me regardless. I often see my texts from time to time. Anyways, where is she?" "Inside the interrogation room. She has been patiently waiting for you, Issei. She really wants to have a talk with you and even states she will do anything just to have a talk with you." Issei was surprised by this Yuki-onna's tenacity and determination. He had to have this conversation with her. Fine, I might as well have this conversation with her. Issei was led to the interrogation room by 2 soldiers. They opened the door for him. Issei turned around and spoke softly. "Both of you stay outside. Yuki-onna are often led by their emotions and can be fickle in nature. You may end up getting frozen, that is why stay outside. I will handle this case personally." Issei took a file and went inside as the soldiers wondered on what is going to happen when the chairman meets the new guest. They knew the chairman was strong, since he was a dragon god, but they were worried on this. Peter had faith in his friend. He could only hope the situation. Issei entered inside, where he saw a beautiful fair-skinned woman who was wearing a white kimono. She had her hair held back by a Japanese headband. Her hair was a mixture of white and black, with the white hair covering the inner hair, and her eyes were blue, almost akin to the ice found commonly in the North Poles. She was the Yuki-onna that wanted to meet the chairman of the BLACKWATCH. The Yuki-onna looked at Issei, who read out the contents of the file. Yuki-onnas, ice spirits or yaokeis that depict the harshness and beauty of winter. In terms of personality and nature, they are often found stealing the breath away and life force of weakened travelers that are trapped in the endless snow deserts of Japan. They are often a part of the Japanese or Shinto mythology. Stories depict them as either warnings to travelers for them to not travel in winter, as a sign of death and danger, or they can be depicted as merciful and compassionate spirits. Stories like these often show them as loving and devoted wives, until their truth of their true nature is revealed, after which they abandon them. Issei placed the file down and spoke with a neutral tone. "So which category do you fall under?" The Yuki-onna's gaze seemed confused. She wondered on who the person in front of her. She tilted her gaze and asked, "Who are you?" "I am the chairman of the BLACKWATCH. You wanted to meet me, right?" The Yuki-onna became wide-eyed as she exclaimed while standing and bowing. "Please, I beg of you for your help. I need you to rescue a certain someone important to me." The Yuki-onna's tone had desperation and sadness. She wanted to rescue her lover that was captured by the yaokeis. Her own race didn't want them together. Issei was caught off guard by what he had heard. He never expected someone this desperate would come all the way from Japan to the United States to meet with him. The last person who had asked him was Persephone and she knew him, well this Yuki-onna doesn't even know him. I am going to need the full story. You want me to rescue someone whom I know nothing of? Would you inform me on everything? The Yuki-onna took a deep breath and spoke. Right, sorry, I will explain everything from the beginning. My real name, or to be precise my given name, is Yuri. I have no last name, since Yuki-onnas don't have any name, as they aren't identified as people unless a name is given to them. The one that gave me the name is John. The now identified Yuri spoke, as Issei had an idea on who this John is, since he was the one that gave her name. It is going to take a while, I will explain everything from the beginning. Yuri spoke with a solemn tone, as she recounted on how she met John. Flashback begins. 5 years before. Mount Fuji, Japan, 11:30 a.m. The blonde-haired boy had walked in a hiker's trail which was howling with blizzards. He was described to be wearing a mountaineer goggles and clothing that only a hiker would wear. He was John Ark, 25 years. He looked at the watch and spoke. Just a little more. John walked forward, unaware he was falling into a cliff due to the snow. Someone was trailing him from the behind as he tripped down and fell down several feet down. Thud. The boy was down on the ground, groaning in pain. His goggles were partially broken. He tried to get up when he looked up to see he had fallen quite low. Damn it. John tried to move, but was unable to do so. He couldn't even move his body. It felt like a huge load had blocked his movement. He feared what could have possibly happened. He used all of his strength, but was only able to get a slight movement before he fell to the ground. So I am going to die, huh? John spoke with slight fear, he didn't want to die like this. He feared what would happen to his parents and older sister, they would be devastated to hear of his missing and eventual demise. Alone in a mountain, surrounded by blizzards and immense snow, guess my fate is to die like this. John spoke, however in his eyes, the snow started to manifest and transform into a figure, a woman's figure upon closer experience. She with long flowing silver white hair adorned with intricate hair accessories that resemble snowflakes and icicles. She had blue eyes. She was wearing a traditional Japanese-inspired kimono fastened with a black obi. The kimono is primarily light blue and white, giving a frosty, winter-like aesthetic. Additionally, the sleeves were long and flowing. Oh, you're alive. The woman spoke with a slow and shrill tone, as she was seemingly flying in the blizzard. Almost as if she and the blizzard were one and the same. John was confused, why would this woman come and see him? Why is she flying? Why is he even alive? He should be dead by now. What is even going on here? Who are you? John muttered to himself, the wind making it next to audible for anyone to hear, but the woman was able to hear him clearly without any problem. She motioned towards him and spoke. Someone who should have been consumed by the relentless winter winds is barely clinging to life. The biting cold of the mountains, known for their treacherous and unpredictable weather, has claimed many unprepared souls. Each step must be taken with caution, as these peaks are notorious not just for their beauty, but also for the peril they pose to travelers. The woman spoke with a low tone, although her tone had some levels of anger. Almost akin to her scolding someone. Who or what are you? You are far too nagging for an illusion. The woman took a deep breath and spoke with a sigh. Even if I am in my true form, it should be recognizable to humans at this point. Haven't you heard of a Yuki-onna? The woman, now recognized as a Yuki-onna, looked at John, who managed to pull his head up at this point. John then spoke. I mean, I always figured that a Yuki-onna would be more beautiful. The Yuki-onna was annoyed by this attitude, as she exclaimed. Hey. Do you know the situation you were in? You care for me. I am going to die either way, leave me here and I will die from the cold, or you will drain me of my life energy or freeze me. The Yuki-onna spoke with an annoyed tone in response. It didn't cross your mind to ask me for help, ask for someone to save you? The Yuki-onna floated towards him, as John asked. Doesn't your kind kill any weakened travelers? The Yuki-onna crouched to his level and asked. Tell me, did you not read the story of Yuki-onna by Kazumi Yakumo? Didn't the Yuki-onna of that story have a different outcome, didn't she save and eventually marry the human? John only looked at her and responded. What is a Yuki-onna doing, reading a tale made by him? Yuki-onna shook her head and spoke. He stated that in his stories, a Yuki-onna is known to take human form. However, what he didn't state is that we have a true physical form that matches the ice of the mountains. The Yuki-onna picked him up and lifted him up in a bridal manner. She then spoke. Hope you don't fall off. Yuki-onna exclaimed as John held her tightly, having no choice. He looked at her and asked. Why did you even save me? Just wanting to ask. The Yuki-onna looked at him and spoke. Well, you are quite young and a handsome man, and it would be a shame if you died like this alone. You have fine features, but look at your scowl, it makes you look a bit stern. Plus. The Yuki-onna breathed some mist in his face, as his hair started to have ice on it. John did feel a little bit fear seeing that his savior could easily kill him if she wanted to or felt like it. I could kill you, but then it would cause even more problems for me and my home. John looked away and responded. I don't get it. Well, with you being missing, people would cause a missing report if you wind up missing, causing a lot of commotion. And, if you did end up dying on the mountain, well, many would chalk it up to you getting lost in a blizzard and dying. This could cause deforestation or humans would end up begin reconstruction and renovation to prevent such incidents from happening. Meaning it is better for me to save you for my sake. John seemed gloomy hearing this. He should have known that the Yuki Onna would put her own sake over his, not all for his sake. I see. John spoke as she asked. Do you have any food or money? My bag should have some, why? The Yuki Onna spoke with a normal tone. Human food and liquor are quite delicious, that is why I need money. Plus, I am not going to take everything, you should have enough. Not a bad price for saving you, right? John couldn't deny it, she could have killed him and taken his stuff, but she chose to save him and his getting him down. All in all, she saved his life, and this was the least he can do for her. But then again, couldn't you just freeze everything and take what you want? John asked, to which the Yuki Onna responded, she spoke. I could, but there are forces that could easily stop me if they want to. Trust me, human, the world of the supernatural is not something you want to mess with. I live by a very simple rule, if I take some things from a shop, the shops would easily get ruined, and if I carelessly wreak havoc in the human world, I will be destroyed. The Yuki Onna responded with a smile. They soon reached the lower end of a shop where no one would see them. The Yuki Onna gently places him down and takes the money and food. She makes sure that there is enough for John. Oh, and one more thing, whatever you do, don't tell anyone about me, not even to your own mother, otherwise no matter where you are, I will hunt you down and kill you. The Yuki Onna spoke the last part coldly, her tone being icy and no nonsense, as John consumed a lump of bile in slight fear. She has the means to kill him, if she wanted to do so. She showed that she won't hesitate to kill him. It's not like the world is going to believe that a snow woman saved me from the mountains, you know. The Yuki Onna shook her head in response and spoke. You never know, there are eyes and ears everywhere, and I don't want to get into some problem, since yakai human laws are fickle around here, just don't tell anyone about me, okay? The Yuki Onna walked away and disappeared into the crowd, as John could only watch her blend in. He soon got out of his daze and spoke. Well, it's best for me to leave. John muttered to himself as he left the location. Flashback ends. I see. Issei drank a sip of his Diet Coke, intently listening to the story as he spoke. So let me get this straight. You saved him just cause he was cute and your Biomi shouldn't suffer. Is that it? Yuri nodded in understanding, showing her true form to Issei to prove that she was the same Yuki Onna that had saved John all this while. That explains it, but it doesn't explain on why you are here. You saved him, took his food, and that should be it. Yuri returned to her human form and responded. I am getting to that. Yuri spoke with a deep breath and continued. You see, after 3 years, I decided to visit him personally in America, where we settled down after becoming a couple. We still didn't marry however, but he gave me a name since I told him that I didn't remember my name all that well. He fortunately brought my excuse of my amnesia, and I didn't know how he would react if I did tell him that I was the Yuki Onna that saved him. Issei shook his head, knowing exactly where this story was going to go. Yuri saw this expression and shook his head and spoke. No, he didn't tell anyone about my existence, he kept his word. But I feel like I should have shown him my existence and who I really was. Else, he wouldn't have been captured. Issei raised an eyebrow in response. He remembers that a Yuki Onna would rather freeze any person that broke their promises, but that was how a story that had a good beginning ended. But him being captured was something that caught him off guard. Captured? Issei asked, to which Yuri nodded and spoke. Yes, he has been captured and I will explain how did that happen. Yuri spoke with a deep thought. While we were being in our daily relationships, I trying my best to adjust to the life as a girlfriend and him being the president of Amazon Chicago branch and… Issei cuts her off and exclaims. Wait, he was that successful? Yuri nodded in response and smiled. Yes, he worked really hard. He always worked hard for me, even if I wasn't the best person for him. I was really bad at cooking, but he never held it against me. He loved me for who he was, nothing more, nothing less. Yuri spoke with a gentle smile, as she soon became saddened and spoke. But everything changed one day. Yuri spoke, as she explained everything to him. The day we were having a regular dinner, there was suddenly a doorbell that rang. John got up to check, and at first there was nothing that had happened, but then I sensed the presences. They were all yakai, and they had come all the way to Chicago to take John. By the time I rushed to him, he was already taken by them. I could only fall to my knees, knowing he was gone. Issei noticed that she was not lying. She really was telling the truth, since his experiences with the factions have also taught him to decipher lies from truths. He narrowed his gaze and asked. How long? Issei asked the Yuki-onna, to which she responded. I don't understand. How long has this happened? Like when was the time and date when this happened? The Yuki-onna thought for a moment and responded. It has been almost a year since he was kidnapped and taken away, the precise date being 25th April, 2023. They even managed to erase any and all trace of him with the help of some leftover fallen angel and devil magic, making sure that he never worked there. They ruined his life completely. Issei narrowed his gaze, a scowl forming on his face. If there was any more reason to hate these yokai, he found another reason. However, he wondered why she didn't do anything to ask for his release. He then asked. Why did you not forward your complaint with the yokai queen, Yusaka? Yuri could be seen gritting her teeth in anger and releasing some aura, which caught Issei off guard. However, he had prepared to knock her out if she did try to go overboard. He understood why she was angry, and he wanted to deal with Yusaka in a similar manner to Kunu. However, she took a deep breath to calm herself and explained. I did forward the complaints, but she refused to even hear me out. She called me a traitor for breaking the laws. Tell me, Chairman, is it treachery to love a human? Is it treachery to live a peaceful life with a human? Is it treachery and deception to remain happy with your partner, even if it is a human? Tell me, Chairman, is it wrong for someone to love? Issei remained speechless hearing what the Yuki-onna had to say. Everyone has the right to love, nobody can take that right away from you, if they do so they are worse than scum. However, before Issei could respond, someone barged in, as this was revealed to be Elena. The Yuki-onna and Issei looked at her and spoke. Didn't I specifically ask no one to enter this room till I am done with the interrogation? Elena shook her head and responded. I have some bad news, Ice. Issei looked at her and asked. What? Elena said nothing and showed a report of something. Issei took a look at the report and became wide-eyed. He then asked. What is the meaning of this? An execution. Yuri had a bad feeling upon hearing this, as Elena spoke. Yes, Ice, they are apparently executing prisoners that have broken the laws of yokai, and one of the people that are scheduled for execution is none other than John Ark. We only have a few hours left for their execution. Yuri completely paled upon hearing this. Someone she once saw as their queen was betraying them in the worst way. She could only kneel and get into a dogenza position, throwing her pride away and begging for help. Please, I beseech you. That man, John Ark, is a good man, please save him. I will do anything you want, please rescue him. Issei and Elena looked at the Yuki-onna, who was tearing up for her lover. Elena then looked at Issei as he gave her a look that he will explain later. Issei knew there was only one thing he had to do. Crouching to her height, he spoke to her while holding her shoulders. Miss Yuri, please don't kneel in front of me. Yuri looked at Issei as he continued. We will rescue your lover John, he is not going to die when I am around. I created BLACKWATCH as a fighting force against the injustice of the supernatural. We will help you rescue him, and I promise you that he will be in your arms before the sun rises the next day. The Yuki-onna could only tear up when she heard this, as she exclaimed with a tearful smile. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for listening to me and saving him. Issei only nodded with a smile before looking at Elena, who also understood the situation. She can keep her hatred for the yokai in bay when it involves the Yuki-onna in front of her. Elena, contact some demon slayers. We are going on a yokai hunt today and prepare a small force. It is time we show the supernatural on why BLACKWATCH was created. Elena nodded as she spoke with a smile. Very well, Ice. It will be done in a few minutes. Issei nodded as he looked at Yuri and asked the final question. When we rescue John, you will be considered the enemy of the yokai and by extension the factions. Are you willing to become an enemy for the sake of your lover? Yuri nodded as she rubbed the tears and spoke with an ice-cold tone and responded. Yes, I am. I have no empathy for Yusaka after what she did to John. The BLACKWATCH can do whatever it wants with her, and I don't mind being considered rogue by them for what they did to John. Issei nodded, seeing her resolve. It showed that she was willing to go through any length to make sure he remains safe. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Issei watching the multiverse. A few hours later. Yaokai Prison, Kyoto, 1 a.m. The man in his 30s is seated in the prison cells. He was John Ark and was described to be a blonde-haired man with long hair tied in a ponytail. He had a goatee and a mustache since he decided to keep it, which he usually doesn't keep it. He was wearing a formal suit which comprised of a black blazer, a white shirt, a black striped tie. He also wore matching pants and black shoes. Ugh, where do I even begin? My name is John Ark. I am the second child of the Ark family, which is a simple civilian family that doesn't have a supernatural background. I was born in France before I moved to USA to further my studies. I graduated from Harvard and got a decent job at Amazon headquarters in Chicago. Moving up the ladder, I eventually became the president of the company HQ. I eventually decided to take a hiking trip in Japan, where I would trip and have an encounter with the Yuki Onna who saved my life. John narrated his life. He was grateful to her for being his saving grace, else his life would have ended right then and there, as he continued in response. I am grateful to her, else today I wouldn't even be here. My corpse at best would have been found in the snow, buried. Affected by intense hypothermia, I doubt my corpse would be recognized. Anyways, she asked me to keep a secret, and I did so. But when I met an amnesiac woman 3 years later, everything changed for me. I named her Yuri upon her asking me to do so, and we have been living in peace for a year. That was until the fateful day a year ago, when some yaokai disguised as humans kidnapped me and kept me imprisoned here for a year. A sigh can be heard. He looked at his captors. These were 2 Tengu soldiers that barely spoke to him, only informing him of his food and other necessities that he needs to fulfill. The prison seems decent, not what I was expecting. There is a proper bed, a proper bathroom, although there is no internet access and television here. It's a shame, since I have no clue what has happened since the past year. I don't even know what happened to Yuri and what she is doing. I fear the worst that has happened to her. I asked what crime was I imprisoned for, and I got no answer, since my captors never or barely talk to me. They see me as a disgusting human being, a pariah, if you may say so. It annoys me, but I can do little to nothing since I don't know what I even did, or what crime am I being punished for. John lied on the bed, wondering what fate has in store for him. However, all of a sudden his prison doors were opened. He looked to see the 2 Tengu guards come in. All this while, they only transferred food via a shaft in the door, and same went for drinking water as well. Come with us, human. Your judgment in front of the Yaokai Queen will begin. The Tengu guards had spoke seriously, as John shrugged and spoke sarcastically. Well, it's about damn time. I still wonder what I even did. John had to wait for a year to get into a court case, where his judgment would even begin. The second Tengu guard had spoken. Don't push your luck, human. You have broken a sacred law, and you must face its consequences. John was roughly dragged up by the Tengu guard, as he angrily responded. Then fucking tell me, what law did I break? You guys keep claiming I broke a sacred law, but I don't even know what I did to begin with. You kept me here against my will for a fucking year for a reason I don't even know. The Tengu guard was getting angry, but the other had spoken in response. Don't let the queen decide his fate. The first Tengu guard spoke with a serious tone, after calming his friend down. As for you, human, you will get your answers soon enough. Quietly come with us. John could only look at the first one and nod in response, as he was escorted by the 2 Tengu guards to the palace, where Yusaka and the Yaokai elders would judge the man for breaking a crime. The Ark was made to sit down, in a kneeling position out of respect. Fortunately, well, he was trained in this courtesy of Yuri. She did teach him Japanese customs that she recalled from her homeland. John Ark, I presume. The one who spoken was Yusaka herself, the queen of the Yaokai. John looked at her and wouldn't deny it. She was one of the most beautiful women he has ever seen. But despite this, there was only one woman in his heart. Yes, queen of Yaokai. I am John Ark, so could you tell me why am I here? One of the elders, who is a Tanuki Yaokai, responded. Human, you will only speak when asked for. No questions will be allowed here. This is your first and only warning you will get, let me make this clear. John nodded, however he was grumbling in response, annoyed by how he is being treated. They only hate him just because he was a human, showing a clear superiority complex. Getting back to the topic, you have been accused of being with a Yuki Onna, when our laws clearly state that a relationship between a human and a Yaokai is forbidden. So how do you plead, John Ark? John only spoke in response. There was no reason to hide the truth anymore, since they know what is going on. All she did was rescue me from the mountain all those years ago. There is nothing between us, please leave her out of this. John defended the Yuki Onna, unaware that she was Yuri, his girlfriend all this while. Yusaka only shook her head, as Megari, the Nekomata leader, explained. You misunderstand this, John. Well, we are aware of what happened in the mountain. We are referring to what happened after that, when you returned back. Your encounter with the girl you named Yuri. John became wide-eyed, as he exclaimed in response in anger. What do you mean by this? He was only socked in the face by the Tengu guard that was rough with him. John only spit out in response due to the punch, as the guard angrily spoke. Didn't you hear about the rules? No questions asked. Is that clear? John glared at the guard before huffing in anger. He gritted his teeth in anger at the treatment they were giving him. Megari then spoke with a serious tone. I was getting to her, you should be more patient, human. Megari's tone did hold some hostility with John, as he didn't respond to her. Megari then spoke. The girl Yuri is a Yuki Onna. She was disguised as a human whom you met 2 years from now. She had no name and she asked you to name her. This is because they are one of the few Yaokais that don't get a name. Do you recollect it, John? Dawn flinched upon this, remembering what Megari was trying to say. He could only look down, realizing what this meant. Yuri was the Yuki Onna that had saved him all those years ago. He didn't know how to react. This news caught him off guard. He wasn't angry by any means. Sure, she hid who she really is, but she must have a very good reason for doing so. Permission to ask a question. The same Tengu guard was going to sock him, but Yusaka gave a glare which made him back away as she spoke. "You may ask." John nodded and spoke. "I believe this to be true. There were a lot of things that made me question who she really is, but I trusted her and believed her. She must have a good reason to do so. Can I meet her just this once? I want to ask her why she lied to me." Yusaka only looked at him with a cold tone and spoke. "I am afraid I cannot do that." John was about to ask why, but Yusaka speaks. "She is in exile for associating with a human like you. She is no longer welcome in our lands. She broke a sacred law for having a relationship with you." Dawn could only realize what this meant. Her life was in complete ruins after she chose to come all the way to USA to be with him. She was in exile from her own people, which made him clench his fists in anger. He wanted to teach Yusaka a lesson for hurting someone he cherished for so long. "I can sense your anger. Ark." Yusaka spat with slight disdain as John looked at her angrily. She shook her head in annoyance, since in her eyes, John should have never met that Yaokai at all. She then spoke. "I would advise you to keep it with you. We can give you a fate worse than death if we want to, since you have already broken a very important law. But we have decided to give you judgment for your actions, and since you did break a very important law, your memories of the girl will be wiped clean from your head before your eventual execution." Dawn started to struggle, refusing to accept this judgment as he shouted in anger and fury. "No, I refuse to accept this judgment. This is injustice. You are only saying this because you Yaokais hate humanity. You are the real vermin, not us, punishing an innocent couple with your goddamned rules. You are disgusting, pathetic beings that don't deserve any respect or worship." The Yaokais were getting annoyed by the human's attitude, with Yusaka clenching her fists in anger. She was ready to incinerate him for the blatant disrespect that he was showing. He not only broke a sacred law, but he was also refusing to abide by the laws set by the Yaokai court. "You insolent wretch, I will not tolerate any disrespect. You will regret what you said to me." John only looked angrily at her and retorted. "Disrespect? You don't deserve my respect, Fox. You think that killing me is going to cover up our story? Then you are wrong. Karma will come for you, and you will suffer one day." Yusaka was about to incinerate him when suddenly a barrier pushed her backwards. She looked in horror upon who was responsible for this. The two Tengu guards were grabbed by their heads and knocked out by slamming onto each other. Yusaka looked around and shouted. "Who is there? Who is responsible for this?" Everyone looked at each other in confusion as a voice suddenly spoke in response. "Well said, John Ark, this fox doesn't deserve any respect, and karma will come for her one day." Yusaka recognized the voice very well and gritted her teeth in fury, knowing who exactly it is. She then muttered to herself. "Haidu." John wondered who this person was, as suddenly a figure manifested right beside him, catching him off guard. He saw him wearing a bracelet in his hand. He then spoke to the Fox Queen, who was glaring at him with hatred. "I must say, Yusaka, there is no limit to how far you are going to fall with your actions, aren't you, Yusaka? Trapping an innocent couple who were not only living far away in peace, but also trying to take away the only thing that he cherishes, his memories with his lover. You have no right to separate two loving individuals who love each other unconditionally." Issei spoke with anger as he released his boosted gear, ready to teach Yusaka a lesson she would never forget. Yusaka was ready to incinerate him as flames were present in her hand. This was fox fire, which Issei looked at and smirked. "You have some nerve of showing up after what you did to my daughter, you rotten bastard. This man broke the rules that." Issei cuts her off and angrily speaks. "Fuck your rules, laws and restrictions, you fox." Issei angrily speaks as he continues. "Like I said before, you have no right to separate them, especially when they aren't causing any trouble. You are not their god or their mommy to do such things. You are just a fox that is put on a high pedestal, thus causing your arrogance to do anything they want and get away with it." Yusaka was seething in rage. She was ready to incinerate Issei, but he was not having any of it. He created an energy blade and created several energy projections that had struck many locations of Yusaka, causing her to screech in pain. Issei got into his pose, and the energy projections exploded, causing Yusaka to scream in pain. John was caught off guard by what he was seeing. This man managed to defeat the queen of the Yaokais in just mere seconds, and what was his intentions to be here? Was it to spite the queen, since they clearly had beef against each other? "Restrain the dragon, now." Nararian shouted with anger, as Issei only spoke. "I don't think so, Jimmy Neutron. Everyone, attack." The door chambers suddenly exploded as a barrage of BLACKWATCH Phase 1 super soldiers. They were clad in a tactical armored suit. The character is wearing a helmet with a visor that appears to have a breathing apparatus or mask attached. The suit includes bulky armor pieces to protect themselves from magical attacks. Fire on these yokai. The soldiers started to open fire on the yokai, causing many to generate magical barriers to protect these yokai. Some responded by unleashing elemental magic attacks on them, but when they attacked, the magic barely affected them. Send in the yokai hunters. The yokai hunters soon ambushed them, wearing oni masks, as they attacked several yokai, behaving almost akin to ninjas and kunoichis. However, they were given specific orders to not kill the yokai yet, since Issei doesn't want to grab too much attention as of now, since his priority was to rescue John, and he was unfortunately not Alexander J. Mercer. He had already planned to make sure they don't follow them. One yokai, which was a dog yokai, immediately tried to bite the demon slayer, who only responded by immediately stabbing him in the stomach. He made sure to miss the vital organs, so that he is only knocked out. Another yokai, a Nekomata, tried to ambush some demon slayers from behind, but suddenly, boom. The Nekomata was knocked away flying. She tried to look at her attacker, as it was revealed to be a BLACKWATCH super soldier. The demon soldier thanked the soldier who nodded. The Nekomata soon passed out. Bugari and Nararian were trying to protect anyone they can, as they tried to defend from the ambush that had taken place. They gritted their teeth in anger, since Issei had once again outsmarted them in every manner. They were combating against the soldiers trying to defeat and deal with anyone that they can. The ambush caught them off guard. In the meantime, Issei watched the soldiers and yokai hunters systematically, smiling at the progress they made, allowing humans to reach the combat prowess of the supernatural. More testing needed to be done in their weapons and abilities, and the necessary training needs to be done. However, one question caught him off guard. Why are you saving me? Issei looked at John, who had asked a question. A certain someone asked me to do so, and our organization does fight against injustices made against humanity. I will explain later, but first, let's get you out of here. Issei broke through the restraints after speaking. John nodded, however his gaze turned into worry. Issei turned around to see Asaka standing, alive from the attack. She was ready to transform into her vulpine form, however Issei was not going to let that happen. At blinding speeds, he dashed forward and grabbed her by the throat as he started to make her choke. Did you really think I will let you transform? You are a bigger idiot than I thought. Issei moved towards her, as he watched her struggle helplessly. Issei will snap her neck, killing her if she does transform. So Yusaka, how does it feel? Powerless to stop someone you hate from overpowering and mocking you at every step. You tormented and harassed me, not even giving me a single chance to explain myself when I visited this place for the first time. You slapped me for listening to lies courtesy of my sorry excuse of a future niece. So tell me, Yusaka, how does it feel to be unable to do anything against this vermin? Issei spoke mockingly with a grin, really enjoying her despair and struggles, as tears were falling from her eyes due to how powerless she felt in the situation. She then spoke with anger and despair. CC, curse you. Issei kept her place on the neck and kicked her hard that she almost felt like puking. Issei really enjoyed seeing her suffer, but he wanted to make sure she remembers what happens to those that want to harm his life. She soon passed out due to the injuries, with Issei shaking his head on how disappointing she is. It was no wonder Cao was able to capture her. The other yokai watched with terror. Nararian and Magari wanted to save her, but they had to protect the others as well, at the same time. Looking at the other yokai, Issei announced. Everyone, cease your fighting at once. They all looked at Issei, as the soldiers and hunters smiled seeing this, while the other yokai and the elders watched in terror and fear. Issei then announced again. I am here to announce, I have your queen as your hostage. We will be leaving with John Arc tonight. If anyone stands in our way, we will snap her neck. Let me make this very clear. If you value her life, drop your weapons or magic and surrender. Issei had the yokai queen in his hands. He looked at the yokais who were starting to surrender. Even Magari and Nararian were surrendering by getting to their knees, as the soldiers used special handcuffs to bind them to the tower pillars, on Issei's orders. They hated what was happening, but seeing that Issei can do anything to Yusaka, they were fearing the worst. They had to comply to his demands. Issei walks while dragging the fox yokai by her neck as he speaks to John. Come with me. John, seeing no choice, nods. He then heads out as Issei puts a seal on Yusaka's powers so that she wouldn't be able to use them for a while. This was a seal he had prepared for her powers, and since he had less time to prepare, it will only work for 3 hours till her powers are regained. But who is this person that wanted to save me? John asked politely. He was grateful for the rescue, but he wondered who this person was. Issei turned his gaze to a woman standing behind John as he spoke. Behind you, that is your answer. John turned around to see none other than Yuri, who had tears in her eyes. He was surprised to see her, as Issei explained. She contacted me to inform me about your situation. She was ready to do anything just to save you from your eventual execution. John shuddered at this, she really cared and loved him for all this while. Yuri then spoke while crying. John. John also realized what she must have gone through without him around. Yuri didn't hesitate and dashed forward embracing him as she exclaimed. I am sorry for not telling you who I am. Forgive me for not telling you the truth of who I really was, that I was the same Yuki Onna that had saved you from the mountains. Please forgive me, John. John only returned the embrace as he spoke with sniffles. Do you really think that I hate you just because you hid the truth from me? I know the truth of you being a Yuki Onna. Yuri looked at John and asked. So that means you knew? John nodded and spoke. Yeah, Yusaka told me everything. She told me on how you hid your identity from me and this caused you to get exiled. But I want to see it for myself on who you really are. The Yuki Onna nodded as she backed away and entered into her true form, releasing a small blizzard when she did so. She then spoke. This is who I really am, I am not human, I never was. But I wanted to stay by your side, especially after living with you for a year. I always wanted to reveal the truth to you, but I feared that you would leave me for not being a human, but a monster. That is why. John walked to her and spoke. Do you really believe that, Yuri? Yuri widened her eyes as he kept his hand on her cheek and continued. I told you once, and I am telling you again, I don't hate you for being a Yuki Onna. If anything, I am even more happy that my girlfriend and my savior are one and the same. John was about to drop his hand when Yuri kept her hand on him with a blushing smile. He accepted her for who she is and now was no longer afraid of hiding her identity. Issei stayed silent as he looked away, letting the couple have their time together. However, soon a groan caught their attention. John and Yuri looked to Yusaka, who had woken up, both having looks of anger, while the latter detested the woman in front of her. She was about to freeze her, but John stopped her, seeing that Issei has her under his thumb. Oh look, the hag is awake. Issei spoke mockingly, he should have put in more power in the knockout punch. Yusaka looked at the Yuki Onna and glared at her with hatred as she looked towards her and shouted. You damn traitor. You treacherous scumbag. You have not only broken our rules and laws by dating a human, but you also side with this vermin, this scumbag. You should be ashamed. Yuki Onna. Yusaka was unable to complete when a punch was provided to her. This was done in courtesy to Yuri, causing her to stagger to the ground. I have a name, Fox. And that is Yuri, the name John gave me. You will address me as such, and I am glad that I am not a part of your stupid faction anymore. Yusaka was beyond livid, she was ready to unleash her fox fire, as Yuri was ready to defend herself. But to everyone minus Issei's surprise, it didn't work. She tried doing it again, but it didn't work. Yusaka had dread and terror in her eyes and expression as Issei spoke. Surprised. Yusaka looked at Issei and spoke. I sealed away your powers, you are now completely powerless as a human. The very same people you despise and wanted to execute John for. Yusaka had tears in her eyes and was filled with terror. Issei then spoke. I am not done yet. Look. Issei pointed to see many BLACKWATCH operatives planting explosives in the mansion. Once they were done, they backed away on Issei's orders as he spoke. I am going to leave you a parting present. Issei commanded the soldiers and hunters inside to move out of the mansion as they got in their helicarriers and stayed inside. Issei soon brought out a button as Yusaka realized what he was going to do. She was about to beg, but Issei pressed the button and multiple explosions had taken place that lit up the place like a Christmas tree. The once proud mansion was now in shambles and was burning. Issei then spoke to the fox. Go and rescue whoever you can, cause if you don't, well, they are going to either die by the fire or by the rubble tumbling down. Yusaka didn't hesitate as she rushed to save her people. He turned around to see the surprised looks of John and Yuri as he spoke. Let's head back, we can discuss whatever we can back in the ship. John and Yuri nodded as they left the location. Yuri took one last look at the mansion that she used to revere before leaving the place as well. Scene change. Airplane, Maryland, 8 a.m. Yuri and John were in the airplane, alone together. Issei was having a conversation with Elena in another room. Yuri then spoke. I am once again sorry for hiding who I was. Yuri returned to her human form as she continued. I just hope you don't mind that I am an ice spirit. Nah, plus you kind of look hotter in your true form than in your this form. Yuri playfully smacked him in response as she shook her head in amusement as she spoke with a solemn tone. So what now? John looked at her and spoke. Now that they know of our home, would they try and attack us again? John, I fear that we will have to change our homes. John understood what she was saying, they will have to change their homes since the Yaokai would come after them for them breaking their so-called laws. You are right, we will have to change our homes so that they won't come after us. Worry not, I will find a way. Yuri nodded as John asked. But are you sure you want to be with me? Like I am not against you being a Yaokai. But you are breaking your ties with your homeworld. The same place that you were born into, and do you want to go against Yusaka, someone who is your queen? John looked at her expression, as she seemed serious and cold, she then spoke. No John, that woman is no longer my queen in any manner, not after what she did to you. I will never see that woman as my queen anymore, and yes, I don't mind being a traitor for falling in love. If they have a problem with that, I really don't care. That is their problem, not mine. Let her try to take you, I will destroy anyone that even comes and harms you. John had a blush on his face, as he asked. Are you willing to go that far for me? Is that even a question? I may not be as strong as Yusaka, but I am definitely a high-class yokai, I can hold my own against a lot of the yokais. Worry not, I will be fine. John nodded and gave a smile, with him resting on her shoulder, as he spoke. It's good that we are back together. Yuri nodded with a smile and placed her hand on his head. They stayed like this for a while, before the doors opened revealing Issei, as he asked. I hope now would be a good time to talk to you. John split up from Yuri, as he spoke. Yes, and thank you for saving me, and reuniting with someone that I care for. Speaking of which, you and Yusaka seem to have a history together, why does she hate you so much? Issei shook his head and spoke. It's a long story, but that is now what we are here to discuss. I was asking, are the two of you planning to relocate? Since the yokai know of your home address, I feel like they have been clearly stalking the two of you for days on end. Yuri could be seen gritting her teeth in anger, she had a feeling that this was true, but whenever she checked it out, they vanished into thin air. She wanted to freeze those yokais for getting in their private relationships. John calmed her down by placing his hand on hers, as he held it tightly, assuring that they are not going to be separated. Yes, but where do we go? They will just track us wherever we live and will do the same stunt. You may have saved us for now, but they will want to go after me again. Issei noted this to be true, as he spoke in response. How about you stay nearby, in California? The two looked at Issei, as he continued. I stay near the beachside, so how about the two of you purchase an apartment there? Sell the old house if you have it. You should have enough to manage yourselves, right? The two looked at each other, as Yuri spoke. We have the old house, I was able to pay for the rent till I found a way to rescue John. John was surprised, but he soon realized that he left money behind for Yuri in case something happened to him. That's good, you should probably find a new house in California if you purchase them for now. Try locating it near the beaches, trust me you will love the beachside. John nodded, but he soon glanced at Yuri and spoke. But if she is around, I am not sure if she can handle the heat. Yuri got annoyed by this and responded. If that was the case then I wouldn't even be living with you at all or alive as a matter of fact. Hell I would have turned into water as soon as I touched any of the hot food. But you saw I was unaffected, right? Yuri spoke with slight annoyance as John rubbed his head with embarrassment. Issei shrugged and then spoke. Well, it's settled then, I believe you should start preparing for your new life in California. Issei puts his hand forward as John accepts it and speaks. Yeah. I am ready. They both shake hands, as they soon drop their hands, soon enough, Issei speaks. Now I will leave the two of you to catch up. Until then I will have a chat with Elena. The couple nod, as they both have a discussion of their future planning. This would be one of the few human supernatural couples that have existed and will be successful as time passes by. Issei closes the door and sits beside Elena, who was in a different room. Elena then asked. So how did it go between the two? Issei nodded and spoke. It went well, the two are planning to settle down in California, which is where I am currently staying. Elena responded with a smile. Well, that's good to hear. Yeah, we should probably prepare for what comes next, we know for a fact that the old hag is not going to take this lightly. She will do anything in her power to come after the couple and may even bring the Shinto gods to their side. Elena became pale upon this, their organization is not yet ready to fight against the gods. Issei then spoke, seeing her pale expression in a tone of assurance. Fret not, they will come after me only, I had asked them to hide their logos when entering in the mansion. The Yaokais think that they are my allies, so we have nothing to worry. Plus they still don't know that I live there, I think they will first fix the damage that I have made and then hunt me down, and I am pretty sure that the fox bitch is scared from what I did to her. Issei spoke with a sadistic grin, as Elena could only shake her head, seeing her friend act like this. She then spoke. Yusaka may have been scarred, but this will only attract some unwanted attention, you may be in hiding, but sooner or later, we will have to reveal ourselves, when are we going to do that? Issei stopped grinning and spoke with a smile. Soon Elena, you like the Yukiana outside have a vendetta against the Yaokai that you need to fulfill, and we know for a fact that their human hatred and stupid traditions are the reasons why the human race have lost many to their actions, such that many Yaokai even fear coming close to humans, unless it is meant to harm them. We need to deal with that, including Yasaka and her council of yokai that needed to be eliminated for this to happen. But I have plans for Yasaka, and soon. She is going to wish she was dead. Elena nodded in understanding, as she could see what this meant. The fact that they are willing to punish someone this far for a very small crime is very stupid and foolish, along with being dreadful and downright atrocious. Hell, she doubted that love is even a crime, since it doesn't have any boundaries. I don't understand, why would they see love between those two as a crime? Issei shook his head and responded. I have no idea, but I think I may have a theory. Elena responded with a nod, as Issei continued. Majority of the yokai are known to be dangerous, harmful and deadly to human beings. Even the kitsune are stated to be dangerous if they are wanting to prank. You have heard of the kitsune sickness, right? I do. Elena spoke, remembering her research on different yokai to identify which yokai exactly had killed her parents and on how to do it. Elena then spoke. It is a sickness where a human will behave like a fox and have a knack for eating only tofu, which are kitsune's favorite food. Apparently this is caused when a kitsune tsuki or fox spirit enters into a human body and controls it, and the only way to get rid of the spirit is forcing it out. However, this develops an adverse reaction of a human towards tofu, and many don't even come near an house that had an kitsune tsuki infesting it out of fear. Exactly, youkais have been causing a lot of harm from time to time, and my guess it is because of Yasaka's rule. She has been looking down on humans for a very long time, or is being too neglectful. Either way, she has been causing a lot of problems to the humans, and if her attitude is anything, it is a sign for dealing with them right away. Any more inhumans like John will suffer even more. Issei spoke with a sigh, as he continued. Truth be told, I am not even sure if Yasaka hates me for being a mere human or for my reputation, and if youkais like them are around harming humans. Then it is up to us, BLACKWATCH, to stop them for good. After all, our organization is designed to protect humans from the supernatural harming them, right? Elena nodded in understanding when she agreed on Issei's call for creating an organization against the supernatural. Elena agreed to join them. As someone from the CIA, it was her job to protect the innocent, even if they are from the supernatural. You are right, and protect them, we shall. Elena spoke as the aircraft was heading towards Maryland for docking, where plans for the future will be held. In the meantime, the supernatural caught wind of what Issei did and saw him as a threat even more. The youkais were livid at what Issei had done and the fact that he had broken their sacred laws to save a human being from their justice. This would eventually cause Yasaka to contact her patron goddess, Amaterasu, who agreed on joining the factions to deal with Issei and Mercer. 2 months later. Issei's house, California, 9:30 a.m. Issei was lying on a nearby chair. He was wearing his traditional white jacket and a black shirt along with black shorts. He was reading some of the latest situation with BLACKWATCH. He had a smile seeing some of the works. Project Orion was a success in its first base. More testing is needed to show whether it is ready for usage. Issei noted in his laptop he wanted to perform more testing and tasks to make sure that these soldiers can even confront gods and even other deities close to god level. He knew that this would take some time, lot of time, but he is willing to wait. After all, good things come to those that wait. Good thing Artemis agreed with the name. Issei spoke with a sigh, just the mere name would often bring Artemis shaking with anger and fear. Normally it wouldn't happen if this was spoken in third person, but when she was spoken to her directly, she always shuddered when his name was mentioned and shakes in anger and fear. Upon asking Athena, he heard on what Orion did to her and was beyond livid at how Artemis had suffered because of that man. Her first male friend did such a heinous thing to her. He was even more tempted to unleash the virus, but focused on helping her first. But he had some doubt and wanted to investigate further. Partner? Issei looked at his boosted gear and asked. Drake, what is it? You should pay a visit to the girls. They will be happy to have you around. You are often busy with BLACKWATCH and its projects. Artemis needs some more support, moral support, and I doubt Athena would be enough. Drake mused in response. Issei understood what he meant and was willing to head there soon. Several things have happened since the past 2 months. Issei met La Folia, Kuroka and Gondal, all of whom were ecstatic for Issei's return, with them being worried sick. Kuroka and Gondal didn't blame him for what Issei did to Shirin and Roswas, the latter being happy that he didn't torture her due to him considering feelings for Gondal. Although, he did get beaten up for hiding his existence from them, they were happy on his return. Fortunately, it wasn't too much, and Issei was happy in spending time with them. Issei also informed them about what happened to John and Yuri, although he didn't disclose their identities, since he wanted them to live a peaceful life. The girls understood Issei hiding their identities and only informing him on what happened, which caused them to be really livid with what happened. Kuroka hated Yasaka even more, since she didn't see this man as a bad person, unlike her father. Since now, she believes that there has to be more couples who must have suffered through this. Issei took this thought and wondered if this was true. If that was the case, he needed to locate those humans and reunite them with their partners if they still love them. Hey Drag, do you think it is possible for us to find someone like Yuri? Issei asked, to which the Welsh dragon responded. I think it is possible, partner. That fox wants to enforce her rules to make humans fear and worship them as gods. I believe other pantheons also want to maintain this system, which I believe is called the Divine Order. In this, gods are said to be at the top and everything else is below them. Issei shook his head in response, remembering Drake informing him about the Divine Order. He remembered this when he was told about how the biblical God was one of the most devout believers of this order, and that is what got him killed. I should ask Yuri and John for this. I am curious on how strong a Yaokai's bond is. I should probably pay them a visit. I heard they settled down quite well. Drake hummed in agreement as he responded. And you even let Ingvild move out often. She has been visiting the beaches more than not. It's a shame that she doesn't sing often. Issei nodded, although he was saddened when Ingvild wasn't able to sing, since she loved singing. But he had to make sure she doesn't fall into the factions or worse, her brother's hands. He knew that the marriage of the faction pillar with his girls is coming in 2 or 3 weeks, and he has already prepared the perfect wedding gift for all of them. Something that will blow their minds. He decided to get dressed and head out. He noticed Ingvild watching some television and let her do so. He knew where they lived and decided to meet them. Issei reached outside the new house. It was a small apartment that had 3 bedrooms. This was enough for the couple. He soon rang the doorbell and waited for a few moments. As soon someone opened the door, it was none other than Yuri, now in her human form. Yes. Yuri became wide-eyed and spoke with a smile. Ah, Issei-san, you could have told us that you are making a visit. Issei shrugged and spoke. I won't be here for that long anyways. So how have your 2 months of being wedded been? Yuri gave a wider smile and spoke while showing her wedding ring off. It has been quite amazing. Why don't you come inside? Even John is here today. Right. Issei came inside as John was working on a laptop. Yuri then spoke. Anada, look who is here to greet us. John closed his laptop and was surprised to see Issei as he got up and spoke. Issei, it's been a while. Hasn't it? Yep, so how is your new life? John rubbed the back of his head and responded. It is quite well, shame most of my work has to be done from home, though. It's only for 2 more weeks at least, and 3 at most, then you can start working in office and climb up the ladder. The couple looked at each other before Yuri asked. What do you mean? Isaka is going to marry the pillar, and I plan to crash the wedding and ruin it, forcing the factions to comply with their demands. The duo were surprised by this, as John spoke with anger. That woman, she apparently marries a former human, yet she criticizes us for being together. Yuri also agreed with anger as she approached John and calmed him down. His whole life was ruined by that woman, and he was never going to forgive her ever in her life. Issei shakes his head and speaks. I am afraid that is not how it works, John. John and Yuri looked at Issei in surprise as Issei continues. You see, Dai was a former human, correct? But he is now a reincarnated devil and a powerful one at that. Additionally, he has done many things in the eyes of the supernatural that make him into a true hero. Basically, he took credit for my actions, but in their eyes, it was Dai that did it, not me. As a result, he was a unique case when Yusaka apparently fell for him as she pulled some strings and allowed this engagement to happen. The couple became shocked at this as Yuri spoke with surprise. This means the system was rigged against you from day one. The couple couldn't help but get angry at this. They hated on how they were treated just because they fell for each other. They couldn't be together because of some fox who was stronger than them. Issei looked at their anger and understood on why they were helpless, something he was all too familiar with. That bitch. John growled with fury. He really hated on what they did to them. John was unlawfully arrested against his will. Yuri stroked his back to calm him down while controlling her own anger against her former queen. Anyways. Issei spoke, changing the topic as he continued. I have a few questions, hope I don't mind asking. It's about the Yaokai. The couple looked at each other as Yuri spoke. No, we don't. Tell us, what do you want to know? I want to know, how strong is a mate bond between 2 Yaokais or a Yaokai and another being? Issei asked, to which Yuri widened her eyes in surprise. She took a deep breath and spoke. When a Yaokai chooses a soulmate, we often tie our lives to that person for the rest of our own existence. Even if it is a human, we are often pulled towards him, her by an unknown force, which we consider it to be fate. We don't understand why we are being attracted, but we often follow that pull. Our love for our partners is unconditional and non-treachery. We will never betray or abandon them, no matter what happens. Issei noted this to be true, remembering on how Yuri was determined to locate her lover at all costs and even go against Yusaka just to be in love. She even went into a wolf's den, aka BLACKWATCH, just to save John, going against her own faction, and even met up with Issei, the supposed enemy of the factions. Not to mention, we feel haunted and anxious when he do get separated from our soulmates for a long time, and it gets worse as time passes by. We fear the worst, that is why I became desperate enough to find someone that can help me against the supernatural. I heard rumors of an organization that is sent to investigate what happened to missing individuals, and that is how I ended up in the BLACKWATCH. Issei nodded in understanding, as he then asked his next question. So is there a way a bond so strong can be broken? Issei asked, to which Yuri flinched and spoke. Yes, there is a way. It will only happen when the opposing person that a yokai chooses as a soulmate stabs the yokai in the back, but fragments of the bond will still be there, and chances are it will be rekindled. In the story of the Yuki Onna by Kazumi Yakumo, the man that was asked to keep her existence a secret broke his word. What was not told in the story was that despite this betrayal of trust, the Yuki Onna kept trailing him and his children until the secret of their relationship was revealed to the yokai, after which she was executed for her actions. But in her final moments, she was able to put a barrier to protect her husband and children. Yuri revealed the haunting moment where she was killed to set an example for the rest of her kind. John pulled her in for a side hug, assuring her that nothing is going to happen to him in any manner. Yuri then turned her gaze to Issei and asked, "Why do you ask of this?" "I wanted to know more about your bond and on how you see yourself bonding with humans." Yuri nodded and spoke. "I am not going to lie, usually we avoid bonding with humans, the reasons are obvious, right?" Issei and John nodded. It was obvious that a yokai bond is sacred and unbreakable, as well as Yusaka's laws, rules and customs that caused this to happen, with John almost dying. "Besides, I think there would be more humans that would be suffering the same as me. Do you two have any idea on it?" The duo were shocked by this, but weren't surprised. John was the first to speak. "I have no clue. The Tengu guards barely spoke to me at all when I was imprisoned for a year. I was kept in a cell that barely had any visitors, unless they were my captors or for my basic needs, and our first proper conversation was the time when I was being executed, so there was barely anyone that had visited me." John spoke his experiences in prison, as Yuri could only look sadly at what her kind did to him. She was helpless in saving him before, else she would have done so beforehand. "What about you, Yuri? You have any clue?" Yuri looked at Issei for a moment as she continued. "Most cases like these are kept hidden from the yokai public, and executions happen the very same day as the judgment. The yokai often are heard cheering when public executions do happen, however most of the time, I stay in Mount Fuji when those executions do happen." Issei noted this information. John then asked in response, "Why do you not see the executions?" Yuri shook her head and spoke. "Yuki-onas are solitary yokais, Anada. We don't intend to mingle with the outside world unless necessary." "Oh, I see. So that is why you were often nervous when we visited shops in the early days, right?" Yuri was slightly embarrassed at this, as she spoke with slight annoyance. "You shouldn't speak about private stuff in front of someone else." John rubbed his head in embarrassment upon realizing this, as he muttered, "Sorry. Anyways, that is all I know of. I always presumed that most of the executions belonged to the criminals that harm the yokai. But with John, I doubt this would be the case. If she thinks she is entitled to control our lives by not letting us choose who she loves, I believe there may be many execution cases such as this one. However, it is uncertain to determine whether they are truly criminals or just are falsely imprisoned by that fox's stupid laws, rules and regulations." Yuri described it in detail, as Issei took a note of this. He knew that there has to be someone that would have been lawfully imprisoned out there. Issei then spoke while getting up. "Well, it was nice talking to you. But I think I should take my leave." Issei was about to leave when John spoke. "How about you eat something and then leave?" Issei shook his head and spoke. "No, I don't wish to impose, plus I need to visit someone from my own town." John nodded as Issei headed out. He then left the door as Yuri and John saw him out. "Take care, both of you." The duo nodded as John spoke. "You too, old friend." Issei then teleported out of there. While Yuri and John headed inside to continue what they were doing before. John starting to work while Yuri was handling the house or anything that would happen. Scene change. Issei returned back to his house, where he used the key to open the door. Once he entered inside, he was greeted by Ingvild, who had spoken. "Welcome home, Issei. Where did you go?" Issei sat down and spoke. "I went to visit an old friend, Ingvild. Sorry, I forgot to inform you about it." Ingvild shook her head and spoke. "It's alright, speaking of which, will we be visiting Artemis and Athena today?" "Yes, we will. I will put the stealth spell that Artemis taught me to hide our auras temporarily. And we will be traveling by flight for enjoyment. I always wanted to try my luck in an airplane. I hope you don't mind traveling by air." Ingvild shook her head and spoke in response. I don't, but what about the visas? And Issei only showed 2 passports and visas as he gave one of it to Ingvild and spoke. Already done. When we went to the office a few days ago, we got our passports and I received this in the mail right after that. Issei remembered using his connections to get the passports and visas done based on passport information, and Robert was more than happy to do that for them. Wow. Ingvild spoke with amazement, taking her passport and speaking. Thanks, Issei. Issei only shook his head at this and spoke. Anything for you, my future diva. Ingvild turned her gaze away and had a slight blush upon hearing this. She was grateful for Issei bringing her here where she can not only enjoy the beaches, but also remain at peace and happiness, else she would have been forced to marry the so-called pillar. She heard some things about him from Issei, and it wasn't pretty. She wouldn't want to be engaged to anyone at such a young age. Get dressed, our cab will be arriving in 2 hours. Do you need help with packing? Ingvild turned around and shook her head as she spoke. No, I appreciate it though. But I can handle packing. I think you should focus on yours. Issei nodded in response. He then headed to his room to start his own packing. Scene change. Bremery Mansion, Underworld, 8:30 p.m. The faction leaders had gathered for a meeting along with Team DXD, who had recovered from their injuries inflicted courtesy of Issei, with Azazel who had also joined them. They had to discuss what Issei had done 2 months ago and how to deal with them. I am glad all of you are alright and you were able to make it for the meeting. Serziches spoke with a smile. He was relieved that I and Riaz are alright. However, he was angered by the fact that Issei did a lot of damage and was able to get away with it. Serafal also had similar thoughts. With Issei, she wanted to crush him and his arrogance. Isaka was in a similar train to the two. Her own daughter was doubting their bond. She knew the words Issei said in the video. She wanted to destroy Issei even more, as he was the second most person that she hated, the first being a former mate. So how is your faction, Lady Isaka? I heard Issei made his attack against your kind, critically injuring several of them. Are any of them, well, you know? Serziches asked, to which Isaka spoke in response. It wasn't easy to save everyone from the burning mansion. Fortunately, with some reinforcements, we were able to save everyone. But the injuries that many sustained, it was hard for everyone to recover. It took us a month to recover from the damage, including rebuilding our mansion. Isaka spoke with a frustrated sigh. The leaders all noted this down, as Shiva pondered on what Issei's intentions are. He holds a grudge against us, but why is he not killing anyone? He could have easily killed Yasaka or any of those that are studying in KUOH Academy, then why is he not killing anyone? If he really wants vengeance, what is he planning to do now? Why is he exposing us to the public? Won't his existence also be known? Shiva was thinking on what Issei is going to do next. He is becoming even more unpredictable. That was something Shiva was certain of. What his next plan was, that was something he was unaware of. Anyways, we should discuss on what we should do next. That bastard has already actively gone after the factions and has harmed a faction leader now. I think this calls for action against him. We need to associate a manhunt against him. Zeus was the first to speak, as several were starting to agree with him. Yusaka was the next to respond in kind. I couldn't agree anymore. He freed a criminal who had broken a law against the Yaokai, and he should be punished for his crimes. He even destroyed the mansion that the Yaokais have used as a home for centuries. He needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. Yusaka spoke with anger and hatred for her former future brother-in-law. She remembered the humiliation and mockery she was made of when Issei had crushed her, saved John and dared her and her faction to do something about it. He has crossed the line. He needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. Mercer isn't attacking us, and we have been taking down several of the videos that he has put on multiple platforms. This would be our chance to deal with him. I don't think we will be getting another chance in dealing with him. Serafal suggested in response. She wanted him captured at all costs. Serziches took a deep breath and spoke. But first, locating him is one thing. We need to recover our losses. How do you plan on doing that? Serziches asked, to which Serafal responded. You are right, the devils want him captured or dead for exposing us and harming many of KUOH Academy. That bastard needs to be punished for his actions. Serafal responded with anger as Serziches agreed to it. Shiva only looked at them and could see a mixture of expressions present in them. Those that had a confrontation with him had looks of fear and terror. They were afraid of him, while those that were leaders were angered and fearful of Issei. They knew that if Issei wanted to kill them, he could have and dared them to do something about it. The leaders were definitely furious at what happened. Mother. Yusaka looked at the one who called her. It was Kunu. She was clearly traumatized from the beatdown that Issei had given her, and his words basically added salt to her already bad wounds. Please, let's not encounter him. I don't want to deal him again, mother. Kunu's words were completely fearful. She was shivering in terror and fear at just the thought of an encounter with him. Isaka calmed her daughter down. She could understand what she was going through. She hated what Issei did to her, and it took them days to even get KUOH here. She wanted him to pay for all the crimes he has done to them. Others like Riaz and her peerage, Sona and her peerage and several others, were also terrified of a re-encounter with Issei. They didn't want to have a confrontation in him yet. They were regretting ever crossing him in any manner, especially on what Issei had done. Some were too fearful to confront him again. Notable ones are Asia, Irina and some of the Citri peerage. Worse, he took away Durandal and Vitra pieces away from us. We don't know what he is doing with them right now. Azazel spoke with anger in his tone. He can never go after Rhine due to her being Issei's mate and was downright afraid of even trying to go near them. Even Valerie was off limits due to being with Issei, along with Rise. There was also fear in his eyes since Issei straight up castrated him without anesthesia. Inshiro and Zenobia were also angry, the former being the angriest since Issei took away his sacred gears away from him. All Vitra pieces which they took several years in locating are now taken by Issei. He was powerless to do anything, relying on magic in hand-to-hand combat now. Not to mention, he lost some of his pawn pieces due to what happened only having one instead of 4 pieces. Zenobia was equally angry since she lost her ex Durandal due to Issei. She detested that man even more, but was more hurtful in the words Issei spoke to her. She was not a power prostitute like Issei claims her to be, but really loved Dai. There were doubts in her heart due to what Issei had spoken to her. He has taken something valuable of the church as well. This includes the Excalibur fragments as well. We need to find a way to get it back from him. Gabriel exclaimed with anger, to which Michael spoke in response. We will, sister, but first we need to locate him. He has even taken a valuable sword away from us, that being Durandal. We need to take all of it back from him. Right. Gabriel spoke with total seriousness, as she hated what Issei had done to them. She vowed to make him pay for his crimes. Shiva only watched with this, as he spoke. Fine, we will make Issei our second priority. Locating him is also important, since he has potential cure for this sleeping sickness, is that correct? Shiva glanced at Azazel, who nodded in response. Yes, it is true. He has found or tried to find a cure for the disease. His intelligence, he hid that from us. He knows how to hide himself from us, and those that he cares about. I see. Shiva noted in response. He is capable of hiding from them and having immense intelligence. He did hear jealousy in Azazel's voice. Shiva then spoke, trying to change their mood, since whenever Issei is spoken, they often let their emotions get the betterment of rational judgment. Isaka-sama, I heard that Amaterasu-sama is also going to join us soon, right? Yusaka nodded to Shiva as she responded. Yes, she will be joining. Issei's 2 attacks, one directed at my faction. She couldn't come into meeting since she is strengthening the Yokai with some of the lower gods. I hope that it is enough. Thus be prepared for anything, Issei or Mercer. But keep in mind, Issei doesn't kill, Mercer does. Yusaka nodded in understanding. She vowed to make both of them pay, but her eyes were more tied to Issei, making him pay for his sins. She wanted to make him pay for humiliating her, but even more for what that monster did to her daughter. Shiva took a glance and shook his head at what he saw. He knows that she is only going the other way around and is basically testing his patience. He wouldn't be surprised if he does end up getting killed by him. Worse, she may get exposed and placed in an even terrible light than she was. Speaking of which, what about KUOH Academy? The one who spoke was Auden, as he continued while stroking his beard. KUOH Academy is now afraid of the supernatural present. I doubt those that want to continue their teaching or studying in that place would be able to do so, especially since KUOH was the place where the video was shot and recorded. Auden spoke while glancing to a select batch of people present who were all angered by this. They knew what Issei had done and how he had seriously damaged their reputation. Many feared on what their parents or other siblings would think of them, knowing that they are devils and other races, especially those that were utterly clueless on what really happened. The worst part is that bastard's video is everywhere. Someone or the other uploads that video. It's everywhere, shorts, regular videos, half videos, they are everywhere. It's like we cannot even hide our true selves. Penemu spoke with saddened despair, knowing full well that Issei exposed her in front of everyone. She knows that she cannot return to KUOH Academy after Issei completely exposed and ruined her life. Others like Riaz Gremory, Akeno Himejima, Tsubaki Shinra and Sona Citri had similar thoughts. The once proud one-E-samas of the KUOH Academy were looked down upon and seen with scorn, hatred and fear. Issei's actions have completely turned their own supporters and friends in KUOH against them. They even taunted and goaded each of them in a horrific manner, mocking them for their misery and suffering. Our only option is to show up on certain days, once the flames have died down. That is our only option. We can only hope that KUOH forgets what was shown in the video. Michael spoke looking at the ace, who was deeply saddened. He knew that Issei made her suffer a lot for what she apparently did to him. Many thought Irina did the right thing of abandoning and rejecting Issei when he had confessed to her due to Dai spreading lies of his actions. And speaking of Dai, he is fearing every moment, afraid that Issei can attack him at any point. He hated the fact that his reputation in KUOH is destroyed by the video, but there was nothing that he could do. He was scared of him appearing at any moment and destroying him completely. Although he didn't show it to the factions, there was constant fear in his eyes. Prom was enjoying every moment of his suffering, although the man was quiet since he had to wait patiently. He knew that someday he will be released from him. I guess you are right, we need to wait for the news to die down. The video is still trending on YouTube and many other sites. Hell, some news outlets have been talking about it, it is everywhere. Someone or the other re-uploads it. Azazel spoke with frustration, there are still people talking about this video at every step. That is not even mentioning that whenever they get rid of the video, it comes back just a few minutes later. It is constantly being re-uploaded at quick speed by people watching the video. Azazel knew the power of the internet, and while it was a blessing, situations like these make it a curse. Issei used the curse part for his advantage, basically ruining their lives. Azazel also knew that there is someone that re-uploads a deleted video. But Azazel was not wrong about regular people re-uploading this video. He is unaware that there are BLACKWATCH operatives that Issei has assigned to make sure that the video stays on those platforms. Additionally, some of these work in companies that run these video platforms and can create bot accounts to re-upload the video. That bastard knew this was going to happen. This was a well-crafted and thought-out plan courtesy of his intelligence. He is going to regret what he has done to all of us one day, and that is something we will make sure of it. Serzich's tone had seriousness, but there was also underlying anger in it. He wanted to make him pay in every manner and will do anything to achieve that. Shiva only clapped and spoke. Enough of that, let us plan against him and Mercer, we need to make sure he doesn't attack us again. The others nodded as they started to discuss on how they are going to plan to deal with Alexander J. Mercer and Issei, as they hoped that their defenses would be enough for it. Scene change. Eleftherios Venizelos, Athens, Greece, 10:30 a.m. Ingvild can be seen yawning while stretching her limbs as she spoke. Who knew that flights can be this exhausting, even if you are just merely sitting and watching some television or movies. Ingvild was now wearing a fitted white jumpsuit that accentuates her figure. Over the jumpsuit, she has on a black leather jacket with metallic accents. The jacket is open, revealing the sleeveless jumpsuit underneath. Issei was wearing his usual Mercer outfit, although the only difference is that his hoodie was down. He decided to wear a more decent outfit. Issei looked at her with a look of amusement and responded. You can't help it, Haim. Flights can take hours to reach, it's a good thing we are only going for visiting purposes, and even better it is daytime. Ingvild nodded in understanding as she looked to see that they have arrived successfully in Greece. The duo soon pick up their stuff and head for a cab where they head to the Ahina Art apartment complex, there they pay the cab driver and head inside. Heading into the elevator and eventually reaching the designated apartment. Ringing the bell, the duo waited for someone to open, as soon Artemis opened the door and spoke. Yes. Artemis looked at Ingvild and Issei as she spoke. Hey Ice, Ingvild. How have the two have you been? We have been fine, Artie. Artemis gave a cheerful smile as she spoke. What are you two standing there for? Come inside. The two headed inside as they hugged Artemis, with Issei being first and Ingvild following suit. Athena coming inside as she exclaimed with happiness. Guys. I am so glad you two have arrived. Athena leaped on Issei as he returned the hug as well. Issei separated from her and spoke. So how is my genius goddess doing? Better, although call me a wise goddess, not a genius one. That is who I am. Issei chuckled in response as Athena spoke with happiness. Ingvild. The two girls hugged each other. They both were happy to see each other as Issei smiled, remembering on how Ingvild got along with him and his friends and family. Issei introduced them the last time he was present along with Ingvild. At first the girl was nervous, but soon she got along with the rest of the group. It was no secret that the girl enjoyed singing, eventually gaining the nickname Purple-Haired Diva. They soon separated from each other as the Athena asked. So how was the flight? I heard you come from that. Ingvild shook her head and spoke. Aside from being exhausted from the traveling, it went well. The food was decent and there were drinks. Even Issei's Diet Coke. Ingvild gave a snarky comment towards Issei, who spoke. Wait, how did you know that I was drinking that? You were fast asleep. I know it. And I also know of your stashes of Diet Coke that you have hidden in your cabinets and your room. So don't think I wouldn't know for a fact that you would miss a chance of having that cold drink. Issei could only look in horror. He had made sure they are well hidden as he speaks with a tone of sadness and despair. No fair, I hid them so well, how did you find them so easily? This is so not done. Artemis and Athena couldn't help but chuckle seeing Issei's state as Ingvild could only have a smile of victory. She stayed in the same place as Issei for the past 2 months, almost 3 months at this point. Scene change. After settling down and helping Artemis recover from what happened when Orion was mentioned. There were still scars of her past, but she was getting better. Ingvild was chatting with Artemis while Issei heading into the kitchen to have a conversation with Athena. Athena, you up for a chat? Issei looked at Athena, who was washing the plates, as she spoke while keeping the plate in the dishwasher. Yeah, what's the matter? Issei shook his head and asked. I am going to need your wisdom on this. Athena was surprised by this, as she spoke with a chuckle. One of the geniuses requiring my guidance. Well, I am open. What do you want to know? Do you think there is a possibility that humans would be under the capture of the yokai for breaking their foolish laws? I believe I informed you about the couple, right? Athena looked at Issei and asked in response. The Yukiana one? Yep. Issei responded, to which Athena spoke. Yes, there would be a high chance. From what I am aware of, executions happen in specific dates. From what you told me, if you had made it even a few hours later, that human would have lost his memories and eventually his life. Sometimes humans are freed while having their memories wiped completely. However, before that, Yakase used to outright kill or make those that have broken their foolish rule of no human yokai relationship sick in a manner that death is caused by illness. Issei noted this and nodded. He wondered how many humans and yokai had to go through this insane, unjust law of theirs. He scowled, hoping he could rescue what remains of the survivors. Maybe orchestrate an attack on them and dropping another video which would expose their existence to the world. Then we have your recent attack on KUOH Academy. People or humans have been starting to discuss about it in droves. Me and Artie have encountered many conversations that happen, and needless to say, some are trying to find a way to prepare against them. And finally, your latest attack at the yokai when you rescued him for the Yukiana's sake. Needless to say, the supernatural is going to take drastic steps to make sure that an attack like this doesn't happen. They are hellbent on hiding themselves from the human world. But are in a fix knowing that people or your operatives are constantly uploading the video at all costs. They are going to take this seriously, unless and until Mercer does something big to garner their attention. They are trying to go for you. Issei noted this again. He knew that Amaterasu has joined the factions, and soon enough, other gods will join as well, seeing Mercer's actions. I see. That is where I want to ask, do you think Tamamo no Mae is someone innocent like the Yukiana I talked about? Athena was surprised at first. She heard stories of the infamous Kitsune that had brought about the end of the Northern Wei or Toba dynasty. There is a possibility that she is innocent. For all we know, Yusaka and her pantheon may have painted her as the most evil female yokai of all time. But that could be a far cry, since like history, even mythology could be written by the winners. Athena puts her own thoughts as she asks. Why do you want to know about her of all people? And why all of a sudden? Issei thought for a moment and spoke. No reason. I am actually very curious as to why many yokai want to harm humans so much, even treating those that love humans as a pariah, with such disdain as if they have committed a heinous crime. I see. Athena narrowed her gaze, hoping she doesn't get another rival for Issei's affection, as she asked. You aren't planning to release her, are you? Issei only grinned in response, giving her the answer she needed to know. Athena could only sigh upon hearing this. She knew that Issei would do anything to see Yusaka suffer, along with the rest of the faction leaders. Just try not to do something stupid that would get you killed, Ice. Athena spoke with worry as the prototype nodded. He knew that there would be yokai that would be guarding the stone where his soul was sealed. You can count on it, but worry not, I am not going today. I will be going tomorrow, since after all I want to spend time with the two of you. Athena only gave a smile of happiness, knowing on how much he cares for them. He came along with Ingvild so that they could spend some time with each other. Let's go, Issei, and try not to overdrink, okay? Issei grumbled in response and spoke with a sigh. Yeah, let's go. The duo headed inside, as Issei knew he was closer to developing a much powerful suppressor for the virus, so that he can start being intimate with his mates, without a problem. The next day. Restaurant, Mount Nasu, Japan, 9:30 a.m. Issei was waiting for someone. He looked at the person and saw he was a man dressed in a yukata and wore Japanese sandals known as jeta. He then spoke. She is waiting for you inside. Issei sighed. He knew this was the only lead he can get to Tamamo no Mae. He was surprised that the Kishinami clan contacted him immediately as soon as he did reach Japan. He was asked to head to the restaurant in Mount Nasu where he would meet someone. After the meeting with Athena and Artemis, the couple returned home the next day, bidding the two farewell. They rested for a while before Issei headed to Japan again, where Tamamo no Mae was located. He soon got the call and the rest was history. Heading inside, he was greeted by a woman that he never thought he would be seeing again. The woman was a beautiful woman that had brown hair and matching brown eyes, wore a beautiful white blouse and a white shawl. Her blouse's sleeves were well patterned and a white pantyhose. Additionally, she wore purple earrings and a blue necklace. I believe we should begin our conversation, right my dear nephew? The woman spoke while sipping her cup of tea. Issei only had a cold look on his face as he spoke. Right. Haruka. Issei spoke with complete neutrality. He didn't want to deal with the Kishinimas right now and didn't trust them at all. But this was his only answer if he wanted to get to Tamamo no Mae. Take a seat. Do you wish to have anything to eat? Issei shook his head and spoke. No, I just want to head to the mountains, although I never expected the Kishinimas to make contact with me after hiding it from us. Well, our interests align, and I would love to meet my nephew. Issei only rolled his eyes at his aunt's supposed care for him, since she never even bothered to contact him or Mary in the past 18 years, nor even visited them at all. Yeah, considering you never even bothered to actually contact me at all or even my sister Mary as a matter of fact. And you calling me a nephew, that's pretty rich coming from you, aunt. Issei spoke the word aunt with anger and disdain, causing Haruka to flinch upon hearing the sheer hatred that he possessed for the people that he called a family except for one. She then spoke with slight sadness. I see. Very well, you want to know where Tamamo no Mae is, right? Haruka asked while keeping her emotions in check. Issei then spoke in response. Yes, that is what I want to know. Haruka nodded as she glanced at one of the men wearing a yukata and asked him to bring him the map. The person nodded in response as he brought out the map immediately and spread it out as she spoke. Listen carefully to what I have to say. You will have to trek approximately 500 meters above your current level and then travel into the Forest of Death. In the real world, this was hidden from the public, but the Kishinami clan was able to recently find out why people often die in the forest. Issei intently listened to what his aunt had to say as Issei spoke. Let me guess, the yokai have a hand, right? Haruka nodded to Issei's question and spoke. Indeed, the forest is home to several feral yokai. These yokai are more animalistic and ruthless, often killing any human that is naive, brave or stupid enough to enter the Forest of Death. They directly answer Queen Yasaka herself and are often her enforcers. They either capture or in some cases outright kill a human that enters that place, or any other being that isn't a yokai. Issei had a scowl on his face, he then spoke with a tone of annoyance. That fucking hag. Just how many crimes has she done? Issei's anger could be understood by the Kishinami clan leader. Haruka could also relate to this, since the yokai have caused a lot of problem to them as well for a very long time. Haruka then spoke with a more gentler tone. You have no idea, Issei, trust me when I say this, many humans and several yokai have been subjugated to Yasaka's heinous laws for a very long time, just to keep humans and yokai separate from one another. The Kishinami have been fighting against them for centuries now. Initially we were unaware of why they attacked us, but we came to know, and we were gaining more strength as time passes by. That is why I knew that you are the best person I could contact, since you also have the same hatred for their kind as me and my family did. Haruka spoke. She wanted to tell him that she still cared for two particular people, but knew that Issei has some level of anger against her and his mother's side as well, so she decided to not say it, since she did not want to turn him away or provoke him. I see. So enemy of an enemy is a friend. Very well. Issei took note of this, as Haruka nodded with her continuing. Right, once you reach the forest, you will face these yokai. I can't predict which yokai you will face, so that is why be prepared for anything. You can confront any of these feral yokai and let me tell you, they are more animalistic than human, and don't fall for any illusions they throw at you. That is how they gain their victims and increase their kills and to some extent even their powers. Issei took note of this too, as Haruka continued in response. Once you cross the forest, you will eventually react a downhill, and it will be a flat surface. There will be a rock at the center, or was a rock until someone apparently cracked it, however the yokai managed to seal her spirit inside. You will need to break the seal. I will give you the scroll which will allow you to break the seal. Memorize or read it out, either way is fine, but at least 5 times. However, be careful for any traps you may encounter. Before we continue, do you have a container for her spirit or a way to revive her? Issei nods and brings out a familiar chalice which causes Haruka to become wide-eyed as Issei speaks. I have the Sephiroth growl, will this work? Haruka only gave a smile and spoke. This is the best choice, I don't know how you got this, but this is your best item to use for revival. Use it well, since you will be needing this. Once you are done, meet me again. Issei nodded and spoke in response. I see. Well, thank you for your help. Haruka nods as she motions the man to give the scroll as he takes it. Haruka then speaks. If you are wondering if we have a connection to Tamamo no Mae, even we believe that the story is fabricated with a lot of consistencies, something you may have also noticed, right? Issei nods again as Haruka smiles and speaks. Good luck, Issei, and come back safe. Issei says nothing and leaves the restaurant once he was outside. Haruka could only look down in sadness. She hated what her older sister Miki had done to him, since there is a chance he may see her as just like the others. She could only hope that they can form a relationship sometime in the future. Scene change. Issei was trekking across the mountain. He had to locate the stone where Tamamo no Mae was sealed. Well, according to the lore, Tamamo no Mae was credited with the destruction of many dynasties, but something is off. There are mythologies contradicting this in different locations, like the Indian variation of the Tamamo no Mae, which was nicknamed Lady KUOH, doesn't even exist in Indian mythology. And there are so many red flags in the mythologies, like every time she kills someone and escapes, like as if someone was letting her escape every time. Drake, what are your thoughts on this? Drake responded from the boosted gear upon hearing Issei's words, as he spoke. You are right, there are a lot of misunderstandings and many things that don't add up. Like the stories are in different eras and time periods where similar incidents happen. It's all so off. Makes me wonder if myths and stories are just lies to push forward their intentions and thoughts. Issei shrugged in response and spoke. I guess, maybe it's time we uncover the truth. Drake hummed in response as he cuts off the connection when they reach the top. Issei looks at the top of the location. He knew that he would have to traverse through the forest. Then he can reach the Sessoseki. He headed inside the forest ready to set Tamamo no Mae free, wanting to know what her true story is and wondered if she is evil or was a victim. Unknown to him, several pairs of eyes are stalking him. Scene change. Dark forests, Mount Nasu, 10 a.m. Issei was threading across the forests as the forests were starting to become darker. He checked his mobile phone and there seemed to be no signal. Issei noticed something was wrong and off about this place. He saw the time was still 10 a.m., meaning it shouldn't be this dark even with canopy. However, he kept walking, deciding to head in the direction where he is supposed to go. His instincts were telling him that someone was watching him. He had an idea on who could his possible stalker be. Walking forward, he suddenly saw a woman approach him, staggering, seemingly injured. Upon closer inspection, the woman was naked with nothing covering her privates. Issei was caught off guard at first, but his instincts were warning him off danger. Please help me. The woman pleaded for Issei, getting close to him and rubbing her body close to Issei. The latter noting that her behavior was awfully cat-like, which was rubbing their body on them. Issei decided to play with her and toy with her charade. He knew exactly what she is. So you want my help? Who did this to you? Issei asked with concern, as the woman responded with a hopeful smile. Save me. Issei only gave a smile in response, as he spoke. Sure, why not? Issei unleashed a heat storm that sent her flying several stories as she fell to the ground with some burns on her body. Her hair covering her face, as 2 cat ears sprouted from her head and 2 tails came out. She soon showed a look of anger as her expression, however, her eyes changed to cat-like and her face started to have fur and whiskers. Did you really think I wouldn't figure it out that you are a yokai that is trying to seduce me to take my life energy? Nice try, kitty. Issei brought out Durandal, as the now identified Nekomata was angered by the fact that her seduction tactic did not work to suck out the person's life energy. The woman, having no choice, started to look up and start meowing. Meow. The call was shrill and loud as it echoed through the forest, shaking the leaves. The Nekomata got up and was ready, however her position was a bit hunched, seemingly she was unable to stand up. Issei could see some fur growing on her skin and wondered if it was the attack that did it or naturally, where she often stood in a cat-like manner, since they usually don't stand straight like that unless without a support. He shook his head in amusement, however he soon could see several eyes peering out on him. There is no escape, human. The Nekomata had spoken with a mocking grin as Issei looked around to see several cats with 2 tails who were transforming into a human by having their paws change into hands and limbs and their cat faces changed into that of a woman with cat eyes and ears. They had cat-like teeth and a tail protruding out from their backside. Like the one Issei encountered, these Nekomatas were also naked. However, there were Jorgumos also with them. These were also naked, however unlike the Nekomata, they had lower bodies of giant Joro spiders, comprising of legs, abdomen, spinneret and even fangs, which are located in her mouth. They all had spider threads. Issei smirked in response, as he looked at his enemies, as he thought. Hiroka warned me of a subspecies of Nekomatas known as the mountain Nekomata or feral Nekomata. These were more aligned to what many Nekomatas were once, as feral human consuming or life force draining beings. They barely had any sense of human standards and are often known for seducing men to their deaths. Like the one that had tried its luck against me. Issei thought mockingly and with a grin. There is no doubt that the women here have beautiful human bodies. However, the women I am mated with are more beautiful than the ones I see here, not only on the inside, but also on the outside. He looked at the Jorogumos, who were all beautiful women, but he remembered that their kind saw humans as nothing but prey and consumed them to life longer or to simply satiate their hunger, as he thought. Then we have the Jorogumos, spiders or Joro spiders that have lived for at least more than 400 years, transform into far more beautiful women to seduce, deceive and trick unsuspecting humans to their demises, where they either feast or feed on humans that have fallen into traps. Having a smirk, he thinks. Let's see who wins, the predator or the prey who chooses fight over flight. Looking around, he spoke with a taunting tone. Oh my, seems like you called all your friends to assist. Well, I wonder who would win, since your seduction tactic didn't work, my dear. Issei spoke, motioning to the Nekomata who led the charge. She was gritting her cat-like teeth in anger as her traits were being shown. The Jorogumo leader speaks. You have been surrounded, human. You have two choices, either you can die painfully or die by seduction. The choice is yours. At least your final moments will be blissful if you choose the latter. Issei only chuckles before turning into a full-blown laughter. He couldn't believe the arrogance dripping from their tone. What's so funny, human? Do you not realize the situation you are in? Issei stopped laughing and shook his head. I know my situation, do you know yours? Issei blitzed forward, disappearing from sight. He had a gut feeling that the Jorogumo must have wiretapped the entire forest with her spider silk, such that the entire group would know of their entire location. He dashed forward and decapitating a Jorogumo as she had a look of horror. She soon fell to the ground dead as her body was reduced to a small spider. Issei looked at her and spoke mockingly. Interesting, your life ends the same way it starts, as a small spider. The leaders of the feral yokai gritted their teeth in anger as the Nekomata leader who tried to seduce Issei shouted. Kill him. Make him suffer. Issei dashed forward in blinding speeds. As he reached closer to the Nekomata horde, there were at least 20 Nekomatas and 10 Jorogumos, 9 Jorogumos, since one was killed by Issei, counting their leaders along with it. The Nekomatas tried to attack him, using Senjutsu flames, but Issei was quicker, using Durandal he starting slicing through them like it is butter. Slash. Slashing the side of a Nekomata's neck, decapitating her. Slash. Boom. Taking off the Nekoshu's arms as she screams in pain. He quickly follows with a dragon shot, killing the Nekomata off. Slash. Slash slash. Slicing off their ears of 3 Nekomatas and soon following with a tail slash, destroying them as they scream in pain. He soon ends their lives by slicing off their heads, decapitating them. 5 Nekomatas fell in their vain attempt to attack him and make him suffer. Issei smirked sadistically. These were weaker than the ones in KUOH Academy, yet they had the arrogance and false outlook of being strong. Even Kaneko would take these morons out. Some Nekomatas tried to gain some distance to use their poison field, but Issei was not letting that happen as he spoke with a sadistic and predatory tone. Who said you could leave? Issei dashed forward and sliced the 3 Nekomatas off with great force. The reason he was able to slash through them like nothing was because of Durandal. The sword had the holy power of both Durandal and Excalibur fragments, or 6 of them, and their holy magic was immense. If contact was made, it would be a death sentence to any of the yokai that he would slash them with. Issei looks at the leaders of the 2 tribes, who were in shock and terror at the carnage they witnessed. Within just a few minutes of the fight they lost 9 yokai to 1 man. Boots of Hermes. Issei activated Boots of Hermes and started running towards the yokai as he quickly unleashed several barrage of slashes aimed at 5 Jorogumos and 7 Nekomatas with such grace and precision. The body parts of the yokais were sliced off, causing them to scream in pain with their heads falling right after. It only took a few seconds with the Boots of Hermes, god-level strength and skill gained from consuming Ares and Durandal, which he obtained from Zenobia. That was all he needed to kill all those yokai like it was nothing. No. How can a mere human be this strong? The Nekomata leader spoke with horror and fear as he responded. Humans were always strong, although they would take longer to defeat these yokai. It's honestly pathetic when you have the arrogance and overconfidence in your strength, yet you lack the power to back it up. Issei responded mockingly, causing the remaining yokai to grit their teeth in anger, with the Nekomata leader being livid at how her sisters have been killed. The Jorogumo leader then unleashed web strings as Issei kept avoiding it. He could see the webbings tied in the tree. The others also intended to join them. It only took him a minute to deduce on what she intended to do, so, using calculations and projections, he was able to deduce that the Jorogumos intended to bind him. Issei then shouted. Like I will let you do that. Issei unleashed a powerful firestorm that completely engulfed the forest, causing it to burn down. The embers being spread from leaves that were falling. The webbing immediately melted due to the flames as the yokais looked in terror. They were really starting to fear now. Some were in despair as they tried to rush outside, but a falling flame branch prevented them from escaping. Issei sensed their fear and had a dark smirk. He had an idea that they would be going after their kids that they must have hidden or protected. Well, would you look at that, you really thought that I was an easy snack, right? Now look at what happened, your kind is being slaughtered by my hands, your young ones are being cooked alive as we speak. I am pretty sure the same expression of fear your victims held, some of whom you mated with to have your brood of psychopaths and consumed then them for your own twisted and sadistic pleasure. How does it feel to be the same place as your once victims? Issei exclaimed with a cackle, as the Nekomatas and Jorgumos present were seething in rage. However, there were also tears in their eyes, knowing that their children are being burned alive as the forest was burning down. They wanted to save them, but they doubted this would happen with their former victim around. Issei then spoke, really making them livid. Well, at least they won't turn into monsters like you guys. You sick bastard. The Nekomata shouted, readying her flames, but a tree branch containing dragon flames fell on her, causing her to screech in pain. No. The Nekomata leader shouted, as Issei dashed forward intending to end the fight. It was best he took them all down before any more problems would happen to him. He immediately dashed forward and used his blade to decapitate the rest of the remaining Nekomatas and Jorgumos remaining, killing them instantly. Issei twirled his blade as the two naked yokai looked at Issei with fear. This man destroyed their entire kind in just a few minutes. And even their home is burned to the ground. Now then, since you were willing to offer your body to me, I might as well take that opportunity. Issei pointed to the Nekomata leader, who was having a look of helplessness and fear, knowing the man is going to use her for his own sexual desires. She may end up becoming his pet cat, something she despised and looked down upon, especially from someone she saw as a human. However, Issei's words were far more different and far more worse than what she was intending. And since even a Jorgumo is here, I might as well take a 2-for-1 special anteater as well. Issei spoke, looking at the Jorgumo leader, who was crying helplessly. Her children and her kin are killed right in front of the man, and there was nothing she could do but be his slave. However, in reality Issei doesn't want that. Time to eat. Issei's fangs become more predatory as he lunges forward and starts consuming his victims, his speed overpowering theirs. Soon the screams of the two yokai were heard throughout the burning cinders of the forest, which included their cries for mercy and pleas for help. But no one came for them. Once they were dead, leaving only remains of them. Issei looked at his hand, stained with blood. He shakes it off as he looks at the Nekomata corpse and speaks. Nekomatas can resurrect the dead, right? Issei uses the Nekomata leader's powers and resurrects the Nekomatas and Jorgumos he killed as test subjects, and soon enough, they started to be raised them as undead yokai. He had a feeling that this wouldn't work, but to his surprise it did. The undead Nekomatas and Jorgumos kneeled before their new master as their servant, as Issei spoke with a grin. This is amazing. Issei tried to do this with Barakiel, Ares and Hermes, and soon enough, a dark magic circle opened up revealing undead variations of the people he had consumed. He had a dark smirk upon this, knowing what experiments he can perform with this new power of his. He snapped his fingers from the knowledge of the Nekomata leader as the undeads returned back to the land of the Yomi, or afterlife that they were in. I can bring back my former victims as my slaves. Oh, how I am going to enjoy tormenting the factions with this. Issei spoke with a predatory grin, as Drake was also curious on what things he can do with his new necromancy abilities. Issei needed to ask Kuroka on more advice to use these new powers. And my Jorgumo's powers, I can create spider webs. I might as well discard the more useless powers like animal traits, since I don't need them. Issei threw a very small portion of his body, which involved a small percent of his powers. He then burned the portion down, so that no one gets to them in any manner. He smirked as he started to close his two middle fingers and leave his edge fingers and thumb open and start webbing. He was soon pulled by the web, which surprised him. Guess he became Spider-Man now. He started swinging, trying to get a hold of his powers, however due to lack of practice. He crashed into a tree as he tumbled onto two rocks. As he got up, he spoke while holding his back in pain. My back. My back. His regeneration powers kicked in and healed his back fortunately, as Drake commented. You should train with those powers, partner. I am aware, you don't have to remind me. I will probably ask Yuri or Kuroka on ideas on how to train myself in these powers. Now it is time I release the yokai from her prison. Issei walked forward, avoiding the burning forest falling on him. Scene change. Issei heads forward and sees the meadow plains that were the final location where the Tamamo no Mei is sealed. He saw the stone that was cracked, but he sensed this was an illusion that the yokai had put forward. Uncovering the illusion, the stone was fine. Well then, guess they were trying really hard to hide her. Issei spoke, knowing the illusion seal was hard to break. They must really believe the stories of her actions to be true. He checked for some traps, using a device, and found several booby traps and tripwires that were surrounded in the location. I see, so even if you break the illusion, you still are going to need to deal with the traps the 5 principal clans have set up. Issei noted as he levitated towards the stone, gracefully dodging any traps that were set in the air. He soon reached the stone and brought out the scroll that Haruka had given him. He started to chant it 5 times in Japanese, as Haruka instructed her to do so. Ryuko Tamamo no me yo. The Kihinadareshi Chikara o Kame Seo. Batashitachi no me nai arware. So no chieta Michibiki o Suzuka to me. Heiko no Sakubaku o Tachikiri. Baratana Jidai no Makuako Mukan Kodo o. Ryuko Tamamo no me yo. The Kihinadareshi Chikara o Kame Seo. Batashitachi no me nai arware. So no chieta Michibiki o Suzuka to me. Heiko no Sakubaku o Tachikiri. Baratana Jidai no Makuako Mukan Kodo o. Ryuko Tamamo no me yo. The Kihinadareshi Chikara o Kame Seo. Batashitachi no me nai arware. So no chieta Michibiki o Suzuka to me. Heiko no Sakubaku o Tachikiri. Baratana Jidai no Makuako Mukan Kodo o. Ryuko Tamamo no me yo. The Kihinadareshi Chikara o Kame Seo. Batashitachi no me nai arware. So no chieta Michibiki o Suzuka to me. Heiko no Sakubaku o Tachikiri. Baratana Jidai no Makuako Mukan Kodo o. Ryuko Tamamo no me yo. The Kihinadareshi Chikara o Kame Seo. Batashitachi no me nai arware. So no chieta Michibiki o Suzuka to me. Heiko no Sakubaku o Tachikiri. Baratana Jidai no Makuako Mukan Kodo o. The magic soon was entered into the stone as it started to glow, causing it to be blinding enough for Issei to cover his eyesight. He soon saw the silhouette of a woman with fox ears and 9 fox tails. "Partner, now." Drake shouted as Issei brought out the Holy Grail and immediately revived her. The glow changed to bright gold and out came a woman from the stone. The woman was described to be a beautiful woman with bright golden eyes. She had jet black hair and wore hair ornaments with 2 fox ears. She had 9 fox tails and was wearing a traditional Japanese kimono. The kimono is red with white floral patterns. It is worn over a white undergarment that has a visible neckline. The kimono is secured with an obi belt around the waist. The outfit is accessorized with red earrings and a hairpiece with golden decorations. She seemed to be having some scars near her leg area. The kitsune looked at the person who released her from her containment. She then asked, "Are you the one that released me?" So it is true, the myths are true. The Sessoseki, also known as the Killing Stone, does house your spirit, the spirit of the strongest kitsune of all time, the Tamamo no me. Issei explained, as the now identified kitsune looked at Issei. Tamamo looked at Issei in curiosity. His aura told her that he was a dragon, but different. She then asked, "This means, you released me from my containment, isn't that right? May I know why?" Tamamo asked Issei with curiosity. She couldn't sense any malicious aura coming from the man. Issei then spoke. "Come with me, I will explain everything once we get to a safe place. Have some faith in me." Tamamo looked at Issei and only gave a nod. She then floated down, as Issei spoke. "Hide your tails and ears." Tamamo nodded and did as she was asked to. She looked like a beautiful Japanese woman that would make the heart of any man flutter. They soon teleported out of there, as nobody had any idea on what had happened. Scene change. Restaurant, Mount Nasu, Japan, 1:30 p.m. Upon heading to the restaurant, they were greeted by Haruka, who had patiently waited for them. Haruka then greeted them. "I should have expected nothing less from you, you actually managed to bring her back." Issei nodded, as Tamamo curiously looked around. A lot has changed ever since. She was caught off guard by many of the modern technology which she hasn't even heard of. She also noticed some people looking at some weird screens and wearing an earpiece. She tried talking to them, but they didn't seem to hear her. Before anything could happen, Issei dragged her before she could cause any issues. They reached the restaurant where, like usual, the men from the Kishinami clan guided them inside, as they were greeted by Haruka. "Although, you should have done it quietly, I sensed the burning forest from a mile away." Haruka spoke while taking a sip of her coffee. Issei shrugged and responded. "Blame those feral Nekomata and Jorigumos, they were trying to bind me to the forest to consume me." Issei spoke with slight annoyance, as Haruka understood what must have happened. She looked at Tamamo no me and asked, "Tamamo no me, please take a seat." Tamamo looked at her, as Haruka motioned her to sit down in a nearby chair. Tamamo nodded, as she sat down. She looked at Issei and asked, "Aren't you also going to take a seat?" Issei nodded and sat down next to her. Haruka removed a small drive from her pocket and spoke. "Tamamo, use this pendrive to catch up to date with what has happened." Tamamo nodded, as she took the device. Haruka knew that she is going to be in despair when she hears the man she loved, Emperor Toba, is long dead. She loved him unconditionally, but things caused her to be betrayed by the very people she once ruled over, and eventually her death with her spirit being sealed. But Tamamo used her magic to reveal the information in the pendrive. She soon heard of everything that was there, which included everything she missed since the past 900 years. She had a small tear in her eyes. "Toba is dead. Please tell me this is a lie." Haruka sighed and spoke. "No, your spirit was sealed for 900 years, Tamamo. Toba is long dead, he died from the illness you have caused." I would never harm him. Tamamo exclaimed with sorrow, tears falling from her eyes. Issei could only look at her with surprise. If this was really the same Tamamo from the myths, she wouldn't have cared for the emperor at all. Haruka only looked at her with a serious yet solemn look. Fortunately, the restaurant was owned by the Kishinami clan and was completely empty due to the event that has happened today involving Tamamo no Mei. That is how history is written. You were the cause of the curse that eventually led to his death and the fall of his dynasty, causing a civil war that engulfed the entirety of Japan, eventually leading to the Minamoto clan taking over the new rule. Tamamo could only fall back and start weeping. She never would kill her own lover in such a manner. Issei wanted to rub her back, but he was not sure if she would want that. Anyways, Issei, thank you for locating her. Please look after the kitsune, since if she stays here, she will be hunted down by the yokai. Tamamo stopped crying for a while and asked with teary eyes. She was shocked by what happened and her own kind would be against their relationship. What do you mean? Tamamo spoke with a low tone as Haruka took a deep breath and spoke. It's a long story, Issei would explain it to you. And Issei looked at her as Haruka wrote something in her paper and spoke. This is my personal number, the Kishinamis owe you a favor and you can come visit us anytime. You may not see us as family, but we see both you and Mary as a family. Whenever you are ready let me know, alright. Issei looked at her for a moment in surprise as he could only nod. Haruka gave a smile as she saw the duo head out. Issei and Tamamo soon teleported to Issei's residence in California as Haruka watches them head out. She wondered what is going to happen now that one of the most dangerous yokai has been released out in the open. Scene change. Issei's house, California beaches, USA, 8:30 p.m. Issei had settled down for dinner as Ingvild came inside with a plate full of macaroni and cheese as she spoke with a smile. Today's dinner is macaroni and cheese, hope you don't mind. Ingvild has been learning some cooking lessons since she couldn't be a freeloader in his house. She decided to cook for Issei, who couldn't be any more grateful for it. I see, thank you Ingvild. Ingvild's smile only matched the situation she is in. She soon looked at the room that was once empty as she asked. Is she going to stay in the room? I will get her, worry not. Issei got up and headed inside. He had gotten Tamamo to settle down in one of the spare rooms. Now all 3 rooms have been occupied by someone, which made the house a bit more livelier. If Drake is considered, the house has 4 residents. He knocked on the door and asked. Tamamo, you there? There was no response from the door. He once again knocked and spoke. Tamamo, I am coming inside. Issei headed inside, only to see Tamamo lying on the bed, holding an image of what seems to be Emperor Toba. Her eyes were red and her cheeks were tear-stained. Issei walked towards her and spoke. Tamamo, you wish to eat something? And no, I don't wish to eat. The kitsune was grief-stricken. She was released in an era where the people she knew and cared for were long gone. She was unjustly sealed by some pathetic yokai that wanted to maintain the status quo of keeping to themselves. Issei looked at her and spoke. There is no point, at least eat something, it will do you no good by staying on hunger strikes. Issei held Tamamo's hand who only shook it off and spoke. I am not hungry. Issei took a deep breath and sighed. He knew that she was going to remain in grief for a while, but this was only going to hurt her. He then spoke. You know, I don't know much about Emperor Toba, but if he really cared for you, I don't think he would want you to be weeping like this. Completely in despair. Tamamo looked at Issei, turning her gaze to Issei as he continued. If he's anything like how you think he is, he would want you to live your life normally and in happiness. He wouldn't want you to be grief-stricken, being filled with despair. You know Toba better than anyone else, don't you? Tamamo got up as she spoke while having a tone full of despair. But who should I live for? My own people have stabbed me in back. The man I love is gone, I just don't know who should I live for now. Issei could only look at her sadly. He vowed to make Yusaka and her yokai suffer for what she had done. He decided to investigate this even more and on why the yokai made such a gentle yokai like Tamamo suffer so much and slander her as one of the worst yokai in all of existence. Taking a deep breath, Issei spoke. How about you live for me? Tamamo looked at Issei as she spoke. What do you mean? You want to live for someone, right? How about you do it for me? You needn't need to have a bond with me, just have a life with happiness. That is what I presume Toba may have wanted, and enjoy your freedom, since you would have been still sealed inside the killing stone. Soon enough, you will have bonds that you will want to live for. Tamamo could be seen slightly worried as she voiced it out in response. I don't want to forget. Issei cuts her off and speaks. You needn't have to forget. After all, memories are the best things to have of a person when they are gone from your life. Something I am quite aware of. Issei muttered the last part, not letting Tamamo hear it. His only good time with his family was with his grandfather, who treated him better than anyone else, and now he was gone. Then there was his older sister Mary, who had left the household due to the toxic nature and refused to come back, only seeing Issei one last time before she left permanently. The mama looked at him, losing some of her teary-eyed as Issei spoke. There is no rush, bonds take time to form, but some are lifelong. But for now, come and eat some dinner. I am pretty sure you must be starving after being sealed for 900 years. The mama wanted to retort, however his stomach started to grumble, embarrassing the kitsune. Issei only chuckled and spoke. Guess your body spoke for itself. Clean up and come outside, okay? The mama could only nod as she headed inside to clean herself of her teary-eyed face. Issei hoped that this would make things better for her. The duo soon headed out to have their dinner for the day. Scene change. Imejima Estate, Japan, 5:30 p.m. The woman was seen reading a report in her room alone. She is an exceptionally beautiful young woman of Japanese descent with long black hair and red eyes. She has a slim and voluptuous figure and was noted to have a strong resemblance to her cousin Akeno. This was Suzaku Himejima, the current leader of the Himejima clan. She could only hold her head in annoyance and spoke. Issei, what were you thinking? Suzaku knew there was one person capable of releasing Tamamo no Mei from her prison, and she knew that it was Issei's doing. She knew Issei and Alex Mercer were one and the same, courtesy of Tobio. From the investigation did by her clan, she noticed Nekomata and Joriguma were in a similar position as to any of Alex's other victims. She understood Issei was the one that killed them. She had no empathy for them, especially not after how Tobio was treated as a pariah for defending her. She never liked Ai, even before meeting him, and when he used pheromones to try and make her to like him. She despised him and frowned on Akeno dating that pathetic excuse of a dragon. She was grateful for Issei and Tobio for saving her from doing something she would have hated herself for. But that was not the worst part. Tobio was treated as a pariah for defending her honor and chastity. She didn't even go that far with Tobio himself, the latter also not minding and precisely waiting for the right time to do so. She hated the insults and humiliation the man had to go through for her sake, and despite Issei and Suzaku being with him. Tobio was blaming himself for a long time, since even his team had to suffer because of what happened. Suzaku despised the factions from that day onwards, however she kept it to herself, since she would endanger her family, Tobio and his team, and her friends. She was planning to align herself with BLACKWATCH, but she wanted to get the support of her clan first. Soon enough, Tobio came inside as he spoke. You called for me? Yes, Tobi-kun, first how have you been doing? Tobio took a deep breath and spoke with a smile. Better than ever, Suzaku, and I have been becoming better. Staying away from Grigori has made things better. I am planning on resigning from that pathetic place anyways. Suzaku gave a smile and spoke. That's good to hear, and how are things with BLACKWATCH? The testing of Project Orion Phase 2 soldiers have begun. They will have the gear and equipment ready to confront even higher class beings, reaching low ultimate class once the project is done. Suzaku nodded upon hearing this. It was amazing on how science can reach so far, even combating the likes of certain beings that humans would otherwise struggled or died against. Anyways, you must have heard of Tamamo's release, right? Tobio nodded and spoke. Yeah, I am aware of it, why? Suzaku shook her head and spoke. Can you let Issei and I have a chat? He should know that the other principal clans want the perpetrator's head for unsealing such a powerful yokai. Wait, this means. Suzaku nodded and spoke. They aren't happy, several of them still live in the old customs, and they have very rigid beliefs. Apparently I am to investigate this further, that is why I want to discuss with Issei on what our next plan is. I see. But do you think the other clans will agree to work with BLACKWATCH? Suzaku shook her head and spoke. No, they won't, not without too much persuasion and convincing. And with what Issei has done, with KUOH Academy and exposing the supernatural to the world. Several want to punish him for his actions, and it is primarily those with the rigid beliefs. You know they will only get themselves killed, right? Suzaku gave a sigh and spoke. Yes, I am aware. But that isn't going to stop them from attacking him over and over again. I can only hope that their eyes are open enough to make rational decisions and not based on past actions of a relative or grudges. Suzaku placed her papers inside as she lied on the chair. Tobio could only wonder what is going to happen soon. He could only hope that the rest of the principal clans don't do anything foolish. That's it, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed it. With that, see you in the next part.